we are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. A-okay? All right. Okay. All right. Let me close out of these apps. Let me reply to a couple people here. Okay. I'm going to hit the like button myself. I'm going to hit that. All right. Welcome, everybody. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans. Oh, I shared the wrong thing. Let's copy that. And then this. Facebook Live. And then all right. Let's see here. Let's back out of that. Okay. Chad. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We got a great show in store for you. So, we got John. Uh-oh, John, don't do that. We got Japanese. We got here. Ooh. Man, it was weird. So I was told the post office didn't run today, but UPS did, which I did not understand at all. And they held back our mail, our new vinyl, at the warehouse because they said we wouldn't be getting a delivery. So they held it off another day, but UPS ran. So we don't have any new vinyl. I told y'all that yesterday, which really... But I've got stuff lined up to show you anyway that's new and sealed, plus the video from this morning. So, but yeah, UPS still operates on Veterans Day. But what I don't understand is why they told me there wouldn't be a delivery. So that kind of confused me. But we got regular stuff. I mean, we got a Japanese delivery from somebody, so that's over here. Let's see, YouTube. Alrighty, getting everything shared. I've been here ready to go for about a half hour, but it's a rare time I had time to send some messages, and then I looked up, I was like, holy crap, it's 5:55, and that half hour I was going to start early, of course, evaporated. It always happens. It always happens. Link here. Live now. And that. Okay. I'm almost done sharing links, everybody, so just bear with me. All right. Okay, y'all hear the train a-coming? It's rolling round the bend. Heading out, John? Thank you as always.
See you, sir.
See ya. Okay, here we go. So I've been sharing, I've been caring, and I've got some people reply to, so we can have a great sale tonight. We ended last night with compact disc. Most of y'all know those as CDs, and that's what's on the table. I'm going to get all that off right quick. It won't take me but 5 seconds, and we're going to get straight into new Japanese. Somebody let David Johnson know. All right. Somebody let David Johnson know, and he probably, if he's watching, he just fell out of his recliner, Diet Mountain Dew spilt everywhere, and that's what happened. Okay, so John just keeps bringing me great 45s, so I think tonight we can do hybrid and knock out 45s and CDs during kind of part two, but no new vinyl, but that doesn't stop me from getting together all of our other inventory and making sure everybody knows what's in stock and what y'all need. So, and make sure you know what you want. Let's see here. Let's put this right over here. Susie said, I fell asleep and found the phone behind my head this morning. I have that power on people. You are getting very sleepy. When I go out to Vegas, I'm going to hypnotize people as a side project on the strip. You are getting very sleepy. Lights and Viva Las Vegas. Viva. I'm putting all these CDs right here, so I have room on the table. John's got us another great looking batch of stuff here. Let's see here. Okay. My voice is like a lullaby. That's what I'm told. I got to photograph all these tonight and post them. I've been saying that for about 30 years. We got stacks everywhere now. About time. All right. Tonight, I'm going to have this table cleared off so when I go live tomorrow, it doesn't require a 5-minute cleanup time. Valuable time here. Okay, we're good to go. So let's get started. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram, the like button on Facebook, the like button everywhere there's a like button? Laura's already dropped off tonight's auctions. We got a fresh delivery of Japanese. Let's get started with those. Since I was just singing Elvis, let's go ahead and put up a great 24-track compilation. This is Elvis Presley Special 24. It's a 2 LP. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. It has a gatefold jacket. It has an obi, and it has a book. And Elvis Presley is a $35 start. $35 start for Elvis. And then over here, we have going up for bid, Help and I'm Down. Now, Help and I'm Down is an original 65 U.S. press. The vinyl is about VG, VG+. It's a Scranton. And the sleeve is VG or less. It's got some fraying. The Beatles is a $10 start. Original picture sleeve. That's when they went down to the Bahamas and filmed their movie Help. I Need Somebody. Help. I got a Michael Scott Funko from The Office for $14.99. Surely somebody needs that. Michael Scott Funko, come on. That is available. And then I'm going to go ahead and throw up something. Kiss, Turn on the Night. Kiss, Turn on the Night picture sleeve is going to go up for a $7 start. Crazy Nights, Turn on the Night from Crazy Nights in Hell or High Water. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. So Elvis, Beatles, and Kiss. Probably 3 of the most marketable bands of all time. They're now, or artists, I should say. Those are now all up for bid. And thanks, everybody. I'm going to go up front and go ahead and start grabbing those couple crates. We are here, and we are selling, and we are ready to go. We are here, and we are selling, and we are ready to go. Let me go ahead and grab that first crate from this morning. And there were several claims on that. Let me jump right up here and figure out what's going on. And the music is still playing. I always hate to turn off the music, but I have to. It's who I am. It's because of YouTube, I mean. It's because of who I am. What does that mean? All right, let's grab this right here. Which one should I start with? Let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. All right, Viva Las Vegas. All righty, we are selling records. If y'all didn't know that's what we do, that's what we do. We sell records. All right, feed is up and rolling. A little after 6, and we are ready. There is cardboard dividers. I'll leave those for Laura. Thank you, Laura, for getting all the stuff ready every night. And for John for pricing stuff all day. John's been coming in for about 5 years every day, just marking records and knowing I'm going to go live and sell them. And I don't know how many stickered records he's marked, but he's marked a lot. Millions? He's marked a whole lot. All right, let's jump over here. Let's open up Facebook. And let's jump over here to this. And Chad, and Coletco, and here. Okay, so there's the Japanese CDs from last night that was left. I found some more Japanese CDs. So right now we got let's see, Elvis was a $35 start, Beatles a $10 start, and Kiss a $7 start. No bid on any of those yet. No bid on any of those yet. Let me jump over here to the 6 a.m. video and let's start pulling stuff. Let's see here. There it is. Kind of a crazy 6 a.m. video. We had a lot of different stuff. Thank you, Tony. We call, Tony's got Tuesdays now called 200 Tuesdays, which means about 200 packages go out every Tuesday. And I think he told me earlier we was at 192, 193 or something like that. So almost 200 packages went out today. When I say went out, tracking has been uploaded. Of course, the mail didn't run. So tomorrow when the mailman shows up, he's got about 200 packages to load up into his car, into his mail truck. Tom Kelly has Kiss for $7. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Here's some stuff that sold this morning. We're looking for Knocked Loose, Depeche Mode, Rudolph, Chess, Kiss, Duran Duran, Kiss, Ozzy, Five Finger Death Punch, Rampage Grinder for Scene, Ronnie Wood, Rampage for Scene, Scrape, The Offspring, and Mothership. So we're going to get started with a continuation of Kiss Night for about 30 seconds. And that is with some of our newest 2014 remasters of Kiss. And this is Dressed to Kill, $36.99. Of course, that one has a Rock and Roll All Night on it. That's a big one. And then we have Asylum. That's $33.99. This is Kiss, Turn on the Night. 7-inch single. Does have a piece of tape up here. The vinyl's nice. It's at $7. Also, we have Kiss Psycho Circus. That's the 2014 remaster. Psycho Circus is $33.99. I've got two of those. There's another one right back there. And then actually both of these Kiss self-titles did sell. So we sold one over here to Kathy Hodges, and then also Bob Riger got one. So if anybody else wants one, that will be a waiting list. Kiss by Kiss is $33.99. And then we had Unmasked for $36.99. And then also Dynasty was $33.99. Carnival Souls was $36, and then Unplugged is $46.99. That's a double LP. Of course, originals are pricey, and that comes with a poster. And then also we have Animalized for $33.99, and then Paul Stanley as a picture disc, $38.99. I'm going to go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for $10. That's a VG copy of Help in the picture sleeve. Just $10 on that. And then Brad Waits has Kiss at $8. And then Elvis, this 24-track compilation can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. Elvis is a $35 buy it now. So you can pick that up at this moment right now. That's Elvis Presley Special 24, a $35 buy it now. Great 2LP and Japanese quality to boot. Mitch T is going to pick up the Beatles Help for $10. Thank you, Mitch. That's so to you. Now Kiss is at $9. Let's go ahead and see what's over here in the other Japanese pressings. I've got a really cool one here. This is the Sting soundtrack. Robert Redford, very cool. He just recently passed away. The music's by Marvin Hamlish, that really cool ragtime music. This is the Sting soundtrack. Great movie if you've never seen it. Amazing. $35 start on that. Now the 45 is at $10. And then let's jump over here and put up another Beatles single. And the next Beatles single is going to go up right now. Give me 1 second. I have somewhere in here. Okay, yeah, those. Okay, here we go. So this is Yellow Submarine and Eleanor Rigby, just in the Capital Company sleeve. Another about VG copy. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Mark Weiss gets the Elvis for $35. Thank you, Mark Weiss. Then we got the David Lee Roth box set. That's the Warner Brother recordings. That is Crazy from the Heat EP, Eat 'em and Smile, Skyscraper, Little Ain't Enough, and Your Filthy Little Mouth. All those for $134.99. And then we got Smashing Pumpkins, and this is $114.99. That is a 4LP box, 2 books, $114.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. And we actually did sell a Mothership box set. So Mothership, and this one was not sold to Sean Fairweather. This was actually sold to David Eberly. So thank you, David Eberly. I have one more left. Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. $119.99, okay? Over here, so we got Kiss, sold for $10 to Brad Waits. David Doyle, make sure if you're bidding on the Sting, you put 3.5. There's one more Mothership there for $119.99. And then over here, we got Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, $39.99. And then Faster Pussycat. Still got these. Limited Edition 1000 Go Vinyl. Those are $39.99. In case you missed it, these here, when they were out of stock, they were very pricey, like $100 plus. $39.99 for those now. And then Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. That's a 2016 remaster at $33. David Dole's in on the Sting at $35. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles for $7. Let's grab another Japanese pressing over here. This is Culture Club Color by Numbers. Karma Chameleon. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. That is available. It's with Obi. Let's lay that right back there. No one needs Michael Scott, world's best boss. Kind of makes me want to rewatch The Office. It's been a while. That is $14.99 if anybody wants Michael Scott. Led Zeppelin, one of my favorites. Good Times, Bad Times. Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You, $33.99. Depeche Mode Black Celebrations, $29. And then we did sell one of the Let's Play Chess. So we got 2 Let's Play Chess left from the big pre-order this week. This one sold to Philip Holt. Thank you, Philip Holt. That sold to you. And it looks like there's 2 left. It looks like there's 2 left over there. All right. Give me 1 second, though. Let me do this. I'm trying to get some really cool autographs bought, so we'll have some cool stuff first of the year by the time it's authenticated and it all comes back. All right, and then over here we have Final Call on the Sting. So this crate here had the following. We had Paul Stanley, Kiss Animalized, Kiss Unplugged, Carnival of Souls, Dynasty Unmasked, Cycle Circus Asylum, Dressed to Kill. Then over here we had David Lee Roth. We had Smashing Pumpkins, Mothership, which I'm about to put back here in replace of probably Outcast. Outcast has been up here a while. How about we put Outcast in the crate? Atelians is a double LP, $33.99. And let's put a copy of Mothership back there. Surely that might catch somebody's attention. $119.99 on that. Eliminators, $39.99. Of course, Cycle Circus is in the crate. And there's another one back there for $33. And then Depeche Mode, Let's Play Chess. We're down to 2 copies of that. All right, Yellow Submarine and Eleanor Rigby. That can be bought. That can be bought for a $7 buy now. It's about a VG copy, an original press. And then over here, we have Culture Club, Final Call for $35, and then the Sting is officially sold to David Doyle for $35. While I'm changing crates, where's everybody watching from tonight? That was really cool last night early in the show to see how many people already tuned in from all over the country, and that was pretty amazing. So really cool. I'm going to go swap out crates and get the second one from the video. And Sting is sold to David Dole, thank you. And then over here we got the Beatles for $7. We got a viewer up in Washington State. Wow. So let's grab another over here. This is Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. It's on the Orange Capital label. That one's about VG Plus, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. And then let's grab another Japanese pressing. And this is one of my favorite compilations. It's The History of Eric Clapton. The History of Eric Clapton. And this is a $35 start. It's a double LP. It is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Clapton tracks. This is Cream tracks. And this is Fantastic tracks. Eric Clapton, $35 start on that. A viewer, we have the Vlodarchek, the Vlodarchek family. The Vlodarchek family's watching from Washington State. Sorry about that. And then not just a viewer, the Vlodarchek family. Michigan, Canada, awesome. See all these rolling up. The Beatles 45 is $7. And then Melanie, if you want to do a buy it now on Yellow Submarine, Eleanor Rigby, it's still available for $7. Okay. Let me go right over here. Let me grab this other crate. Okay, let's do this crate. Viva. All right, here we go. Let me set that right there. Thanks everybody for tuning in early tonight. It's early, but also right on time. So thanks for just tuning in general. We're going to have a fun night. We live streamed last night for almost 8 hours. We're going to do it again for almost 8 hours tonight. Let's see over here. She wants Eleanor Rigby for $7. Okay, so that's sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you on that. And then Culture Club is a no bid, so you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. We got viewers all over the country already. Washington, Pennsylvania, Utah, Tennessee, California, South Carolina, Tulsa, New Mexico, New York, Connecticut, Michigan, Canada, California, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, New Jersey, Kentucky, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Carolina, South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Sparta, and Culture Club is a $35 buy now. That's Color by Numbers, which is a Japanese press. Okay, and then let's go ahead and make Get Back and Don't Let Me Down a buy it now for $7. And then History of Eric Clapton can be picked up for a $35 start. I'm going to give that one more chance for somebody to lock in a bid on that one. And then let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and that's Rocky soundtrack. The iconic Rocky soundtrack. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Rocky. There's that, and there's this, and there's that. Okay? Let's put up this video over here. And then this. And then over here we got this and this and this, and we're back in business, okay? So first thing was Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, and the problem with this is somebody, a new buyer, Louis Kulik, put Duran Duran. The problem was there's about 3 different Duran Duran, so I'm going to go ahead and reply to him right now which one. That was a new buyer. Louis Kulik put Duran Duran, but I'm not for sure which one. Somebody got Duran. No, wait a minute. I'm thinking about Depeche Mode. My bad. Let me go ahead and delete this. And then let me just reply to him. Did you have you registered? And I'm going to pull him Duran Duran Greatest Hits. So I think this is a new buyer, Louis Kulik, Louis, and then his last name is Kulick, like Bruce Kulick from Kiss. And let me see if he sent us a message over here, Louis Kulik. And how about whenever y'all tag this, set this aside, and I'm going to say, please message. He has not sent us a message. This is how stuff gets tagged. And we don't ever find somebody. That ends up in a Hatchet Ed crate 2 weeks later. So Louis Kulik on Duran Duran Greatest Hits. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We also have Mr. Bungle, California. That's on red vinyl. A 2LP red vinyl, $38.99. And Mr. Bungle's on orange vinyl, $36.99. So that's 2 of the 3 Mr. Bungles that came out for October. We have Entombed, Left Hand Pain. Entombed is $34.99. Black and blue merge colored vinyl. Entombed is $34.99. That is available. I have 1 copy left. And there's the other Mr. Bungle. So there's all 3 of them. There's Disco Volante, $38.99. Those have been out of print. Okay, Rocky and Eric Clapton can both be picked up for $35 buy it nows. The History of Eric Clapton, great 2LP Clapton compilation, and the Rocky soundtrack. Those are both $35 buy it nows. Clapton and Rocky, okay? Clapton and Rocky. Left Hand Path, not Pain. Sorry, Left Hand Path for Entombed. Rocky, music by Bill Conti, the original soundtrack there, $35. Rocky is available. Near mint, minus, and pristine. Here is Clapton, and let's put this up for a $35 buy it now. And then we still got Culture Club and the Beatles Get Back over here as well. All right, so let me slide this in right here. And here, and there's this, and there's that. I'm going to go ahead and put Culture Club in a sleeve too. So we've already got 3 no bid Japanese, and we're going to go ahead and slide in some of these other auctions over here, especially some of the lower start stuff I have right over here from tonight's hot picture. So there's Culture Club, Clapton, and Rocky. So if anybody's watching tonight, anything for sale tonight will be from the hot picture. Anything from the hot picture tonight is available for bid. Any requests can be taken after 7 o'clock. Right now, I could randomly put up just about anything. And then we have a bin over here of surprises. And what better surprise than, oh, this was in the hot picture, AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, an 81 U.S. specialty. Laura says OG for the U.S., but technically it's a reissue because it came out in 76. So this came out in the United States, first pressed in 81, but it was available everywhere else for almost 5 years. For almost 5 years. So it's the first U.S. press, VG condition, AC/DC, a $15 start. J Retard Blood Visions, that's $29.99. And then Rancid, Let the Dominoes Fall. Rancid, Let the Dominoes Fall is $29.99. Also, we have here Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. And Alice Cooper is $39.99. That's the Rhino High Fidelity numbered. Alice Cooper, they did original artwork on that. Dr. Dre, 2001. That's a double LP, $44.99. And we have Doja Cat, $36.99. Also, Mariah Carey, Here for It All. Mariah is $34.99. And Ronnie Wood, the anthology, Fearless, 65 to 2025. Ronnie Wood is $39.99. And then Neil Young. This is live. I don't know exactly when or where, but it's a parachute bootleg. It's a double LP. Neil Young is $36.99. I Love Supreme, John Coltrane. John Coltrane is $38.99. Brenton Wood is $33.99. Oogum Boogum. And then Dark Throne, Transylvanian Hunger. Dark Throne is $33.99. Floyd is in on AC/DC at $15. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Here's a good one. One I don't get as often. The Police, Zenyatta Mandata. And The Police is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Zenyatta Mandata. That's going to go up for a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and obi. Now, the next batch is some of the vinyl that sold or some of the straight price metal stuff that Laura marked yesterday. Last chance before I show it again Thursday night. I won't be showing it again. These are, of course, sticker price. We had Wolf Heart, Draconian Darkness. Wolf Heart is sealed on ox blood colored vinyl. Wolf Heart is $29.99. Life Sick, Loved by None, Hated by All, sealed, a hardcore album, $19.99 on that. And then some of that have already sold is Rampage and Foreseen to Matt Shiker and Grinder to Matt Shiker, and then Scrape to Danny Thomason. So some of those coming up have already been spoken for. Molder, Engrossed in Decay. Molder is on yellow vinyl, $24.99. We have Scrape, so this one is for sure sold to Danny Thomason. Scrape was $14.99, sold to Danny. This is Evil, Possessed by Evil, black metal from Japan, $29.99. Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know by Name, sealed $44.99. And then Knocked Loose, and this was sold to Dustin Riviera. And I actually have these new in stock, like brand new sealed, if anybody still wants one, for that $29.99 price of Knocked Loose. This was Witch's Hammer. That was $19.99. And then I think these last three are all sold. Yeah. Foreseen is sold to Matt Shiker. That's on yellow vinyl. And then we had Grinder. That was sold to Matt Shiker. And then we had Rampage, which was sold to Danny Thomason. And Danny, you were second on Foreseen. And you were second on Foreseen, okay? Rampage went to Matt Shiker. So AC/DC, the last bid was Sarah Wyberdink at $22. That's going once, going twice. Over here, we have The Police in Zenyatta Mandata, a $35 start. $35 start, and we have, give me 1 second here, I am going to put up 3 George Harrison singles. Take a look at this. We have George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord. We have George Harrison, Dark Horse promo, and George Harrison, What Is Life. I would say all these are about VG Plus with original Apple sleeves. The Apple sleeves had a little wear and tear, but 3 George Harrison singles, $15 start. Some of his biggest songs there. My Sweet Lord, What Is Life. The flips is Isn't It a Pity? And then Apple Scruffs. So all those are going to go up for a $15 start. We're about to sell AC/DC for Sarah for $22. And then The Police is at $35. And the 3 George Harrison's $15. All right, there's that. And I got another crate to go through. I actually posted 3 this morning. I still need Depeche Mode, Rudolph. I still need Ozzy, Five Finger Death Punch. And I still need Clifford Umstead, got Ronnie Wood. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. Clifford got Ronnie Wood. Let's pull that for him. I still need The Offspring. That's all in the next crate. When does this crate go on sale? Well, probably Thursday. So what I'll do Thursday is when we do metal night, if there's still any of this kind of stuff left, I'll definitely show that stuff on Thursday when metal people for sure are tuned in. And then it's just kind of randomly whenever I decide to do best offer on them. So, you know, I don't think there'll be much left, but it'll just kind of get mixed in. It could pop up. As y'all know, we always do Laura, Paul kind of stuff, sticker price, and then it could randomly just pop up any given time at best offer, if it ever does go on sale. I mean, usually almost everything does, but it just depends. And I have a feeling Laura's going to be marking more stuff like that tonight. And Laura, if she can get over here to it, I moved a bunch of stuff around last night. Should be pretty accessible, or unless she's got other stuff to mark. She may have other stuff to mark. We just bought an insane metal collection up in Minnesota. I've had some people request some posters, and I'm going to try to run a couple KISS posters. I know Billy Shears is tuned in ready for U.S. tour, Spirit of 76, and I'm going to try to pop some of these. I mean, we got so many KISS posters. I've just got to start throwing these things up if people want to buy them and put them up for sale. That's about the easiest way I can do that. George Harrison, 15, 15, 16, 18. All right, let me jump over here. Let me get this other crate. All righty. Dun 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 dun. Run dun 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 dun. Run dun dee dun dun dun. Run dun 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 dun. Days of the News stuck in my head. I have finally found a reason. Damn. Yeah, we're gonna start doing some KISS posters. Start giving away KISS posters. That would be crazy. Over here. Do 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 do. Okay, ACDC. So to Sarah Wyberding for 22. Thank you, David Johnson on the Police. Don't stand so close to me. Thank you, David Johnson. That's sold to you. Imagine me hitting a gavel on a podium and saying sold in a British accent. And then we have George Harrison at 20 and 22. Isn't it a pity? Okay. And then let's put up another auction. How about George Strait's Christmas album? Merry Christmas straight to you. An 86 Pinckneyville OG. Laura says it's VG. I play tested this and it sounds pretty good. Definitely some background noise, but it did not skip. So not a bad copy. Of course, these mint can get kind of pricey because it's never really been reissued. George Strait is just a $5 start. $5 start on that. And then over here, the three George Harrisons are at 22, and we're in Minnesota. I think they were up somewhere around Duluth, but I really don't know. You know, they take off to buy these collections, and I just know that they're going somewhere. So I think they was up around Duluth. We went up there about a year ago, too, and bought some stuff. It was that's when it was like 40 below zero, wind chill. It was like horribly cold up there. And then over here, we got Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a legendary soundtrack by John Williams. Insert and cover and obi, and this is a $35 start. A grail of mine is to have a John Williams signed soundtrack one day. I'd rather have Star Wars or Indiana Jones or, you know, Harry Potter's are probably nearly impossible to get, but maybe one day. I love his score music. $35 start on that. George Strait's at 7. Stacy Metternich, you get the George Harrisons for $22. Thank you, Stacy Metternich. All three of those are sold to you. And let me jump over here and take care of one more thing over here. All right. So first thing I have over here is Weezer Hurley. That's a new 15th anniversary edition, $34.99. Weezer Hurley, $34.99. That's coming back in print. It's been out of not available for a while. Alice in Chains. This is a Jar of Flies. $24.99 of Jar of Flies. That is remastered. That's another record that was long out of print. $24.99 on that. And then COC, America's Volume Dealer. COC is Clear with White Swirl. That is Corrosion Conformity, $34.99. And then Mastodon the Hunter. Mastodon is $36.99. That's new and sealed. Mastodon the Hunter. Close Encounters has a bid for $35. George Strait's now at $10 with Dan Moran. And then let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles over here. I got 2 John Lennons. Give Peace a Chance and Watching the Wheels. Let's sell both of those together in picture sleeves for a $15 start. John Lennon, $15 start on those. Okay? Give me 1 second, please. All right. And then over here, we got Janet Gray on Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. Thank you on that, Janet Gray. And then over here, Offspring Smash. This was sold Offspring Smash to Leslie Wickline. Thank you, Leslie. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Any of these you're seeing sale, if you decide you want one, I can get you one. Saritha Session on Diary of a Madman. That is sold. And then another Corrosion Conformity, this time Wise Blood for $49. That's a Music on Vinyl press. And Deliverance for $54. Right now, George Strait has 2 $15 bids. Cody and Retro, y'all are tied. Cody came in first. Both the John Lennons, Watching the Wheels. People say I'm crazy. And Close Encounters is about to sell for $35. I still got the newest Ed Sheeran album with the autographed insert. Pink with the Polaroid insert. That's $33.99. And then Rudolph. You need to get these while you can. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the Burl Ives Videocraft Music Special. This is sold to Chad Snyder, and I have 2 extra copies of Rudolph if anybody else wants one. How about we put those right back there? And we're selling George Strait. And I'm going to go ahead and show you Blind Melon, No Rain. So I don't know when the stuff's going to be in, but I went through a 90s alternative playlist last night. A 90s alternative playlist last night. And I ordered a lot of stuff. And it's probably going to be here Thursday night, probably. If it's here tomorrow, I'll be very happy. But I listened to No Rain, and I was like, I need to, every time I hear that, I'm like, man, what's that song? And I was like, oh yeah, Blind Melon. And that's what sells that album typically, because it's really not available. $38.99. Rudolphs are sold out. We actually need to start another waiting list. This is $36.99. We need to sell one to Retro Class Entertainment. We need to sell one to Twunker Bell. These are $36.99, okay? So let's start a waiting list. James Bullock first on the waiting list. Anybody else, okay? Anybody else, let me know on that. It's a lot of 90s alternative essentials. Five Finger Death Punch. This is that new 2 LP Greatest Hits. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. That's sold to Clifford. And then over here, we have Ace Frehley Space Invader, $34.99. So James Bullock first on the Rudolph waiting list. Anybody else, let me know. Tim Graham on Close Encounters. That's sold to Tim Graham for $35. Got the new batch of Japanese over here we're mixing in, plus other stuff. And then let's go ahead and make these 2 John Lennons a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants these. These 2 John Lennons a buy it now for $15, okay? And that's Watching the Wheels and Give Peace a Chance. The George Strait Christmas album's at $25 of Cody Wright. And now our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Bon Jovi. This looks really nice, other than the fact the vinyl's pretty trashed. VG minus condition, an 86 US Hop Hog, original sleeve, VG minus condition, $5 start on that. Stacy gets the 2 John Lennons for $15. Thank you, Stacy. Those are sold to you. Both of those for $15. And then we have Pearl Jam Vitology. Pearl Jam Vitology is $38.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And then Mad Season Above. Mad Season's $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Any metal left over from last night? I just showed them. There's about 5 records left. I'll read through them in one more second. And then over here, We have Depeche Mode 101. That's sold to MG Sanchez. Thank you, MG Sanchez. That's sold to you for $44.99. That was my only copy left in here, but I do have 2 more left. Kicks Cool Kids is $39.99. We have not sold those. And we have Depeche Mode Violator, $29.99 for Depeche Mode Violator. Mastodon Remissions, $33.99. And then Trisha Yearwood, Christmas Time, green vinyl, $29.99. If anybody else wants on that Rudolph waiting list, let me know. Mad Season is sold to Janet. And then Bon Jovi, like I said, VG minus condition, but a beautiful copy. Shrink wrap, inner sleeve, hop sticker, original price tag, $5 start on Bon Jovi. And then George Strait, we're about to sell it. $25, a VG copy. Cody Wright, $25, and we're about to sell it, okay? And then let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. So I got Steven Steele's Right By You. I got Crosby, Stills, and Nash self-titled. I got Michael Schenker Group self-titled. How about we do Cheap Trick Dream Police? Let's go ahead and put up Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Double Vision, a $35 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. And then over here, Bob Dylan, Through the Open Window, the Bootleg Series, Volume 18. Bob Dylan is a 4LP, the definite document of Bob Dylan's 4-minute years. So this is Volume 18 in the bootleg box sets he's been doing. And this is the earliest, really cool, 42 unreleased tracks with 24-page book. Bob Dylan is $129.99. $129.99. Everybody in the video got what they wanted except Danny on Foreseen. And then we had that new buyer, Lewis Kulik. We got to make sure he's registered. Everybody else got what they wanted, and we have a couple waiting lists going tonight. All right. First thing is this. We sold Mad Season to Janet Gray. And then Bon Jovi 5, Bon Jovi 6, Bon Jovi 10, Bon Jovi 7, Bon Jovi 11. So the no bids right now, I'll do 30 on Rocky. I mean, it was put up pretty early. Probably somebody didn't catch it already. But 30 on Rocky. And then we got Eric Clapton for 35. Culture Club for 35, and then the Beatles, Get Back and Don't Let Me Down is $7. That's the only no bids right now. Joe DeGaldo said, did I see your comment? Probably not. Joe DeGaldo said, is the ZZ Top in the back Japanese? No. ZZ Top is probably better. It is a Rhino High Fidelity, all analog Kevin Gray limited edition. That's part of that Rhino Hi-Fi series. $39.99 for that. And then Brad Waits gets Rocky for $28, okay? And now Cody Wright, let's see here. George Strait is sold to Cody Wright for $25. And then Joe DeGaldo says he'll take a ZZ Top Eliminator, okay? ZZ Top Eliminator, all right? Foreseen. Those are pre-owned records, so no waiting list on any of those metal records. Any of these metal records that Laura marked yesterday, if you want them, I would grab them immediately. They're not going to stay along. They're not going to stay around very much longer. Y'all realize the demand for metal, and those are from a collection, so there's no waiting list on them. They're one shots and gone, and we have almost sold 2 entire crates. There's just a few hanging around. I think some people want to buy them, but for like $3 or $5 cheaper. So if you don't grab them now, they're going to get sold, Danny. I'm going to read them one more time. ZZ Top is sold to Joe DeGaldo. Dave Seretna, same thing. I'll do 28 on Culture Club if you want it. And then over here, we got Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi's a final call to Dave Seretna for $11. Foreigner Japanese pressing, a double vision, a $35 start. We'll show these one more time. I think most people watching are aware of the demand for these metal records. I'm going to read what's left out of 2 whole crates. Witch's Hammer, Stretching into Infinity. That is $19.99. Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know My Name. Sealed, $44.99, green and clear. Evil, Possessed by Evil. Evil, Possessed by Evil's $29.99. Motor, Engrossed in Decay, $24.99. Life Sick was sealed for $19.99. And Wolfheart was sealed for $29.99. Wolfheart, Life Sick, Motor, Evil, Rivers of Neil, and Witch's Hammer. That's all that's left. I would grab them right now. I wouldn't try to wait 3 weeks for them to be best offer because they're going to get sold. Bob Dylan over here is, or excuse me, Led Zeppelin is Mothership. 4 LP box. We've already sold one tonight, $119.99. Now, Dave Seretna offered 25 on Culture Club. I said I would do 28. Eric Clapton was 35. Somebody offered 25. I'll do it for 28. That's my best prices on those right now. Okay? And we have Danny on Wolfheart, John Minsmoyer on Evil and Motor, and William wants all the sealed ones. All right, so let's go down the list here. Wolfheart is sold to Danny Thomason. John Minsmoyer on Evil and Motor. All right, and then William says, I'll take the 3 sealed thrash albums. Okay, there's 2 left. There's Life Sick and Rivers of Neil, and that leaves 1 record. So William Warner, I've got you down for Rivers of Neil and Life Sick. If that's not right, let me know. Rivers of Neil and Life Sick, 44.19, and then Witch's Hammer, Speed Metal, $19.99. That's all that's left. Now we're down to 3. I'm surprised it took that long. I thought they were all going to sell last night. So William Warner, if that's not right, let me know. And if anybody wants that last one, that's it. And you have seen, once again, metal just evaporate in front of your eyes. He says WH did not mean Wolfheart. It mean with hammer. Okay. Witch's Hammer. Okay, so Wolfheart still available. Sealed. William Warner, I'll give you that one then if that's okay. So that means that's sold to you, and Danny Thomas has wanted Witch's Hammer. So let's do a change there. Witch's Hammer is sold to Danny. This is sold to Danny Thomas's Witch's Hammer. Okay? That's sold to Danny. Motor is sold to... Okay. Timeout. Let me put all these back. I'll redo this in just a second. First of all, reset on all the metal claims. First thing is Culture Club is sold to Austin Latham for $28. Austin Latham for $28, okay? That is sold. And then Clapton over here is $28 if anybody else wants one, okay? This is History of Clapton, $28. Somebody offered 25. I said 28. I was actually waiting for Danny. Okay, and then over here, Bon Jovi. The last bid on Bon Jovi was the following. This was Steve Little at $12. Dave Seretna, let me know if you want back in. And then let me confirm that Steve Little is registered and ready to sell or ready to buy, okay? So let me jump over here. Steve Little, have you bought from us before? I'm going to sell this to you for $12. I need you to go register on our website. If you need that form, let me know, okay? So that's sold to Steve Little. And then I don't think anybody bid on Foreigner. Foreigner is a buy now for $35. No bid if anybody wants that. Okay, that's a Japanese pressing, a double vision. Over here, Led Zeppelin Mothership is sold to Sean Miller. That was our last copy. If anybody else wants one, not Sean Fairweather, Sean Miller. And then Danny Thomason on Clapton, okay? Danny Thomason on Clapton for $28. And then Matt Nichols gets Foreigner for $35. Now, let me redo all these metal claims, okay? I got to redo all these metal claims and to get them to the right people. So I paused on those. Let me bring these all back out. The first comment was WH from Danny Thomason. He says, Witch's Hammer and Wolf Mother. There is not a Wolf Mother in here. There's a Wolf Heart, okay? There's a Wolf Heart. There's no there's no Wolf Mother. So Danny, if you want Wolf Heart, just say sold or pass, okay? But I do know you want Witch's Hammer. So that is without a doubt so to Danny Thomason. Next in line was John Minsmoyer, Evil and Motor. So John Minsmoyer, you're definitely getting Evil and you're definitely getting Motor. And then over here, these two here, Rivers of Neil and Life Sick was sold to William Warner. And Wolfheart is also sold to Danny, okay? So to Danny. There's that, and that's all gone. Now, Laura just delivered another crate of stuff just like that. We'll do all those later in just a second. Okay, it's going to be more chaos. Now, I hope everybody has understood when I'm showing a crate of metal that's been straight priced, I would buy them immediately or they're going to get sold. Y'all know these crates it's not going to stay. Pre-owned metal that's below fair comp and market value is going to get sold immediately. It's not like I have crates of that laying around. That was all shown last night. And thank you, Jill. Have a good one. That stuff was all shown last night. That's why I posted and said we've already been pricing new metal stuff. It's going to be marked tonight. It's going to be marked tomorrow. And it's going to be definitely marked on Thursday, okay? We got tubs full of it over here. I wouldn't wait around. It's going to sell. So I hope everybody's got what they wanted. And we have Kiss for $33, Dylan for $129, Allison Chains is just $24.99. Okay? And Herbie Hancock, we'll do those in 6 minutes. Gabe, can you stick around for 6 minutes? Let's go ahead and go into some new pre-owned vintage stuff. Let's see what John's marked here. It looks like he's marked some great stuff. Holy moly, yep. We've got into these, so what John's been doing is going through this new collection. He's been picking out everything that's not metal, and that's what he's been marking because these tubs are full of stuff. He found Alabama stuff. He found classic rock, and that's what's loaded in here, and it's all in really good shape. So John has dropped off 5 crates. My sister Jill just left, and we're down to Laura, who's marking some stuff, and I'm here, and I'll be your auctioneer tonight. I'm going to try to say stuff. And we got a couple Kiss posters to run too. All right, back to the Japanese. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way... Y'all know that one? Paul McCartney. That famous cut is on this album, Wings Over America. This is a 3LP Japanese press of Paul McCartney, Wings Over America, with Maybe I'm Amazed and all those great Beatles songs he did live. That's from that epic tour, Wings Over America. That is a $35 start. Just seen him in Nashville Thursday night. It was surreal, to say the least. $35 start on that. And then over here, we have next, let's try 2 more John Lennons. This is John Lennon, I'm Stepping Out, and Instant Karma, Gonna Get You Again. Instant Karma, We All Shine On. 2 John Lennons. Let's put those up for a $10 start. Wings, a $35 start. $10 start on that. And then let's go ahead and I'm going to put one more up before we get into the higher end advertised stuff. And let's do Bob Marley. Burning, Bob Marley and the Wailers with I Shot the Sheriff. This is a 78 US Jacksonville VG Plus condition, $15 start. I hope you are ready for this Buy It Now Best Offer crate. All the metal is sold out, but there's more coming. We'll do this crate, and then we might go ahead and just do that crate that Laura's marked, and then John stuff, and then Laura stuff, and then John stuff, and then John stuff, and then Laura stuff, then half off, then CDs, then cassettes, then toys, then posters, then autographs, then Funkos, and then I'll be selling chickens. I'll be selling live chickens tonight. The Best of Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo, $14.99. These are new, freshly from collections. Now, they are best offer, but because I think some of these titles are so good and they're in such good condition, they're not going to be half off. They're not going to be 40% off, but I will negotiate on some of them, okay? Some of these should just be claimed immediately. They're clean. They're nice. John has took time to clean all these. He's inspected them, and he said everything in here is EX Plus or better. Matt Nichols is first on Ted Nugent. Thank you, Matt Nichols. Rick Hall, it's already sold. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors is $34.99. It's got the second cover, which honestly I see just as many as these as I do the other one, if not less. $34.99 for Street Survivors. That's not Ted Nugent. That's Huey Lewis Sports. $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve. These are so nice. Everything in here is really nice. $19.99. Grand Funk, What's Funk? Grand Funk is $19.99. And Bob and Doug McKenzie, this is really cool. It has Geddy Lee from Rush on here. $19.99. That's available. And we have the Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. $14.99. Final call. Wings 35, no bid. John Lennon, $10, no bid. Bob Marley, Yes, hold on. We did get some bids. Let me scroll up. Bob Marley got a bid with Fred Noop for 15. Retro Class, you also bid 15, but Fred Noops came in first. So Retro, you're out. And then Paul McCartney, 35. And then Christopher Yoakum first on Leonard Skinnard. Okay, that is sold. And that is sold to Christopher Yoakum. We also have April Wine, Animal Grace, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. And then Alabama Mountain Music in shrink wrap, $14.99. Eric Connard on Sports. And then John McPatriot put Hoser. And that was for something, but I'm not for sure what. And then Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, $29.99. So Bob Marley has two $15 bids. Fred Newt bid 15. Retro Class, you've also bid 15. And then Chad Smith has the Alabama for 10. Brandon Jones gets Alabama. Chad Smith has the John Lennon's for 10. Okay. Marshall Tucker, everything in here, the vinyl's all the same condition. EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. The cover on this one's probably VG Plus, just a hint of ring wear. Amanda Davis on Aerosmith. David Doyle was second. Now Bob Marley 17. And Sammy Hagar 9 on a 10 scale. $24.99. And by the way, happy Veterans Day. Thank you to all that served. And I ran a promotion today. If you can send Ed, or actually there's a post on Facebook if you want to share a picture of you in uniform, or if you want to send it to Ed just to verify, thank you for your service and free shipping on your order this week. And that's for the invoice that goes out Monday, okay? I think some people already messaged Ed and be like, can you knock the shipping off my invoice? I want to do it for this week because he's already sent out invoices for this past week. So we'll get a whole list out of everybody out there. So if you don't have an order going already and you're a veteran and you're watching, just let us know, send us a picture or go comment on that post. We're going to make a spreadsheet. And anything you buy this week, free shipping, okay? So free shipping on your order this week. We've already got like 76 names in the system for free shipping. So thank you, and thank you for your service. So a lot of people don't have Facebook. I posted that also on Instagram, and I posted it on YouTube. Of course, you can't comment on YouTube, and you can't comment on Instagram photos in the comments. You can on Facebook. So if you don't have Facebook and you just want to send, we just need to, we believe you, but we just need to verify it. It's weird. I was just watching last night some TikTok videos where this guy debunks people who say they were Navy SEALs. They use it to to promote their businesses and stuff. And I was like, that's weird, because right after I made that post, I started seeing this guy's videos debunking like Navy SEALs and stuff. It's weird how algorithms work, doesn't it? So thanks everybody who served. And I just didn't want anybody to abuse that and say, yeah, I served in the military, and they didn't actually serve in the military. That would be really bad. But hopefully you can post that picture. And thank y'all for your service. And if you can't see me right now, I'm saluting you, okay? I'm saluting you. So there's that. And thank y'all, as always. Without y'all, we might not be doing this right now. We might be like, capitalism may be limited, So over here we have Bob Marley at $20. We have Rick Hall said how much, and our freedoms could be very limited without y'all. Over here he said how much, and Rick Hall asked how much, and that was for Marshall Tucker. And Marshall Tucker was $14.99, okay? And then over here we have Tan Label. Yes, that was on the Tan Label, Christopher Yoakum, yes. And over here we have, I was in the KISS Army, yeah. Did you fight for our freedom, Sean? And then did you fight for our freedom? Next thing over here is just hit my Ed Pig, awesome. And then over here, Rick Hall said sold. All right, and that is sold to Rick Hall and Marshall Tucker. All right, yeah, I guess about I just think it's amazing. I was for me, when I was in high school and stuff, I never was in the best physical shape. And I was like, dude, if I ever tried to go to boot camp, they would kill me. And it's kind of something I regret. There's a couple things I regret. One, my entire family played high school sports except me. I didn't play football. I broke like a 50-year family tradition. I went more business and academia than sports in high school. And then the second thing is like, man, you know what? I probably could have toughened it up and at some point served the country. But I've always said, if something happens and I need to go serve, I'll step away from Coletco if I need to. Very brave thing, because I was like, man, imagine that first day stepping into boot camp. Whew, that's frightening to me. I'd be like, oh my gosh. They get in there, they shave your head. You're like, oh my gosh, what have I done? But for those that done it, very brave. Thank y'all. Alice Cooper, Special Forces. Alice Cooper, $29.99. I don't know if I could get through it. I'd be like, dude, do we get any Oreos? Did we get an Oreo break, sir? Sir, Master Sergeant, did we get an Oreo break? Oh my, I'd be like that guy that sneaks in the donuts. What movie is that? The guy that snuck in the jelly donut? These two John Lennons are sold. These two John Lennons are sold to Chad Smith for $15. Let's get back on path here. Thanks, everybody. And then over here, Wings. Wings is $35, and that is... sold for $35. It got one bid to Joe Delgado. Maybe I'm amazed. Thank you on that. $35. Maybe I'm amazed. $35. That's sold to Joe Delgado, Wings Over America. Appreciate that. We're going to get back into full action here. Full action here. Full action here. Let's get going and do this. And we're in a crazy new arrivals craze. So I don't want to, speaking of attention, I don't want to break anybody's attention here. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket. That guy snuck in that jelly donut. That's a crazy scene, isn't it? I've never watched that movie. I've just seen clips for it. That's the kind of stuff it's like, holy crap, I don't know if I want to go through boot camp or not. And then over here we have Bob Marley. Bob Marley is over here, and Bob Marley is Retro Class Entertainment at $20. So a quick update, $20 over here. Over here, Bob Marley is now at 21 with James Chilcott, okay? There's that. And then John Lennon, somebody said they didn't bid 15. Who put JL then? Hold on a second. JL, I missed this. Chad Smith put 10. Did I say 15? Chad Smith put 10 on these two John Lennons, okay? Not 15. $10 on that. $10 on that. Chad Smith. That's right, okay? I hope so. Okay, so let me swap out crates. We've already filled up a full one tonight, selling some Mothership box sets. Whoever's watching, please make a note. Order more Led Zeppelin Motherships. I always try to keep those around, especially around Christmas time. Box sets sell very well during Christmas time. And we're back in business. We got Bob Marley up at $22. Just one more quick thing. If you served, make sure you send us a picture or in the comments, and that will get you free shipping on this week's order. Just a small token for what y'all did, appreciation to y'all for what y'all did for us. Fred Knoop has Bob Marley and now Robbie Summerlin 24. So this is a 78 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. VG Plus condition. Robbie Summerlin has that for $24, okay? Now, there's some great stuff in here. First is Alice Cooper Special Forces. Alice Cooper, $29.99. Special Forces, $29.99. REO Speedwagon, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. These are all buy it now, best offer. This is another beautiful copy in shrink with the inner sleeve, $19.99. And J.D. Crowe in the New South, a 1977 in shrink wrap. Great bluegrass here. J.D. Crowe, $34.99. Sarah Wyberdink on Alice Cooper. These are all buy it now, best offer. They're going to get gone fast. Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. This feels like a foreign copy. It feels like a foreign copy. Let me check the label here. Beautiful. What is this? Is this U.S.? Yeah, UK? This is definitely different. I think this is a UK. It's very nice. $19.99 on that. Bob Marley's at $25.25. Okay, next Japanese pressing is going up right now. Journey, Raised on Radio. Girl Can't Help It. Journey's going to go up for a $35 start. Near Mint Minus with Obi, and this is a very nice copy. There's the insert, and there is the Obi. $35 start on Journey. First thing is REO. We have an offer and we have a claim. So, Leslie, you're first, but it will be sticker price, or you can pass. Totally up to you. And then over here, we have Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Kim Carnes is $9.99, and that does have Betty Davis eyes on it. Kim Carnes, $9.99. This is Elvis Costello. My Aim is True. Elvis Costello is $24.99. Matthew Cabot wants the Bob Dylan box. Thank you, Matthew. That's so to you. $129.99. If anybody else wants one, I'll have to order you one for you. So REO Speedwagon's pending. Robert Plant, $15. It's a heck of a price for that record, but Dave Soretna, that's so to you. Bob Marley, $27. Journey, $35. Okay, now Herbie Hancock. Okay, Herbie Hancock here. Herbie Hancock is heavily requested. Let's run it. A quad. Hey, we sold one last night. This is another quad. We sold one last night. And here's another one. This is a 1974 repress with the company inner sleeve, near mint minus. A quad pressing of Herbie Hancock. $55 start, okay? $55 start. Next is Leslie does get REO at sticker price. So, Leslie, that's so to you. Whoever was next making or claiming it, you were obviously second. That was Kevin LeBady, so second on that. And then we just had a claim for Amanda Davis on Kim Carnes, okay? Sig, did I get Sammy Hagar? I may have missed that during all the chaos earlier. So Sig gets Sammy Hagar. Yeah, I might have missed that before. Let me scroll back up when I first started talking about the veteran discount. I might have missed a couple claims. Yeah, Sig, I see you now. Sig got Sammy Hagar. Yep, I did not see that, okay? Thank you on that. Paul Simon Graceland, you can call me Al. $29.99 on Paul Simon. That has the original on sleeve. Man, that's nice looking. Holy moly. I hadn't seen a copy of that in a while. All right, quick update. Journey's at $42 with Joe Salomon. Bob Marley, the last bit on Bob Marley was Chad Smith at 27. I'm showing Chad Smith at 27. I'm showing Journey at 42, and I'm showing Herbie Hancock at 60. Okay, next thing over here is Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling. Blue Suede, that's a cool, they're kind of a one-hit wonder. They're known for that big song, Hooked on a Feeling. It's got a double punch hole on the front, $19.99. And Dire Straits, Love Over Gold. Dire Straits is $29.99. Original on her sleeve. Once again, everything in here is really clean, really nice. Dire Straits, nice. Leonard Skinner pronounced. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. That's the second label, but the first on the major label, RCA. It's got a little bit of a ding over here, but that's nice. $34.99. First thing is, what year is the Bob? The Bob and Doug McKenzie. Is that what you're talking about? This is an original from 19... what? Oh, you might be talking about Bob Marley. Bob and Doug McKenzie on Anthem with Geddy Lee is $19.99. Bob Marley over here is a 78 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. A 1978 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. And the last bid on that's a final call. Now, Gabe, you've been outbid on Herbie Hancock. Calvin immediately bid 60 on that. So, Gabe, you're out. And then over here, Journey's about to sell for $42. The next question over here is how much was Paul Simon? $29.99. How much was Leonard Skinner? $34.99. Christopher Yoakum says he'll take it. Great decision there. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, $24.99 on that. And Waylon Jennings, Honky Tonk Heroes, $29.99 in shrink, black RCA label. Wow, that's a nice copy. That doesn't come through too often. $29.99. The Leonard Skinner over here is Dire Straits, or excuse me, what is Dire Straits? Original on her sleeve of Love Over Gold. Appears to be an OG pressing with the original on her sleeve, no condition notes. Everything in here is EX Plus to near mint minus. Everything in here is EX Plus near mint minus. So it's all been kind of sorted as the same grade. We have Herbie Hancock, Dave Cabello. This is a quad, 1974 quad press near mint, and it has the original company sleeve. It's beautiful. We sold one of these last night. That's now at $60. And the first thing we had is this. Eric Connard on Paul Simon, Graceland. You can call me Al. Cody Wright strikes first on Waylon, then Unbought, then Danny, then Chris Knapp. And then over here we got Journey, and it was sold for $42. And let me find that high bidder. And the last bid over here is Journey. Journey is sold to Joe Salamo for $42, okay? Signed Ozzy is still available. I actually was just messaging somebody about it. It's $1,500. I was just messaging somebody about it. And then I've got this other signed Ozzy item over here as well, which is signed by Zach Wild and Randy Castillo. It's a signed magazine poster, $12.75. So right now I've got two signed Ozzy items, and I've got one I'm acquiring as we speak, and it should be authenticated sometime next year. But it's going to be a long time. It could be months. So Bob Marley, the most recent bid on this is a final call, and that was, man, at this point I'm kind of lost on it. Victor Guerra at $30. Quad is a unique mix, which is the 4 channels. Stereo means 2. This is mixed to play out of 4 speakers. Gabe, if you want in, let me know. I've got to sell it. It's at $60. It's up to you. I'm going to make sure you're done bidding. And then let's go ahead and show a double pack, CCR. Their first album and Bayou Country together in one. 2 albums in one. Shrink Wrap, $34.99. Grand Funk Real Lives for $19.99. And NXS, an OG pressing. NXS has the original on her sleeve, $29.99. So a quad press, you've got to kind of have a quad turntable, a quad cartridge, a quad amp, and quad speakers for it to get the full effect. But when you do have that setup, it's an amazing mix to hear. Some of the more desirable copies, are Pink Floyd album, stuff like that. There's a quad mix of Paranoid that sounds insane. So now you can play it on a stereo. You can play this on a stereo. It will sound great. You don't have to have a quad system. Shannon Mashake on NXS, thank you. I saw that Shannon was one of our veterans in the post. Thank you, Shannon. Active military, Shannon is. Thank you on that. And then Robbie Woods on Grand Funk. And Ozzy is Beckett witnessed. Yes, Beckett witnessed. It is good to go. Now, far as I always offer people, if you want a JSA letter, but it would be several months before we could ship it to you. So a lot of times people buy these from us. I'll be like, I've got to hold it indefinite amount of time. If you want a full JSA letter, it's good though. It's literally witnessed by Beckett. That's as good as gold. I mean, somebody from Beckett was sitting right next to Ozzy, and I've already had JSA look at it, and it's good. So, yeah. And I was messaging somebody just a moment ago. I have quite a couple people been trying to lock down some Ozzy autographs, and about every 5 they send me, 5 are fake. They're like, hey, I found somebody, this is on market. I was like, fake, 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 fake. It's so many fakes out there right now. On eBay, it's loaded. I've actually acquired a couple of guitars that are signed pick guards, but they're cut and they're glued, but they're really cool. They're cool display. I've got a few of those, but I don't have them out right now to sell them. First thing we have is Rainbow, Ronnie James Dio, Long Live Rock and Roll. Rainbow, $29.99. Yes, CDs tonight, sometime between 11 and midnight. Yep. Changes, David Bowie, Changes. This is $34.99, a Yugoslavian press. Boy, that's a mouthful. Yugoslavian press. David Bowie Changes. $29.99. John McPatriot on Rainbow. Empty mat. As far as a signed Ozzy item, I think an album jacket's the thing to have. Of course, if you do get a guitar signed on the body, that's very expensive, especially an electric guitar. I think the thing to have is a signed album jacket. That's just my professional and collector opinion. Bob Marley over here is officially sold to Victor Guerra for $30, and that means Herbie Hancock is sold for $60, and we're ready for all new auctions. Herbie Hancock is sold for $60 to Calvin Ward, and then over here we got the Best of Blondie, still has the hop sticker. Blondie's $54.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, nice. Stevie Nicks, $19.99, and the Police, this is Zenyatta Mandata. The Police, we just sold a Japanese pressing. There's a U.S. original, $24.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Boy, this is a cool one. This is Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Holy crap. Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Near mint minus and pristine. Holy crap. This is a $45 start. It has the book with it. There's Carrie Fisher. Here's the gatefold jacket. There is Mark Hamill. There's Harrison Ford. There's John Williams, a $45 start. Holy crap. And then already the CDs are doing later night Japanese. I'm going to start trying to show some of those right now. For example, I have 2 right here. These are $25 and $30. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms is $30. That's a Japanese CD. And then over here, we have 2016 Japan Dio, $30 start on that. So there's 2 Japanese CDs. Over here, next, we sold Rainbow, lots of people next. And then over here, this is new arrivals, EX Plus near minus stuff. John Mark today, best offer. Brett Michaels wig offered $15 for Stevie Nicks, a heck of a price, but I'm going to sell it to you. What was the Bowie start? David Bowie is in the bin, $34.99, Yugoslavian press. Star Wars 45, Star Wars 45, Star Wars 47. Genesis Abacab is $19.99. Genesis Abacab is $19.99. And Procol Harum, the best of Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale, $24.99. Let's grab another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is going to be the Velvet Underground Loaded. I hope y'all are ready for this one. This is amazing. It took me forever to find this, much less in high grade. A great album. It's the Velvet Underground. They're up there with being some of the most desirable records. A 1970 OG. It has the original company inner sleeve. It's a VG Plus copy. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. It has the original Cotillion inner sleeve. Velvet Underground Loaded, $75 start on that. OG VG Plus, okay? Over here, I'll do, so we had Bowie, an offer. Vladarchek, let's make that 28 and I'll go ahead and sell it to you. 28 and I'll sell it to you. And Velvet Underground already has a bid for 75. Next is Golden Earring, Northwest South. Golden Earring, $24.99. Joe DeGaldo gets Genesis for 15. Vladarchek gets David Bowie for 28. And then Velvet Underground's already at 75. Soft Sale, Nonstop Erotic Dancing. And this is $19.99. And this has Where Did Our Love Go? It doesn't have Tainted Love, though. $19.99 on that. And then let's do Hank Williams Jr., Montana Cafe, and this is $24.99. $24.99. We have we got Star Wars at 50, and we have Velvet Underground at 75. We have an offer on Ozzy for $1,200. And then we have Mega Blast on soft sale for 15. Sell that to Mega Blast. Let's also grab a couple singles over here. I have some kind of Beatles picture disc. It is I Want to Hold Your Hand and this boy. And I think this is official. It's a picture disc, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. I Want to Hold Your Hand and this boy. Very cool Parlophone. And I'm pretty sure this is official. Yeah. The Beatles is a $10 start, okay? So next thing we have is another offer on Stray Cats and Ozzy, okay? So let's see here. So Gregory, I think one of the cheapest ones I've ever sold was $13.50, and I did that after the fact in a private deal, and then we did some negotiating and had some terms and conditions. Okay, and so what I'll do for this one is I'll sell it to you for $13.50, and of course we usually bump these up and ship them. You know, insured and everything, and I'll do it for $13.50, and I'll blow the air horn, and I think the person watching I've sold literally the cheapest one to was that same price, and it's $13.50, 1350, and it's yours. Authenticated, it's ready to go. Witnessed, I love the witness signature. So over here, somebody said also, honest opinion, Ozzy solo album cover or Sabbath. I don't think it matters. I'd say there's less. I'd say there's less signed Sabbath covers in population. That's why they tend to sell for more. I mean, y'all got to think we sold that Sabbath Volume 4 for what, $2,400. We sold Paranoid for $22. I mean, we're selling some of the Sabbaths for a lot more, but I mean, I like the Ozzy signed solo cover, especially that album. That's one of my favorites. So value, I think, is in the, they're pretty equal, but as far as population, there's definitely less Sabbath covers, but they usually demand a lot more. I don't think there's many Sabbath covers I would sell for less than $1,500 signed right now. Next thing over here, we have Tom Petty, Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. That is the full album, has the original on her sleeve, $39.99. And Blow Is to Cool, On Your Feet or On Your Knees, $34.99 on that. Over here, Star Wars. So don't forget, Andy McLean has this beautiful Return of the Jedi for $50. Okay, this is a beautiful, pristine Japanese pressing of Return of the Jedi. $50 on that. And then the Beatles picture disc is at $20. And Velvet Underground just has one bid for $75. One bid for $75. That's a final call. Gregory, I'm going to go ahead and sell him Tom Petty for $30 to sweeten him up because he's about to say I'm going to take Ozzy. See, Gregory, I just took your $30 offer immediately on Tom Petty without even a counter to kind of sweeten you up because I know you're about to say I'll take Ozzy for $13. $13.50. Also, the Police Synchronicity, this is $24.99, black vinyl. And Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed, in shrink wrap, $34.99. There's a new bid on Velvet Underground for $76. The Beatles about to sell for $20, and Star Wars is about to sell for $50. And then over here we have Eurythmics, that's $19.99. Star Wars has a new bid for $55 with Tim Graham. This is Revenge. This has the booklet with it. It's a perfect copy. Revenge is $19.99. And CCR, another double pack, Pendulum and Cosmos Factory. That is in shrink, $34.99. And we have Bad Company with Hop Sticker, $24.99, Till the Day I Die. Bad Company. That has Burning Sky on it. The name of the album's Burning Sky. Rolling Stones Rewind is $34.99. And then Led Zeppelin Coda. Man, this crate has had so many great records in it. There's a lot going on. Hope everybody's really focused because this is insane. And there's a Laura crate on deck of straightly priced new metal. Bad Company is sold to Decong 52. And then we have Diesel, What's in the Tank. Diesel's $14.99, and Pink Floyd Relics, $39.99. Pink Floyd Relics, green Capitol label, $39.99. Led Zeppelin Coda, sold to Matt Nichols. Wow. All right, then over here, Mark Vise on LR, Lou Reed, Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. That crate is definitely worthy of another recap. We've almost sold 2/3 of it. Let's try to sell the last batch. Shannon Mashaka also on Pink Floyd, Velvet Underground 77, Fred Noop out. Andy McLean's out on Star Wars. Tim Graham, that 55 may do it. Let's go ahead and put the Beatles away. And this was sold for $20. And this was sold for $20 to James Chilcott. Thank you on that, James. James Chilcott picking up the Beatles picture disc for $20, okay? There's that. Now Velvet Underground, $80. Very quickly, Grand Funk, What's Funk, $19.99. April Wine, Animal Grace, Gold Stamp Promo, Original Under Sleeve, $19.99. J.D. Crowe in the New South, 1977, $34.99. Elvis Costello, $24.99. Led Zeppelin was $39.99, Matt Nichols. Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling, $19.99. Bob and Doug McKenzie, kind of surprised that hadn't been sold, $19.99. And the Pretenders, $24.99. Also, somebody said, Chad, when are you running Keith Whitley? Right now. I'm running Keith Whitley right now. And sorry I didn't answer you immediately. Hopefully you're still on the chat. Keith Whitley, Don't Close Your Eyes. So this is a 1988 USOG. And there's two different versions. There's an abridged track listing, which is this one. They omitted 3 songs, Lucky Dog, With These Arms Be in Your Way, and A Day in the Life of a Fool. This is OG Keith Whitley, Don't Close Your Eyes, a $75 start. That's now what forbid. Over here, Jedi, Return of the Jedi, sold for $55 to Tim Graham. Thank you on that. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Awesome Star Wars soundtrack. I promised somebody I'd run the Kia Spirit of 76 poster at 8 o'clock. And I don't have a lot of information about it, but we're going to lay it up here and we're going to get it sold to somebody. Velvet Underground, Gabe's out. Thank you for letting me know. Fred Noop has that for $80. Keith Whitley, a $75 start. And Dire Straits, Love Over Gold. Dire Straits, $29.99. CCR, there's the first double pack. And then here is the other double pack. So 68, 69, and then they put out two albums in 1970. So that's 4 CCR albums total there, 34 and 34. 34 and 34. Next thing over here is the Best of Blondie, $54.99. The Police and Yada Mandata, $24.99. Also, the Best of Procol Harum and Shrink, $24.99. Golden Earring was $24.99. Hank Williams Jr., that's Montana Cafe. And BOC, On Your Feet, On Your Knees. That was $34. Hank was $24. And then we have the Police Synchronicity, $24.99. Also, Matt Nichols needs to put back Coda, so it's still available if anybody wants it for $39. The Eurythmics is $19. Also, the Rolling Stones Rewind is $34, and Diesel, What's in the Tank, $14.99. Man, there's some nice records in there. Over here, Velvet Underground is sold for $80 to Fred Noop. That's sold to Fred Noop for $80. Thank you on that. Fred Noop on that at $80, and then Keith Whitley. Somebody said, Keith Whitley, I want, okay? Then I need you to put KW75. He just did. Thank you, and now you have a bid in, and now that's going once, going twice to you. Let's go to Top Cam right quick. Keith Whitley is at 75 of Jason Waltman. That is available. Ozzy has the disc, does it? Yes, this one has a disc. Oh, it's JS8 too. My bad. This is JS8 as well, just no letter. Man, I've sold so many of these, I forgot. So this is JS8, and this is obviously before he died. So right after he died, they started upgrading where albums required a letter. Albums require a full letter. So this was a JSA authenticated and Beckett witness. There you go. That should really seal the deal. It has the disc. It is good to go. So yeah, it's double authenticated. It is double authenticated. And the only other Aussie, since he's buying that one, it looks like, here's the only other item I have. It is $12.75. It's signed by Ozzy, Randy Wild, and Randy Castillo. And that's available if anybody wants it. It's $1,275. This is sold for $1,350 to Gregory Roberts. $1,350 sold to Gregory Roberts. That is no longer available. Goodbye, Ozzy. He's flying high again. And we have our first air horn of the week. Thank you, Gregory. Congratulations. And let's blow the air horn for Gregory. That is sold. And let's blow the air horn. Hope everybody's adjusted their volume. It's been a while. I hadn't brought out the air horn in like 5 nights. Awesome. Well, I'm back down to 0 signed Ozzy albums, and I'm back down to I have just that one right back there. Which, if you think about it, if you put that in a frame and maybe put some kind of display around it, it would look pretty dang cool. Plus, it's signed by Zach Wild and Randy Castillo. So I'm going to lay this on the table. Whoever's watching, we're going to lay that over here somewhere safe. And there's the other Aussie, $12.75 on that, okay? So that's available, and it's just JSA carded. So they have different parameters on what they require letters. So if something, sometimes not every artist requires a letter on every item. So like an Aussie cut, you can still just get cert or a photo, but like an album jacket, they required a full letter now, which is like a $100 thing. All right, so let's go back to the top and let's see what happened. We had Depeche Mode put back, no problem. It's still, or we had a Coda put back, no problem. Eurythmics is sold to Joe Salamo for $15. Keith Whitley, $75. Keith Whitley, $80. Brian Barry gets the Police Synchronicity. Ozzy is sold to Gregory, $13.50. When will the David Allen Coe go up? Right now, Keith Whitley, $77. Keith Whitley, $85. Okay, and then we have a gap in the wall. That's killing some people's OCD. Okay, my wife taught me into it. Great. Great. Thank you, Gregory Roberts' wife. She's probably like, you need that. That's a great wife right there. We have the Beatles Beat. This is German Flag Series. A 1978 Japan compilation with Obi. The Beatles Beat. German Flag Series, number 33. A $20 start. $20 start. Well, possibly a blues night. If we get enough blues in. So about a year ago, if you could rewind 1 year ago, we had an insane blues collection we were going through. I mean, it was an insane blues collection. That was rare, and it doesn't come through too often. Oh, man. Holy moly, folks, this is rare. Oh, my gosh. I get asked about this album a lot. When people talk about this album, it is rare. This is a tough one to get. This is David Allen Coe, the Underground album. The only time ever on vinyl. It's not unofficial, but it's banned from Discogs, okay? So this was kind of, from what I understand, only sold at his concerts. It's called the Underground album. It's a very... It is a banned album, okay? And I can't read the track listing. It is... It's a banned album on Discogs. It is only sold at, yeah, here we go. Thank you, Laura. Only sold at his concerts or by mail order. Never sold in stores. This is a rare album. David Allen Coe. Some of these have sold for as much as $500. I bet this one's going to sell for $500 or more. It is nice and shrink. Now, Paul made a great point when me and him were talking about it yesterday. These usually look like they've just been thrown on the floor and stepped on. I mean, they're just always trashed. I don't know why. And there couldn't be too many of these made. They were only sold at his concerts or through like a mail order on the back. So literally you would have had to mail him or somebody in his camp, and then he would have mailed you a copy. So this is a $350 start, an 82 USOG, only time ever on vinyl, unofficial but banned on Discogs. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on this David Allen Coe Underground album. EX++, Near Mint Minus, it is now up for bid, okay? $35, or excuse me, $350 start on David Allen Coe. That is now up for bid. Over here, Keith Whitley's at 95, Keith Whitley's at 96, and Keith Whitley's at 100. The Beatles was a $20 start. We got bids for 20 and Beatles for 22. I got a lot of requests. We're going to get to them in just a second. David Allen Coe is a $350 start. $350 start. 350 decimal. 350 decimal. And then over here, I think there was one more claim out of here. There was, I think, one more claim out of here. We sold the Eurythmics for 15. We sold the Police Synchronicity. Was there anything else in this bin? Was there anything else in this bin? I don't think so, but we're going to keep rolling, okay? All right. David Allen Coe is a $350 start. $350 start. $350 start. Keith Whitley is at 100 with Chuck Edgar. David Allen Coe is a $350 start, and the Beatles is with Ted Keaton at $22. Ted Keaton at $22, okay? $22 on that one. Let's find something to fill the gap back there. And how about we put doo-doo-doo. Da-da-da-da, ding-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da, way, even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterfly. Oh, he don't know. Changes him away. Okay. Black Sabbath Paranoid, $29.99. What did Herbie Hancock sell for? What did Herbie Hancock sell for? $60. The Beatles at 25. The last bid on Keith Whitley was Chuck Edgar at $100. Jason, you're out. Let me know if you want to bid more. David Allen Coe is a $350 start, the Underground album. $350 start. All right, let's go through this crate over here and see what we have. Oh my gosh, Laura has done it. She has marked a crate. I hope everybody's got their knuckles cracked. Let's go through this one. This is going to be pretty insane. How about we go through one more John crate right quick? This one, I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to go through this crate that I'm about to show. Where's John's check condition crate at? Hold on one second. We got to keep it balanced too. There is so much crazy stuff tonight over here in the crates. I'm talking about the Laura crate and the John crates over here. I'm flipping through a John crate. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like some of the best essentials here. Just amazing. Just holy crap kind of stuff. All right, let's go through this one very quickly. Plus, I can go through this one probably twice the speed. So let's do this one, all right? All right, so here we go. I want to make sure nobody wants to bid on David Allen Coe. I was expecting this to bring around $500. It's at $350 with no bids. Going once, going twice. $350 start. One just sold for, somebody said $450 on eBay. And this one is near mint and shrink wrap. This one's near mint and shrink wrap. This one's near mint and shrink wrap. $350. May be the best deal on the web right now. Final call. The Beatles. The last bid on the Beatles was Kristen Starrett at $25, and now Keith Whitley's at $101 with Jason Waltman, and then Jason said out. I don't think you're out. You have the high bid for $101 right now. $101. David Allen Coe is near mint minus in shrink wrap. EX++ / near mint minus. This is extraordinarily difficult to find in this condition. Okay? Chuck Edgar bet 105 on Keith Whitley. Now I think Jason Waltman's done. That 105 didn't pop up originally on my screen. Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Prevention, $34.99. Willie Nelson, the Troublemaker. Willie Nelson's $19.99. Willie Nelson, the Troublemaker. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. Waylon's $24.99. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. Black RCA label, early 80s press, $34.99. Jimmy McCracklin, $34.99. And then Jamma Rico, a UK press, $74.99. What is this? Rico? Jamma Rico, UK, $74.99. Lou Reed Rock and Roll Heart, $29.99. And Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight, $19.99. All right, so over here we have Kristen Starr at $25. And that is on the Beatles. And Keith Whitley has sold a Chuck Yeager for $105. And David Allan Coe is a $350 buy it now. Wow, I think that's the cheapest one I've ever sold if somebody grabs it right now. What's left in the auction bin? Tony Rice, the Plimsolls, Huey Lewis, Def Leppard, Bob Dylan, The Clash, The Runaways, Talking Heads, Willie Nelson, Smashing Pumpkins, R.E.M., Black Flag, The Cult, Pet Shop Boys, Shuggy Otis, Tom Petty, Clint Black, Hank Williams Jr., NXS, George Michael, John Lee Hooker, Norman Tanega, The Warriors, Lou Reed, Angels and Airwaves, Cinderella, Tracy Chapman, Prong, Townes Van Zandt, Depeche Mode, Weird Al Yankovic, Roger Waters, John Prine, and here's our next two auctions. This is Weird Al Yankovic. This is a 1983 USOG sealed $50 star, Weird Al Yankovic, and then John Prine, Common Sense, a 1975 U.S. Monarch original, VG Plus, $15 start, and then coming out of the Japanese bin, which is totally unadvertised, nobody knows any of these are coming, is Echo and the Bunnymen. This is Songs to Learn and Sing, a Japanese press, near minus and pristine for a $45 start. It has an insert, it has another insert, Echo and the Bunnymen, Japanese press, is a $45 start. So we saw Keith Whitley, 105. Danny got Danny got Waylon for 20. Marshall Bassett got David Bowie. Is Sabbath a first press? This back here, far from it. This is a 2012 remaster, new and sealed, $29.99. David Allan Coe, $275. That is respectively a very hard pass. I'm probably not going to reduce David Allan Coe at all. $350. Tracy Chapman, Kristen Starr, I'll get that going. Def Leppard, Tony Rice, Def Leppard. Weird Al, $75. We got a request for Cinderella, and Weird Al, $50. So Weird Al's at $75. John Prine's at $15. Echo, $45. Soundtrack recording from the film Jimi Hendrix, $34.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, $34.99. So if I just said, all right, let's mark this and put it in the bin, I would have marked it $499.99 and said it's $500 or best offer. That's what I would have marked it. So we put it up for auction thinking it would sell for that and then some. So I'm thinking $500 or best offer. Right now it can be bought for $350. Next is Echo 45, and then we have the B52s, $34.99. So a lot of times starting bids is what I'm thinking. This is the minimum. It should be, and then go up from there. And then if I had to straight price it, they would obviously be a lot more than what the minimum bids are for sure. John Lennon Imagine is $26.99. This is on the Purple Kappa label. That's a very good press of that. $26.99. And then Neil Young Live Rust. Neil Young is $44.99. Peter Gabriel is $34.99. And Eagles Hotel California. These are really nice records. Holy crap. $34.99 on the Eagles, and Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $34.99. The Complete Silver Beatles, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Complete Silver Beatles, $19.99 on that. And Grand Funk Railroad On Time. Grand Funk is $24.99. Green Kappa label, $24.99. Nick Bargeron, it's all up to you on Weird Al. Weird Al has a high bid of $75. We're about to sell it. John Prine's about to sell for $15. And Echo has one bid with Jason, $45, and we're about to sell that. James Bullock on the Eagles, that's sold to James Bullock. Next thing over here is Alice Cooper, Raise Your Fist and Yell. Alice Cooper is $29.99, and this is Rainbow Down to Earth, a German press, $34.99. A German press, $34.99. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos, $27.99 on Cheech and Chong. And Badfinger, straight up. Wow, a beautiful German press. That is remarkable. $39.99 on that. Sarah Weiberdink on Alice Cooper. That is sold. Kansas Mask is $19.99. And we have the car, Shake It Up, $29.99. I can't stress on how nice some of these discs in here look. That is $29.99. And then the Birds, To Everything, Turn Turn. That is an original Columbia 2i, $39.99 on that. And Cheap Trick in color, $19.99. And then Boston, this is an original Holland press, $34.99. Or I should say it's a Holland press. I don't know about being OG with that label, but it's super nice. Next thing is Scott Smith on Bad, and that's Badfinger. Great decision there. And all these sold and gone. Echo is sold to Jason Fornerat for $45. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. That's sold to you. John Prine, one bid, $15. That's sold. And let me figure out who had that for $15. Just one bid on John Prine. Common sense for $15. Let's go ahead and sell this for $15. And that's sold to Kevin LeBady. And Weird Al Yankovic is sold for $75 to the Vladarcheks. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Tracy Chapman, self-titled, an 88 U.S. Specialty OG with the original on her sleeve. We've got a fast car, $55 start on that. And then our next auction over here is Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, another outlaw, 1974 U.S. Monarch, an original press. It's got a little bit of a scribble right there, an old catalog label, $35 start for Willie. That's up for bid. Triumph, just a game. Triumph is $19.99, and UFO, Making Contact. UFO is $29.99. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere you can see it? Here is another Japanese pressing, one of my favorite albums. Fantastic stuff here. A $35 start for Elton John's Madman Across the Water. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's that. There is the insert, and this has the booklet with it with lyrics. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer, $35 start on that. Also over here is this, D-Kong 52 on Triumph. That is sold to D-Kong 52. That is sold. Also, Fleetwood Mac Live, Gold Stamp Promo, $34.99. And then Journey Capture, double LP with poster, Journey, $39.99. Rainbow, $25, John McPatriot. And let me go back to that, $25. Let's make that $28, and I'll sell it to you. It's a very nice German press. Elton already has bids for $35.35. Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends, $34.99. That's a really nice copy. And now we have Tracy Chapman. So let's start over here. Tracy Chapman is OG. We're looking for a $55 start. There's no bids yet. Willie Nelson does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. And then Elton John, the high bid is $35, $35, $37, $37. The first person who bid $37 was Joe DeGaldo. Okay? And then over here, UFO. Danny put UFO question mark, $29.99. If you don't want it, Scott Smith does. John McPatriot gets Fleetwood Mac. John McPatriot gets Rainbow for $28. Now Elton John is at $35. It was already at $37, and then now Elton's at $40. Night Ranger is $26.99. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? $34.99, a 2014 press. Also over here, we have Genesis Invisible Touch, $19.99, and Thin Lizzy Renegade. The crate of metal stuff is coming up next. Thin Lizzy's $34.99. Tracy Chapman is original. I don't think I've sold many of these less than $100. This is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG, near mint with the original on her sleeve. It is at $55. It's real. It's OG. Willie Nelson's a buy it now for $35. Phases and Stages, no bid. That's a great price on that. And then UFO is pending to Danny or Scott Smith, okay? Tracy now has a bid for $55, and Elton's at $41. Let's go back over here, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We sold Rainbow for $28, Elton. And then Josh Brown on Genesis, Invisible Touch. That sold. And then over here, Marillion Fugazi. Marillion is $39.99. Nick Bargeron on Willie for $35. And then we have Sammy Hagar for $24.99. Street Machine. And, oh man, Rush, Moving Pictures. This is original. Bob Lugwood Mastering. RL and the Dead Wax. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, $34.99. This is another John crate of newly priced EX Plus or better records. There is so much still left. I went through that one a lot faster. The last one we sold almost 2/3 of it. I think I went through kind of each one and kind of showed you as much as I could about it. But right now, We have UFO Making Contact. That is so to Danny Thomason. UFO Making Contact, $29.99. This was a best offer crate. Honestly, it's pretty sick what's still left in here in a good way, meaning like I could puke in a good way. I don't know if y'all have ever puked and it's like a good puke. Okay, I'm about to puke in a good way. There's so much good stuff left in here. Let's see what else we can put up in the 45 department. We got Paul McCartney, Listen to What the Man Said, and Ebony and Ivory with Stevie Wonder. Ebony and then one of my favorites, Listen to What the Man Said. 2 Paul McCartney picture sleeves, a $10 start, okay? First thing that's in here is this. Tracy Chapman has a new bid for $60. Elton John, one of my favorite albums here. Leave On, Tiny Dancer. I think all of y'all know these. You got to listen to Indian Sunset. Holiday Inn, amazing. Rotten Peaches, All the Nasties. That is an amazing album, a Japanese press. And right now, the bid is at $48. The 2 Paul McCartney singles, a $10 start. And then we have Elton John 48 out on Elton. And then we got an offer on Tom Petty. I will do the Tom Petty in here. It's such a nice copy, Brian, for $28. It's really nice. What label's Night Ranger, Boardwalk, or MCA? I'm going to guess MCA. Let's go find that, though. You're talking about Night Ranger. That was right here near the end. Dawn Patrol. Brent Walter. This is MCA. This is Boardwalk. This is Boardwalk Entertainment. Super clean. Does have a little of edge wear. VG cover. Near mint minus EX++ vinyl. $26.99. Next over here is Tracy Chapman 60. James Chilcott off for $29 for Rush. Say that to James for $29. The 45's 10. The 45's 10. Tracy 68. Brian Berry on Petty for $28, and Matt Nichols, I will, let's see, Sammy Hagar is Street Machine, $24.99, Nick Bargeron, and then Jimi Hendrix is a 2014 press, 180 gram, $34.99 on that. All right, so quick rundown. I'm about to introduce another album. The last bid on Tracy Chapman was $65. The last bid on Elton was $48 with David Dole, and Paul McCartney's is at $15. So we got Night Ranger pending, we got Sammy Hagar pending, and we got Jimi Hendrix, and these are all best offer. Quick recap. Frank Zappa, $34.99. This is going to be quick. Willie Nelson's $19.99. The Troublemaker. Jimmy McCracklin was $34. We have Jama Rico for $74. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Heart. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight was $19.99. Jimi Hendrix soundtracks from the film. Another Jimi Hendrix double LP, $34.99. Rush is still available. Farewell to Kings, $34.99. Amazing album here. Xanadu, it's Closer to the Heart. Cinderella Man, Farewell to Kings, of course, $34.99. The B-52s, $34. John Lennon Imagine, Purple Capitol label. Neil Young Live Rust. Peter Gabriel, The Melt album, The Complete Silver Beatles, Grand Funk On Time. Now, I was very impressed at the condition of this jacket. This is one of these albums that is notorious for being heavy ring wear. $24.99, okay? Time to sell some, at least Elton John here. David Dole, thank you on that, $48. Are we done on Tracy? It's a final call to Jason Fornerat said out. Jason, I'm showing you at $65 unless somebody outbids you. You're at $65 on Tracy Chapman, actually. So it's up to Mark Weiss. Mark, if you want to bid, let me know right now. Otherwise, I got to go ahead and sell that. We have an insane amount of stuff to get through tonight. Pretty crazy. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. If you need a price, let me know. We got Kansas, The Cars, Shake It Up, and then The Birds, Cheap Trick, Boston, Fleetwood Mac, Journey, Joe Cocker, Thin Lizzy, and Marillion Fugazi. Wow. The Complete Silver Beatles, that was right back here. The Silver Beatles, that was right here. It's in shrink, 19, 3 Cool Cats, No Lump September. This is the Decca Auditions. This is the Decca Auditions. That's exactly what this is. This was New Year's Day, 1962. John, Paul, and George, and Pete Best, they auditioned New Year's Day, 1962 at Decca Studios, and they were turned down a recording contract. They were turned down a recording contract. They said, guys, y'all are not really that talented. This is not what we're looking for. Matt Nichols on Jimi Hendrix for $25. That is so to Matt Nichols. Probably one of the worst decisions in corporate America world history. saying, nah, we don't think y'all are all that good. We have a good chance. We have a good idea that y'all are never going to make it in the music business. All right, here we go. Let's move right along. The two Paul McCartneys are sold to Kathy for $17. And now Tracy Chapman's getting you bid. Now Jason Fortnerack, Kristen Start has outbid you at $69. Okay, let's get some of these other auctions requested. Holy, I mean, there is just so many over here. Let's go ahead and put up NXS Kick. NXS Kick is an 87 US OG specialty. This is a $35 start. NXS Kick, an 87 US specialty OG with the original sleeve. It's EX, it's nice. A $35 start on that, okay? And then over here, Danny wants to pass on the UFO. The next person in line on UFO was Scott Smith. Give this to Scott Smith instead of Danny Thomason, okay? Give this to Scott Smith instead of Danny Thomason. All right, this is mostly metal, I think. I mean, I've kind of just breezed through it. It is a lower crate. I hope you're all ready. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. The Fleetwood Mac was Fleetwood Mac Live. Double LP. Fleetwood Mac Live, a double LP, $34.99. I'll get it out in 1 second. But first, let me go ahead and show this right here. This is going to go up for a $115 start. This is Ozzy Ultimate Sin. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, with insert, beautiful copy, $115 start, Ozzy Ultimate Sin. NXS has a bid for $35, and we're about to sell Tracy Chapman. We have Fallujah Zenithaf. Fallujah is sealed, $24.99, red and black swirl. That is death metal, $24.99. Over here we have $19.99 for Hypnosia, Horror of Infernal. That is thrash death metal, yellow vinyl, $19.99. And Death, individual thought patterns. Death is $24.99. Let me condense those last couple crates. So let me get this blue crate and move all this over. And the Fleetwood Mac was right here. It's actually a gold stamp promo. Fleetwood Mac Live, $34.99. So up for bid is a Japanese pressing of Ozzy's Ultimate Sin. Near mint minus, that album is not in print, nor has it ever been reissued. And right now is your chance to own one. And there's Fleetwood Mac, gold stamp promo. Now, y'all know the deal on these metal albums. Buy now, if not, cry later. Tracy Chapman is sold for $69 to Kristen Start. Final call on NXS for $35. And Ozzy is from the Japanese crate, $115 start on that. Next thing is going to go up right now. Cinderella, still climbing. Oh boy. Cinderella is a 1994 USOG limited edition clear vinyl. A top copy. OG, top copy. I used to say never in print, but actually Music on Vinyl reissued it. This is the real OG with hop sticker, $95 start on that. Danny Thomason on Hypnosia. These are sticker price, no more, no less. They should probably be sticker price plus 25%. But I'll cut you a break, Danny, and I'll just charge you sticker price, okay? They should be sticker price plus 25%. Sticker price plus 25%, but we'll just keep them sticker price, okay? I'll cut you a deal. This is Scrum Ripper, black metal, death metal, purple and black splatter, $17.99 on that. This is Kitty, Until the End. Kitty is sealed, $24.99, a 2023 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,500 on silver vinyl. New metal, heavy metal, $24.99 on that. And we have Necro, Necrot, or Necrot, I believe. Death metal, purple vinyl, $22.99. K for Kitty, sold to Mark Stanley, 72. And then we have Melanie Martinez, Portals. Not everything in here is metal. This is on bloodshot colored vinyl, $29.99. Ozzy's $115 start. NXS, wow, just one bid, $35, sold to Sarah Wyberdink. This is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $35. Thank you, Sarah, on that. And then over here, we have Ozzy, final call for $115. Cinderella's up for a $95 start. And let's go ahead, $95 start on Cinderella, top copy. That one does not come through to here very often. Let's balance out all this hard rock and metal with a little bit of bluegrass. Legendary bluegrass guitars, Tony Rice, Church Street Blues. This is an 83 USOG VG++/EX, and Tony Rice is a $35 start. Next over here is this. This is Fathom on Crust Pink. On Crust and, excuse me, I thought that was the colors for a second. Crust Punk / Thrash, $14.99. And then we have Corner, No More Color. Corner is a 2018 heavy metal thrash album, sealed for $24.99. Next is Joe Delgado on OHM, and that was for something maybe. And then over here we have Timeout. Okay, so Mark Stanley got Kitty, William Warner second. Dave Soretna says, I already have that Cinderella. What was the starting bid on Cinderella? $95. It got a bid for $95. Did I get Tracy Chapman? Yes, you did. Joe put OHM. I got to figure out what that was. I don't think that's a claim out of here. But if it is, let me know, Joe. Mark Fallon says marquee time. You've already missed a couple. Hessen put C for Corner, and then that's so to Hessen session. Bradley Smith was next, then Ivan R. And then Cinderella 105, and then Danny next on C for Corner, okay? And then over here, we have Gruesome, Silent Echoes. Gruesome is death metal, $19.99 on that. Tony Rice has a bid for $35 with Scott Smith, an 83 USOG Church Street Blues. Now Cinderella is at $115. Does Original Sin have the Obi strip? No. Is it a promo version or normal version? No Obi, normal. I'm about to make it a bot now. Actually, I was about to if you hadn't have asked the question, but that's okay. Final call for $115. No Obi, normal version, $115. Next over here is Eternal Champion. This is a Ravaging Iron. Excuse the nudity on that one. Good gracious. 2020 Grease OG. That is $49.99. $49.99. Now, Kristen Stark put 40. I don't know what that's for. Always make sure if you're bidding, you put what you're bidding on. So this is Silence of what? $19.99. This is Circle of Silence, spelt with an S. That is heavy metal, hard rock, $19.99, and he's bidding on Tony Rice. So Scott Smith, you've been outbid. Eternal Champion is so to John Mintzmoyer, and then over here we have Cinderella. The last bid was Travis Woods at $115. Cindy Yarborough, you've been outbid on Cinderella, and speaking of $115, that's a buy now for Ozzy. Ozzy Ultimate Sin, Japanese press, near mint minus, $115 buy it now. And honestly, we've sold the complete Obi copies with sticker sheet in shrink for like 200 plus before. So this is going to get grabbed, and boom, there it is. Jason Fornerat, $115. Cinderella's a final call, also for $115. Scott Smith, you've been outbid on Tony Rice. Danny on Circle of Silence. That is sold, and then Tony Rice, $45. Next is Angel Dust. This is thrash speed metal, $22.99. And we have Vampire with Primeval Force. This is death metal thrash, $22.99. Wow, this stuff is insane. I would have probably never ordered this stuff if we don't get it in collections, because if I do order this stuff, y'all know these prices, new and sealed, they would be $10, $12, and sometimes $15 more. So even on metal nights, when I try to order new metal, I can get this kind of stuff sometimes, but these prices for these records, not only is this stuff I would never think about ordering or know what to order, but most of the stuff, you can consider it like on sale compared to new retail prices. Pretty incredible, and that's why a lot of this stuff gets obliterated. Lower comp sees very fairly from Discogs, and if we had to order, a lot of this stuff is maybe in print, but instead of $22.99, it would be like $38.99. And, you know, that's why it gets grabbed out of here so quickly. This is the Police Regatta de Blanc. This has the insert. Another Japanese Police. We already sold one earlier. Message in a Bottle. Great song. $35 start. Kristen Starr, it's all up to you on Tony Rice. It's at $45. Next over here with the Motley Crue crew. Yeah, the box set. The box set is due in this week. Yeah. I don't know about the LP, but the box set is about to ship to me. John Mintzmoyer on Vampire, and Angel Dust sold to Danny Thomas, and those are all sold. And now Cinderella is sold for $115. $115 to Travis Woods. Thank you on that. Tony Rice is on its last lap, and there's the Police. Next thing I have over here is, let's do something else from the high-end tab. And the next one over here is going to be Depeche Mode. Oh boy, Never Let Me Down Again. Music for the Masses. This is sweet. It is Near Mint Minus in shrink wrap. OG US pressing Depeche Mode. A $55 start. Music for the masses. Let's go to the top cam right quick and take a look at what's going on. All right, so we got 3 auctions. We got an OG Tony Rice. And Mr. OG Tony Rice, he's a legendary bluegrass guitarist. Amazing stuff to listen to. That's on its last lap. We are about to sell it to Scott Smith for $45. I got to make sure Kristen Start is done. In the middle is the Police, 35 and now 37. And y'all just heard me introduce the Depeche Mode. We're also right in the middle, probably one-third way through a insanely straight price metal crate. I'm also mixing in a few Beatles 45s. I've got just a handful left. You probably can see them right over there. And there's only one no bid tonight. A very rare record, David Allan Coe Underground album, $350. You can buy it right now for $350. Okay? $350. Very, very firm on that price. It's in shrink, near mint minus, and pristine. David, you got Zenyatta Mandata earlier. You got Zenyatta Mandata. We are only a portion through tonight's advertised auctions, and we have a whole crate of Japanese over here. John also got a whole 2 more boxes of 45s, plus the 2 from last night we only barely started with. When things settle down a little bit later, we're going to be going through those. Laura is marking another crate of metal, and there's 3 more John crates over here like the other 2 we've went through. I hope everybody's caffeined up. It's going to be a busy night. Caffeined up. Caffeined up. This is Juice WRLD, not metal. This is a hip-hop record. Juice WRLD is $14.99. Also, we have The Used, $32.99. Fun fact, while the Osbourne family's reality show was being filmed, Kelly Osbourne dated the band's lead singer, Burt McCracken, for about 1 season of The Osbournes. Limited to 5,000, post-hardcore, $32.99. Wow. Imagine you're dating a girl and she takes you over to her parents' house and her dad is Ozzy Osbourne. That would be something. That would be wild. I'd be like, can I get your autograph on like 100 album jackets? We have Haunt, not Hawk, Haunt, Golden Arm, heavy metal, tricolor. Haunt is $22.99, and A Day to Remember. A Day to Remember is sealed, $29.99. Pop, punk, metalcore, yellow and milky clear, $29.99. Okay, Tony Rice, I lost Kristen Start. That's okay. We'll go ahead and sell this to Scott Smith. Thank you, sir, $45. Scott is a veteran. Anybody that's a veteran, make sure you've sent us a picture of you in uniform or some kind of proof you served. Free shipping on this week's orders in honor of tonight's Veterans Day. We'll call it Veterans Week, okay? Y'all need a whole week. Y'all really need a whole month of celebration. But free shipping if you're a veteran. Thank you for all that served. Make sure y'all have done that, okay? If you haven't heard about this promotion yet, it's active, and you can do it all week. I'll be announcing it a couple other times. Not just tonight, because we're going to do it for shipping, free shipping all week. A Day to Remember is sold to Mark Stanley. Haunt is sold to Matt Nichols. And then Ivan R. next on Haunt. Danny next on Haunt. And Sarah next on A Day to Remember. The last bid on the Police was $40. Troy Overmeyer, you're out. He says he's done. And wow, Depeche Mode, I think, just has 1 bid for $55 with Jason Fortnerat. A final call for Music for the Masses. It's near mint, OG and shrink, just 1 bid for $55. How about I slip in something pretty crazy as a surprise? This is not coming from the Japanese. This is not coming from the advertised auctions. It's coming from the bonus crate. It's a sealed 1987 club copy of Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. It looks like you could use a dusting or something. It's kind of dusty, but it is a sealed copy that needs a dusting, an 87 club copy. It's never been opened. This would be a good one, honestly, to either A, clean up, or B, just open it up and tear off the shrink wrap and have a beautiful 87 OG Guns N' Roses. That is a $75 start. $75 start on that. Okay, $75 start. Next thing over here is, what is the color of the vinyl on the Used album? The Used album is on I'm going to say red and clear splatter, $32.99. And then over here, it is Depeche Mode 56, Mark Weiss on Juice WRLD, Veterans Month. That's all. I've never really heard that before, Veterans Month, but I like that. We should be saying that more often, Veterans Month. Over here, we got Messiah, Rotten Parish. Messiah is death metal, 1999. And Fear Not, what your country can do for you, that is not even the same thing. What am I doing? Hard Rock, $9.99. Ask Not, this is Fear Not, $9.99. And we have Crowbar, Time Heals Nothing. Crowbar is Doom Sludge Metal, 2025 reissue, sealed, $39.99. Okay, The Police is sold to David Johnson for $40. He picks up 2 Police albums. That is sold to David Johnson for $40. He gets 2 Police albums. That is sold to David Johnson over here. And we're going to do Depeche Mode. It's now at 56, now 60, 61, now 80. And Guns N' Roses is sealed. So it's a sealed club. It obviously needs a dusting or something. I wish whoever, you know who got this tag, don't you? Seth. And he didn't take the time to like knock off this like dust or whatever that's on this. Can you believe Seth? Seth, I hate to do this to you, buddy. I know you got a family, but y'all know what's coming. Seth, you're fired. I hope he heard that. All the way wherever he's at right now, probably eating cake and playing video games. Seth, you're fired. Just like that, he's gone. Next thing is Depeche Mode is at $80. Danny Thomason on M, and M was for Messiah. And then Hess and Session on CB for Crowbar. And then Danny Thomason on Fear Not. I don't know, every time I read that, I can hear JFK in my head. Ask Not. Danny Thomason got Fear Not. Ken Granger next on Crowbar. James next on Fear Not. James Davison next on Crowbar. Danny next on Crowbar. Nick Orlando next on Messiah. And we have Depeche Mode. A final call for $80. Guns N' Roses is a $75 start. And we're going to put up another auction, and that is the Colt. The Colt Electric is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG. This has the original on her sleeve, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Let's redo those last couple of LPs, okay? Let's redo these last couple of LPs. All right. First on Messiah was Danny Thomason. Mike Straw said, I had Messiah. Mike, I don't have you down for Messiah. The first person on my feed for Messiah is Danny Thomason. M for Messiah. He was first. You either got restream killed or something happened. It didn't come through. Danny's first on my feed on Messiah. Hess and Session got Crowbar. Hess and Session next on CB for Crowbar. And then Danny Thomason first on Fear Not. And then a lot of people were next. Ken Granger next on Crowbar. James Chilcott next on Fear Not. James Davison next on Crowbar. Danny next on Crowbar. Nick Orlando next on Messiah. And then over here, Guns N' Roses at 75 and then another 75. That is a sealed club copy. And the Colt is a $35 start. Next thing is Aborted Death Metal. It's on purple and black split. Aborted, $14.99. And what a wild cover this is. Who is this? Seal, $24.99. This is Tankard, Thirst. Tankard is $24.99. I think Dwayne Caldwell had Fear Not. Okay, let me try to redo that again. Dwayne Caldwell. Dwayne Caldwell. I'll go back over those again, but I'll show y'all where those feed the word that starts. It starts right here. Okay, there's the Haunts, and then there's A Day to Remembers. And then that little next batch, there's Juice WRLD. It starts with M with Danny. Now, there could have been a glitch or something, but it definitely started M with Danny, and then Fear Not with Dwayne Caldwell. Is that not what I said? Dwayne Caldwell got Fear Not. If that's not what I said, then that's not right. Dwayne Caldwell got Fear Not. Okay? Fear Not went to Dwayne Caldwell. Danny got M from Messiah, and Crowbar was sold to Hess and Session. Boy, I told y'all, that's why I said earlier, I got to crack my knuckles and get focused for Laura crate. I got to get focused for the metal crate. One more time. Messiah Danny, Dwayne Caldwell, Fear Not, and Crowbar to Hessen session. Man, I told y'all, this could get very busy. Very, very busy here, okay? And then over here, Ivan R. on Tankard, Danny Thomason next, Richard Davis third, and then Danny had Fear Not. No, Dwayne definitely did, okay? And then we're going to pause right there, okay? So first thing we're going to do is sell Depeche Mode for $80, and Depeche Mode is sold for $80 to Jason Fortenrat, okay? Let me put that away. The next thing over here is GNR. This is Guns N' Roses, no hop stickers. A lot of times club copies didn't use hop stickers because they were not sold in stores. So no hop stickers, it's sealed. And the last bid was MT Matt at 75. Jason, you actually tied him, so you're out. And nobody has been on the Colt Electric. The Colt Electric is an 87 specialty retail copy. It's a gatefold jacket with inner sleeve, no bid. We're looking for a $35 start over there, okay? $35 start over there. Those last three records plus Tankard we have got figured out. No more debate. They're settled. So there's two things, okay? Just a quick reminder, just so everybody knows. My phone should match up exactly to this screen. This is what I'm going by. Now, it should mirror exactly. So y'all see that? It should mirror exactly over here. Sometimes there's a glitch and the screen is sometimes like 1% different out of 99 out of 100. 99 out of 100 attempts I match it, it's going to match up perfectly. Okay? So this is what I'm looking by. If you see me over here scrolling on my phone, it matches up exactly. And everybody sees this. This is no debate. Everybody sees this exactly. My phone sometimes could glitch and miss somebody. But this is pretty accurate, and that's what I go by. So it could look different on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, but I'm looking at my phone. If I try to look on the screen, it would really slow us down. But sometimes y'all get glitched, okay? And it's just, don't blame me. Now, sometimes I do make a mistake, so sometimes you might want to throw a flag. Don't hesitate to throw a flag. I probably mess up 2 or 3 times a night. We are selling thousands of albums over 8 hours of me nonstop talking. So there is sometimes a mistake. But usually what you see on the screen is what I'm seeing, and that's what we go by. Okay, Guns N' Roses. I'm going to make sure Jason Fortenrat did bid $80. MT Matt's out. And the Colt is at $49. Let's go ahead and put up one more auction from the Japanese crate before I do anything else. And that is the Stray Cats, Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. And this is a Japanese press. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. So yeah, one more quick thing. So we're using software that's taking y'all's comments. They're pulling them from Facebook. There's like literally an app, software, that's pulling y'all's comments from Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X, and it's funneling it all to one thing, which is called Restream. So in just a split decision, this phone, somewhere in this code, tells me who it's going to show first. It could be based on timing, the algorithm, the coding. Something happens over here that shows me who's first. It's pulling. We pay every month for that to pull those comments and show them on one device. So it's just, y'all are at mercy of that software. I wish, if you know somebody knows a lot of coding, they probably can get in there and figure out how to really explain how it works a lot better than me. But somewhere in there in their coding, they figure out who's going to be first in a split microsecond. We have Razor Custom Killing. Razor is thrash speed metal, $19.99. We have over here Pissgrave, and Pissgrave is death metal, $24.99. That's one of those albums they have to tell their parents what they're naming their band, and they're like, we're calling ourselves Mom Pissgrave. Over here we have Helix Old School. Helix is 2019 OG. This is an album from 2019, sealed, $24.99. Okay, over here at the top, The restream is here embedded on the feed. Whatever. You can't scroll up on this, obviously. It's whatever is here on the screen, okay? So quick update on our auctions. GNR's at $82. GNR's at $82. GNR's at $82. The Colt's at $49. So the Colt's at $49. GNR's at $82. GNR's at $89. GNR's at $89. Mike Straw's first on R for Razor. Mike Straw's R for Razor. Danny Thomason second. John Mincemoyer on Pissgrave, and then the Colt. What is the Colt? And then Danny next, and then Danny first on Helix. Hold on a second. I may have pulled the wrong one there. I did. So Razor is sold to Mike Straws, John Mincemoyer on Pissgrave, and then Helix is sold to Danny Thomason, okay? And then over here, and he's passing on Helix. So Helix is going back into the bin. And then we have Death. This is what? Excuse me here for a second. Death Storm for Dread Shall Reign, $17.99 on that. Okay, what is the Colt? The Colt is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve. It has a high bid with Joe DeGaldo for $49. We are about to sell it. $49. Joe DeGaldo, $49. He's out on GNR. GNR is a sealed club copy, and he's out, so that's a final call. GNR is a final call for Jason Fortnrat for $89, and final call on Stray Cats for $35. Okay? And then over here, we got Richard Davis on Helix. That is sold to Richard Davis. And Danny Thomason on Deathstorm. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Sealed, $29.99 for Slayer. Red and black splatter. And then Kill Switch Engage, 20th Anniversary Edition. Sealed, $29.99. A 2020 Clear Mint, Metalcore Heavy Metal, $29.99 on Kill Switch Engage. And this is Nuns, okay, it's either Nun Slaughter or Nun's Laughter. It's one of the two. Devils Conquerors 3. This is Nun Slaughter, okay? It could be Nun's Laughter. Death Metal, Black Metal, $22.99. All right, did we pull Helix for Richard Davis? We did. And then Deathstorm for Danny. And then Mark Stanley on Kill Switch Engage. The Stray Cats is Rant and Rave, Near Mint Minus, a $35 start. And then Amanda Davis next on Kill Switch. Over here, we have None Laughter, sold to Master Moss 666, and then we have David Sonder on Slayer, and Mark Stanley, you got Kill Switch, and it was $29.99. Okay, the Colt is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $49. The Seal GNR is sold to Jason Fortnrat for $89. And I'll give Stray Cats one more chance. It's Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. It's a Japanese press OG with insert, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine, a $35 star. Let's introduce some new auctions. Okay, those were busy. Oh, man, we still got some killer stuff over here. Let's do Pet Shop Boys, please. With Hype Sticker and Shrink Wrap, West End Girls, nice. An 86 OG, original under sleeve, VG, Shrink and Hype, a $15 start. Okay, and then let's pull something from the high-end tab, and that is going to be Prong. And Prong is called Beg to Differ, a 1990 US OG. The only time ever pressed a vinyl in the US. It does have a hole punch on the top of the jacket. EX Prong is a $50 start. So Music on Vinyl just reissued these, but those are considered Holland or Euro imports. First time ever here offered a $50 start on that. $50 start on that. I wonder if the person requested the Kiss posters watching. I hadn't had anybody ask me. Billy, are you watching? Because I just glanced over here and saw it. We're really busy right now, but I probably can slip it in if I need to. I don't mind at all. This is definitely prime time. 289 people watching right now. Wow. On a Tuesday night. And of course, I think a lot of people know we got new collections in, and we got surprises, and we got 45s, and we got metal. And I think everybody is rubbing their eyes and like, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Trick or Treat's doing this week, yeah. Pet Shop Boys 15, 16, 17, and Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is yellow vinyl, $29.99. And we have Fit for an Autopsy, The Sea of Tragic Beast. That is sealed for $24.99, Fit for an Autopsy. And Sureth Ungol, One Foot in Hell, 2015, $29.99 on that. Gregory gets the Stray Cats for $35. That is sold to him for $35. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve for Gregory. Thank you as always. That's sold to him. Pet Shop Boys is at $18 with Mega Blast John Durden. And then over here, Prong is a $55 start. I do have Def Leppard over here. I got Plimsolls. I got Huey Lewis. I got Def Leppard Pyromania. And this is OG as heck. It is EX++, Near Mint Minus, Pyromania, Photograph. I don't want ya. $35 start. $35 start. $35 start. No more, right now, no more Green Day autographs. No, unfortunately not. Ivan R. on Fit for an Autopsy. Danny Thomason on Sureth Ungol. Richard Davis second. What is the Chest? That's a new compilation that comes out Friday, $39.99. I'll show it in just a second. Sureth Ungol, Scott Arnold, you were next. And we have not sold Halloween. We have not sold Plimsolls. And Municipal Waste sold to James Davidson. Def Leppard 35, Def Leppard 45. Gruesome. Savage Land LP. Gruesome is $19.99. And that is on red vinyl. Gruesome. And then this is Evil Spectrum. Evil Spectrum. Death Metal Thrash. $19.99. And we have Slipknot. All Hope Is Gone. Orange vinyl. Slipknot is sealed, $29.99, and Acid Rain, The Age of Entitlement. Acid Rain is thrash, sealed, $19.99 for Acid Rain. So over here on the left was Pet Shop Boys. I had John Durden at $18. And then in the middle is Prong. I don't have a bid yet. Def Leppard 35, Def Leppard 37, Def Leppard 45, Def Leppard 50. Master Moss 666 on G for Gruesome. Master Moss 666 on G for Gruesome. Charlie Buck was second on Gruesome. Jim Cooper third on Gruesome. Def Leppard another bid of 50. And then Jim Cooper next on Gruesome. James Davidson on SN for Slipknot. Amanda Davis next on Slipknot. Mike Strauss first on Acid Rain. Danny Thomason next on Acid Rain. Pet Shop Boys has a new bid for $20. Let's make Prong a buy it now for $50. Prong, beg to differ, a buy it now for $50. Prong, a beg to differ, $50 on that. Pet Shop Boys is at $20. John Durden, you've been outbid. Def Leppard is at $50 with Sarah Wyberdink. Our next auction is Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Now, this is really cool because it has the poster. Now, it's not the OG first label, but this is a beautiful copy. I pulled this out of the crate last night. It's in shrink. It has the Bob Dylan poster hop sticker, and even more importantly, it has the poster. The Milton Glasser, really cool. If you've never seen this, worthy of getting framed. The Bob Dylan poster. Top cam right quick. It's near mint. Very cool. Everything in this is available. Excuse me, everything in here is near mint, including the poster. And this is a $35 start. $35 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Over here, and John Minsberg gets Prong for the buy it now price of $50. And this crate was packed. That's all that's left, and we're about to read through these one more time and then right into another vintage best offer crate, which is loaded. Fallujah, F-A-L-L-U-J-A-H, Xenotaph, X-E-N-O-T-A-P-H, Red and Black Swirl. Sealed, that's a death metal album, Fallujah, $24.99. Death, Individual Thought Patterns, clear with white pen reels and splatter. Death is $24.99. Scum Ripper, black metal, death metal, purple and black splatter, Scum Ripper, $17.99. Neck Rot. Neck Rot is death metal on purple vinyl, $22.99. Pet Shop Boys is sold to Fred Newt for $20. Def Leppard is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $50. Bob Dylan has one bid for $35. William Warner on D for Death. We just sold Def Leppard. It's already gone. Next thing is John Lee Hooker, Blues. A 1960 U.S. mono compilation. 1960 VG Plus, a $35 start. Plimsolls. Plimsolls is an 83 U.S. Allied OG with the original on her sleeve, a $25 start. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $40. Melanie Martinez, Portals, sealed for $29.99. Over here, Life Dungeons, Fatum, Fatum, Crust Punk Thrash, $14.99 for Fatum, $14.99. Gruesome, Silent Echoes, Relapse Records, Death Metal, and this is actually on dark green vinyl. It looks black from that angle, but it's dark green, $19.99. Maybe Death. Yes, William Warner got D for Death. And then over here, we have John Lee Hooker for $35, and Bob Dylan out, and Fred Newt on Fatum. Can you double check my $50 bid on Def Leppard timing? The Def Leppard over here was $50. David bid 50 and Sarah bid 50. Oh, they were tied. My bad. So David Saunders bid 50 on Def Leppard, and actually, Sarah, you tied him. He already had bid 50. We need to put Def Leppard back up. Def Leppard was tied. So this was at $50 with David Saunders. It's an 83 OG EX++ near mint minus. Sarah Wyberdink, you were actually tied, so you're out on that. It's at $50. Okay, John Lee Hooker, $35. What is the condition of Plimsolls? The vinyl was, there's no notes, so no condition notes, EX+ near mint minus. It has an old retail sticker and VG Plus cover. Fred Newt got Fatum, Danny Thomason on Gruesome. And then, which Plimsolls? The Plimsolls, Everywhere at Once. Everywhere at Once at 83 U.S. Allied, $25 start. Now Def Leppard's at $55. David Saunders, you've been outbid. The last bid on this Bob Dylan with poster, near mint minus and shrink. Mitch T bid $35. Kevin LeBady bid $40. Everybody else is out. Also, we have The Used. The Used is limited edition 5,000, $32.99. Splatter vinyl. This was Aborted, Vault of Horrors, Death Metal, $14.99, and Evil Spectrum, Utter Tomb. And that is a split 12-inch, so that's two bands. So one is Evil Spectrum, and the other one is Utter Tomb, and that is $19.99. Sick, which is Amanda Darby on The Used, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records left in there, and 5 of them are metal. The other album that's a final call is John Lee Hooker. Don't overlook this. A 1960 mono OG. Mono OG VG Plus, which is not bad for a John Lee Hooker album. I mean, this is like in the middle or higher as far as grade, probably population. That is not bad. A solid VG Plus John Lee Hooker. Almost, you could say, a higher grade than most. It has one bid for $35 of James Chilcott. Def Leppard's now at $70. The Plimsolls has one bid for $25. Does it have the song Valley Girl on it? Does this have the track Valley Girl on it? No. Leftover bundle. Not applicable. Not applicable. Sticker price. John Lee Hooker has a new bid for $45. And Bob Dylan, the last bid was Kevin LeBady at $40. John Lee Hooker's at $45. The Plimsolls has one bid for $25 on it. And over here, we have Def Leppard. Sarah Wyberdink has it for $70. David Saunders, you're out. Anybody else on any of these? Okay? Million Miles Away is the song he's thinking about. It is on here. A Million Miles Away, yes. To answer your question, Nick Bargeron, yes, it is. Okay, anybody else? Evil Spectrum, Aborted, Neck Rot, Scum Ripper, Fallujah. Now, Danny, you know these are going to sell, so you might as well go ahead and just say, I'll take the rest of the crate. Just, Danny, go ahead and say, I'll take the rest of those. You know they're going to sell either tomorrow or when the show starts, either tomorrow morning or when the show starts tomorrow night. All right, let's go right into another new crate. Hope y'all ready for this. Holy crap. All right, here we go. And Laura's working on another one. So if that stuff was up your alley, you do not want to leave. If you got to leave for a second, you better come back often, because as soon as she brings it up here, we'll probably go right into it. We got crazy stuff. The rest of the week should be pretty loaded with new vinyl, which is amazing. We should have a lot coming up over here. Okay, David Saunders says, I know, sorry, my max is 70, decide if I want to go 75. Okay, well, it's up to you, and I'll go ahead and sell Bob Dylan here. Bob Dylan is sold over here to Kevin LeBady for $40. Thank you on that. And then John Lee Hooker, a final call over here to 007 Platinum for $45. John Lee Hooker is $45. This is John Lee Hooker Sings the Blues. It's a 1960 U.S. mono compilation. It's at $40, $45 with 007 Platinum. I'm assuming nobody else is bidding on the plimsolls after all that informational update. It doesn't look like it. An 83 U.S. Allied. This is no condition notes with the original inner sleeve. Just one bid for $25. Def Leppard is a final call to Sarah Waberdink, an 83 OG EX++ near mint minus. Super nice copy. Sarah Waberdink has this for $70, and now that's a final call, okay? Over here, we have Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. This is $34.99. It's on the MCA Rainbow label, so an early 80s pressing. Night Ranger Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, original inner sleeve. Everything in this crate is EX Plus or better. $26.99 for Midnight Madness. UFO Phenomenon. UFO is $29.99. Nice clean copy. No condition notes on UFO. Cheap Trick 1-on-1. Cheap Trick is $19.99. And Sticks. The reason it actually has Sticks written on the cover, US copies doesn't look like that, is because this is a Holland press. $19.99 for Sticks. Badfinger, Magic Christian Music, $34.99. And the Beatles, First Live Recordings, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And those are $19.99 each. Troy Overmeyer on Leonard Skinner. Sarah Waberdink gets Def Leppard for $70. John Durden gets the plimsolls for $25. And John Lee Hooker is sold to Shane Devers for $45. Wow, board is cleared. Now we're ready for new stuff. We have REM Green. This is an 88 U.S. Allied original press with the original sleeve, VG Plus. REM is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Our next auction is the Clash, and the Clash is going to go up right now. This is a 79 Terre Haute OG with the promo 7-inch that was issued with this album. It has the original inner sleeve, VG++ EX. The Clash is a $30 start. Both Beatles sold to Topographic, $15.15. Thank you, Topographic. And we have Neil Young, Old Ways. Neil Young is $39.99. Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy. Steely Dan is $34.99. Countdown to Ecstasy. And Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush is $34.99. That's an early 80s barcoded Mercury press, $34.99. Over here in the Japanese crate, going up right now, is going to be the following. A Japanese pressing of what? A Japanese pressing of what? This is going to be Toto 4. You got to bless the rains down in Africa. Toto 4 is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. This has the big song on it, Africa. And this is a $35 star. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Danny Thomason on UFO. That's so to Danny Thomason. Over here, we have Susie Quattro. If you know Susie Quattro, $14.99. Last bid on REM was $25, $25, $25, $25. We need a tiebreaker. And then the Clash had bids for $30, $30, $30, $30. 4 people bid $25 on REM. 4 people bid $30 on the Clash. And Toto 4 is a $35 start. Just FYI. Just FYI. Okay? Just FYI. Just FYI. Let me open this up over here. Let me open this up over here. And let me open up this over here. Let me send this. And let me open that. Okay, also over here is this. We have the church catfish. This is starfish. I'm hungry. I got catfish on my mind. The church starfish, wow, $39.99. Point blank the hard way. Point blank is $12.99. Eurythmics touch is $19.99. And Pete Townsend, White City. Pete Townsend is $14.99. The last bid on REM was $35 with Mike Quadrini. This is an 88 U.S. Allied original pressing, a 1988 U.S. Allied original pressing with the original inner sleeve VG Plus, and that is at $35. The Clash is at $36. Final call on Toto for $35. No bid yet. This is a new vintage crate, buy now best offer. First thing is the church is sold to Jason Forterat for $35. We also have the doors, and this is $44.99. That's on the red Electra label, really clean, $44.99. And we have David Bowie, and David Bowie is $24.99. That's for his album Tonight. Over here, we have Leonard Skinner Legend. Leonard Skinner is $34.99, and Head East, flat as a pancake, with Never Been Any Reason for You to Think About Me, $24.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City, $29.99, and David Lee Roth Skyscraper, Gold Stamp Promo Hop Sticker, $34.99. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments, $19.99, and HSAS, Hagar Sean, Harrison Shreve, Through the Fire, $24.99. Now REM is at $60. The last bid on the Clash is $37 with Fred Knoop, and Toto did get a bid with Robbie Summerlin at $36. So Robbie has Toto for $36. Over here, we have price on Sus, 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 S-U-S, Sus. What was Sus? And then we have Pink Floyd Animals. This is an early 80s Carrollton press, really clean, $64.99. Susie. Ah, Susie. Susie. If you knew Susie Quattro, $14.99. Not Suze, okay, not Suze. Elaine didn't like that. She only wanted to be called Susie. $14.99. The David Lee Roth is Skyscraper, Hop Sticker, and Gold Stamp Promo. Inner sleeve, $34.99 for Skyscraper. Rabbit, spelt with a W, $14.99 on Rabbit. And then there's the other CCR. Boy, you could almost buy this complete set. We had 2 double packs in the last crate. Here's the other one with Green River and Willie and the Poor Boys, $34.99. Tom Kelly on David Lee Roth. There's that, and Pink Floyd, another early 80s press of Wish You Were Here. We had one of those last night, $64.99. Susie Quattro sold to Bob Riger, and now Robert Summerlin. You get Toto for $36. I do not have any more sealed David Lee Roths. No, I need to probably order some more. For those that don't know, my distributor there for a while could get sealed OG David Lee Roths. It was like old stock inventory. Surely they're out by now, but I sold so many they kind of stopped selling, and I stopped ordering them. So I kind of, new stuff, when it stops selling, I stop ordering it, and then I bring it back later. I kind of rotate it in and out. So REM's at $85, and I want to make sure everybody knows we're done on the Clash. The Clash, I've got Fred Knoop at $37, and everybody else is out, okay? Everybody else is out. Susie Quattro sold to Bob Riger for $10, REM $85. Price condition on Head East, this was $24.99. Really nice vinyl. Just a generic inner sleeve. Yes, beautiful vinyl, $24.99. This album's not in print. Classic rock album with Never Been Any Reason. What was the Robert Plant? That was his album, The Principle of Moments, with I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. And Big Log is on there too. That is $19.99. Animals, $45. Animals, Mark Weiss, I think we had the same dance the other night on Wish You Were Here. I'll do this for $55. It's beautiful. It's an early 80s. REM's at $90. Out on REM, Todd Saw wants Head East. So Mitch T, who asked first about this? Mitch did. Mitch, you basically just got out-offered by Todd Saw. It is $24.99, but you have dibs on it, okay? Robbie Summerlin on the Cars, and that is Heartbeat City. And then over here, we have Rolling Stones' Dirty Work, $34.99. And Genesis self-titled, $19.99. Some great songs on there. Grand Funk Hits were Some Kind of Wonderful with the booklet poster, $24.99 on that. Mitch T takes Head East at full price. Tim Roy on Robert Plant. And this is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Alice Cooper is $29.99. And Sammy Hagar, self-titled, $24.99. The Clash did not get another bid, right? No, it didn't. And the Clash is sold then to Fred Noop, and this is sold to Fred Noop for $37. I want to make sure everybody knows REM is on its last call, and that's with Travis Woods at 90. It's up to Jason Fortnrat. Jason Fortnrat says he's done. Josh Brown gets Genesis. That's sold to Josh Brown. Darren Wallace gets Alice Cooper. That's sold to Darren Wallace. Tom Kelly, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Sticks. That was Pieces of 8, right, for $15. And Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Nice. Saturday Night Special. OG. That is OG. $34.99 for Skinner. And Billion Dollar Babies Battle Axe. I think that's the back and band for Alice Cooper. $29.99. Correct me if I'm wrong. And now let's put up another auction. Black Flag. Wow. We don't get this too often. It's a reissue, but any kind of 80s pressing. An 84 US on SST. An 84 US reissue, VG condition, Black Flag, a $20 star. Sell Mark V's Pink Floyd for $50. Beautiful copy. I will gladly say that, one of my favorites. And Tom Waits, Foreign Affairs. Tom Waits is a 77 PRC Compton, $39.99 for Waits. And Buffalo Springfield. There's something happening here. Stop. What's that sound? $29.99. Billion Dollar Baby sold to William Warner. And Pink Floyd, Umaguma, a Jacksonville press. There is tape. There is tape and writing on the back. $39.99 for Floyd. No condition notes on the vinyl. This is 44. It's Sieg Sputnik. $44.99. It almost made me have a heart attack. Oh my gosh. $44.99 for Sieg Sputnik. Flaunt it. In shrink, $44.99. Are you kidding me? REM over here is sold. REM is officially sold to Travis for $90. Black Flag has a bid for $20. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh boy. Empire. I've been waiting. Angels and Airwaves. A 2022 US, limited to 1,000 on 10 silvery smoke-colored vinyl. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $300, but guess what? We're going to start ours at $195. $195 on Empire. That's now up for bid. Next thing is Sammy, $20. I think Sammy is sold to Sieg for $20. It is, and then over here, and let's go this, and let's go. Oh, I forgot. This was an auction I put up at like 1:30 a.m. last night. This is Michael Schenker Group, an 82 Italian OG EX VG++, a Night in Budokan, a $20 start on that. That was an amazing crate. We're about to go right into another one. There's two more just like this. So don't go anywhere. Yes, I do need a monster. I'll go knock that out in just a second. Do I have anything left over here? Barely, but it's room temperature now. I got to go to another one in just a second. Probably go ahead and get another oatmeal cream pie or a Little Debbie Christmas tree crate. Ooh, buddy. We're talking about Little Debbie's. Holy moly. Okay, we have Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, Sister Christian, $26.99. Cheap Trick one-on-one. Cheap Trick is $19.99. Badfinger was $34.99. Magic Christian Music. Neil Young, $39.99. Old Ways. Steve Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy. This is $34.99. Also, Rush, Caress of Steel. Early 80s, they actually affixed a barcode to the jacket, and this is on the Black Mercury label. Rush, $34.99, 80s pressing. Point Blank, that is $12.99 for the hard way. Eurythmics Touch, Here Comes the Rain Again. The Eurythmics is $19.99. Pete Townsend, $14.99. First thing is this. Black Flag Damage is an 84 US reissue in VG condition. It has a new bid for $25. Angels and Airwaves by Empire is a $195 start, and Michael Schenker is a $20 start. Shuggy Otis is on deck. We have not done that yet. Michael Schenker has a bid for $20, and then we have The Doors. That's on the Red Electro label, $44.99. David Bowie was $24.99 tonight. Leonard Skinner Legend was $34.99. HSAS was $24.99. Rabbit with a W, $14.99. CCR, the double pack, you get two full albums, Green River and Willie and the Poor Boys, $34.99. This was an early 80s pressing of Wish You Were Here, $64.99. The Stones' Dirty Work was 34. Grand Funk Hits with the lyric booklet, 24. Skinner Nothing Fancy, OG, 34. Tom Waits, OG, 39. The Best of Buffalo Springfield, 29. Pink Floyd and Maguma, 39. Tape. Let's take a look at that gatefold. Let's see what's going on here. So, yeah, it looks like the top seam was coming undone, and they decided to tape it, unfortunately. So, best offer on anything in here. Literally, you can make an offer. I'll say yes, counter, or if it's too low, you're going to enrage me, and then I'm going to block you. No, I'm joking. I would never do that. Sieg Sputnik, Flaunt It, in shrink, $44.99. Black Flag, 27. AA has a bid for $195, and we're about to sell Michael Schenker for $20, okay? And that crate's going right here next to me. And like I said, we're going right into another one. About time. I don't think we've done a John check condition crate yet. So hopefully, yeah, these next two crates are check condition. I usually start with those. So let's grab this and do check condition stuff. And I know y'all love check condition. Sometimes the titles get even better. And they're already kind of discounted because they're check condition. And I'm going to take offers on them to get all these moved and sent to new homes. So here we go. Tom Waits was Foreign Affairs. Tom Waits, Foreign Affairs. And over here we got, we got this Pink Floyd. That's a fair offer. Mike Ospaw sold you for $30. Since I see Mike Ospaw's name, I know he's a CD buyer. We got one more big box of CDs from that collection to run through tonight. So we'll do that a little bit later, okay? Probably around between 11 and midnight, depending on how busy you are with vinyl and how much I still have left to clean up, okay? Nothing Fancy sold to Jeremy Merck. And now we got Michael Schenker sold for $20. And that's sold to Tom Kelly for $20. Airwaves is sold for $195 to Oso Adventure. And Black Flag, the last bid on Black Flag was Victor Garrett, $25. And now everybody else, Fred Noop is at $27. Victor Guerra, you're out, okay? Dire Straits CD. I still got both of those. I've got Japanese Dio, Strange Highways for $25, and Japanese Dire Straits for $30. These are new sealed Japanese CDs, okay? Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. Ricky Don't Lose That Number. VG Plus, $24.99. Don't forget, Laura's marking another crate, I believe, mostly of metal. I always leave it to her. She could bring a whole crate of polka music up here. I don't know. You never know. Who knows? She could be marking polka music right now. Who knows? I don't know. She might not tell us. She could be marking polka music. She could be marking polka music. She could be marking polka music. Who knows? But we do know we have another crate coming. And I got two crates. We just started on this one. And Chad's about to go drink a Monster Energy drink. I don't know if I really need one. I feel like I'm talking already pretty fast. First thing is Dire Straits 27. Well, I was about to say, most of these I've got to keep sticker because those were actually supposed to be starting bids. But either way, Joe, somebody just claimed it right ahead of you. Let me see if I got two of them. I probably need to see if I have another one. But yeah, I need $30 for Dire Straits. I need $30 for Dire Straits, if that's okay. And I've got a couple more over here I haven't shown yet. But yeah, I need 30. It's yours if you want it. If not, Kevin Willis wants it, okay? Then Empty Matt got Dio. We for sure can go ahead and sell Empty Matt Dio for 25. Black Flag got a new bid for 30. And then over here we have Loop and BF32. All right, new auctions right after another side of Bob Dylan. 64 Mono, VG Plus, Columbia 2i. Wow. Another side of Bob Dylan, $49.99. Kevin, you do get the Dire Straits for $30, okay? So that's sold to Kevin Willis. And now he also requested Shuggy Otis, so let's do that right now. And let's go ahead and put up Tom Petty. Holy moly. Wow, okay. So we got, here comes Shuggy Otis. A 1973 Pitman. It is an orange label reissue, but it's nice and shrink. EX condition, Shuggy Otis, let's say a $25 start. And then Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Unfortunately, no inner sleeve, but it's nice, EX. And this is the lowest I've ever started one of these before. The lowest I've ever started one of these before. You ready? $35 start. Tom Petty, it's OG, no inner sleeve, but it's nice, EX, and just a $35 start. They typically sell for around $100. Full Moon Fever. Yeah, I'm free falling. Black Flag is at 32. Shuggy Otis 25. Tom Petty 35. This is a buy it now best offer bin with Queen, Hot Space, with David Bowie's Under Pressure, VG Plus 27.99. Under Pressure's on there. We have Fleetwood Mac, VG Plus 17.99. UFO Lights Out. UFO is VG Plus 19.99 for Lights Out. And the Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. EX $12.99 for the Rascals. Billy Joe 52nd Street, VG Plus $9.99. And Grand Funk Survival. Grand Funk is VG $9.99. Steve McGee on UFO. That's so to Steve McGee. Black Flag 35, and then Shuggy 26. I was expecting Tom Petty to already get bids for 35, 40, 50, 60, 75, but right now it's still no bid. Foghat Self-Titled, VG $9.99. JJ Kell Troubadour, VG Plus $24.99. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, and this is VG Plus $24.99. And Tom Petty and the Band, Southern Accents, Don't Come Around Here No More. VG, that first track, Rebels, really good too. $14.99 for Tom Petty, Southern Accents. Okay, let's see what I got over here in the Beatles 45s. I got Beatles, John and Yoko, Wings, Ringo, George, Paul, Ringo. So, and then this was Beatles, Wings. Let's see here. We got John, we got Beatles, we got Paul, we got Paul, and John and Ringo and Paul, and then George, and then Ringo, and then more Wings, okay? Looks like we can definitely have another Paul McCartney lot coming up. So let's do that, or AKA Wings. So we got this, let's see, here, we'll do these three first, okay? Now that I got those sorted a little bit better. Almost sold a whole box. We had a whole white box full of Beatles 45s. This is what's left. My Love, Does It Good, The Mess, Wings, Good Night Tonight, and Daytime, Nighttime Suffering, and then Ebony and Ivory. So 3 Paul McCartney singles, $10 start on that. Tom Petty 35, 1 bid, final call. Shuggy Otis 35, and Black Flags at 36. This is a buy it now best offer crate. This has been really, really good so far, but we've only sold 1 record out of here, Steve McGee. Hope everybody's paying attention. ZZ Top DeGuelo, VG Plus $24.99. The Left Bank, Walk Away Renee, VG $16.99. Steely Dan Gaucho, EX $32.99. Bob Lugwood Mastering, nice. Now Tom Petty's at 36. Now the 3 Paul McCartney singles are at 10. Also have Queen's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $24.99. And Bad Company, VG $12.99. Bad Company's debut, VG $12.99. I'm a Ready for Love. Ooh, baby, I'm a Ready for Love. Okay, here's 2 more Japanese CDs. The first one is $35. Kiss. It's called Kiss 40. 40 Years, Decades of Decibels. That's a buy it now for $35. And then we have Eric Clapton for $25. So this one has a small crack. Boy, I don't even see that. Oh, right there. I don't know if that's I think that's a scuff. $30, and this one's $25. It actually has a crack. So 30 and 25, okay? 30 and 25 on Clapton, just depending on how nice of a case you want. All right, back up to the top, Shuggy 35, Mark Weiss on Gaucho. That's so to Mark Weiss, and then Amanda Davis on Bad Company. Melon Jennings next on Bad Company. Troy third on Bad Company. MT Mac gets the Kiss CD. Tom Kelly next on the Kiss CD. And then 2 options there for Clapton. We have The Best of BTO, VG Plus $9.99, and then Journey, Frontiers, VG Plus $14.99. Left Bank, Rick Perrine, he gets that for $14. Thank you. Shuggy Out, this is a final call for $37. Christina Curtis wants Tom Petty Southern Accents. Derek says this have a paste-on cover. I've never seen one with a paste-on cover. Derek, are you saying sometimes they pasted that on? I've never seen one with a paste-on. That would be new to me. And then what about Black Flag over there? Are we done on Black Flag? It was really between 2 people. Victor went out. That's a final call to Fred Newt for $36. It's an 84 repress. Quick look at the top cam right quick. 84 repress on Black Flag. Okay, it's at $36 with Fred Newt. It's about to sell. Shuggy Otis, Shuggy Otis over here, the last bid, ST has it for $37. It's a 73 Pittman orange label. 73 Pittman orange label. Tom Petty, I don't think I've sold many of these less than $100. This is Full Moon Fever. It's an 89 OG, no inner sleeve. And it's nice, EX, and it's about to sell for just $36, it looks like. The 3 Paul McCartney singles are at $10, and they're about to sell to Joe DeGaldo. They're about to sell to Joe DeGaldo, okay? Next over here is Journey. James Chilcott gets that for $10. David Allan Coe is still available, $350. The Underground album. It's still available for $350. Next is the Greatest Hits of Janis Joplin. Wow, never seen that version before. Where is this from? Columbia Special Products. Wow. VG Plus, $24.99 on that. We got Night Ranger 7 Wishes, VG Plus $19.99, and REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, VG $9.99. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG Condition Slow Hand is $14.99. Cocaine. Speaking of, never mind, I thought I was thinking of J.J. Cale, not David Allan Coe. Cocaine, J.J. Cale, VG $14.99. And then over here we have Susie and other 4-letter words, another Susie Quattro, VG Plus $19.99. DOCD did sell, yes, it's gone. Danny Thomason on Janis Joplin, and that one is sold to Danny for $20. That is sold, and then Jeff Church, Queen Hot Space. Queen Hot Space is sold to Jeff Church for $21. All right, Joe DeGaldo, you get the 3 McCartneys for $10. I'm going to put those under the CDs right quick. Wow, a world record here at Coleco. I've never sold one, and Mark Weiss just bid 38, but it's too late. I'm selling it. $36 to McEwen Photo. I've never sold an OG copy of Full Moon Fever that cheap before. It's too late. Mark was putting it's too late. I was already picking it up and calling it sold. $36 McEwen Photo. He had it for 5 minutes at $36. He had it for 5 minutes at $36. I'm going to have to start putting those up at higher starts, like $75. Shuggy Otis over here is sold. Shuggy Otis is sold to ST for $37. And then Black Flag was sold to Fred Knoop. And Fred Knoop gets Black Flag over here for $36. That is gone. Okay, next in the crate, very quickly, is Sparks, a Woofer and Tweeters clothing. Sparks is VG $49.99, and then the Eurythmics is VG $9.99 on the Eurythmics. Next auction is going to go up right now. Oh boy, talk about something that's pretty dang scarce. Townes Van Zandt, for the sake of the song. A 1968 OG. There is a hole punch in the jacket. 68 OG, $75 start for Townes Van Zandt. That is pretty crazy. Don't get those too often. Clint Black, a pretty scarce and out-of-print country album. This is an 89 USOG sealed. $55 start on Clint Black. $55 start on Clint Black. We usually sell those around $100. $55 start on that. And the Runaways, Queens of Noise. The Runaways is a 77 Terre Haute. Queens of Noise, a 77 Terre Haute with insert, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Next over here is Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets. VG Plus $24.99. Bob Dylan is VG Plus $39.99. And over here, we have Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. VG, $14.99. 3 new auctions. Townes Van Zandt, $75. Clint Black, $55. The Runaways, $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Michael Schenker Group, self-titled. MSG. You may ask yourself, Chad, how much is Michael Schenker Group? It's only a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is beautiful, and there is the insert, the inner sleeve, the insert, and the cover and obi. All right. There is no J.J. Cale in this crate. I was talking about Eric Clapton, Cocaine, when I mentioned J.J. Cale. VG, $14.99. Joe DeGaldo gets Neil Young for $10. Okay? I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Sean Miller was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Hopefully that somebody's watching that appreciates these Townes Van Zandt albums. These are not easy to get. They're really good, and I hope somebody's about to bid. Hate to see that one go for a bot now. Clint Black, out of print, country, not one of those late 80s, 90s country albums. Never been reissued. You can't get a new copy. 55, that's a sealed original. The Runaways is already at 40, and Michael Schenker has a bid for 35. Okay, we're about to run through this crate again quickly one more time. Ow. As soon as I... let's go ahead and get started. Whoop, wrong camera view. Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic. Ricky, don't lose that number. VG Plus, $24.99. Another side of Bob Dylan. VG Plus, $49.99. Columbia 2i. Towns Van Zandt, for the sake of the song, is a 68 OG. VG Plus condition. OG Poppy label. VG Plus jacket, minor shelf wear, and punch hole, 75. Clint Black has a bid for 55. There we go. We have Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. VG Plus $17.99. The Rascals is EX $12.99. Billy Joe is VG Plus $9.99. Grand Funk Survival VG $9.99. Foghats VG $9.99. JJ Kill. There is a JJ Kill. I apologize to Mark Veese. There is a JJ Kill in here. VG Plus $24.99. Towns Van Zandt 75. Towns Van Zandt 75. Clint Black 60. All it took was somebody making that first bid, and now we're off to the races on these. Next thing over here is the Runaways. It looks like Bob Riger is going to get it for $40. I'm waiting for one person, Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp on that one. The Shining was not for tonight. That was just in the hot picture for the new collection. So if you go on Facebook, there's two different posts. There's one for like, we bought a new collection, and that is like a big gallery of a lot of stuff that will be sold this week. And there's some people been asking about some stuff, but some of that isn't going up tonight. Okay, Mark Veese on JJ Cale. Now Tan Van Zant's at 80. Now Michael's out on Clint Black. Final call for 60. We have Rolling Stones Tattoo You. We're about to go right into another check condition bin. This is an OG Bob Lugwood mastering. VG Plus $24.99. ZZ Top DeGuelo. VG Plus $24.99. Queen's Greatest Hits. VG Plus $24.99. The Best of BTO. VG Plus $9.99. Night Ranger 7 Wishes. VG Plus $19.99. Does have some cover damage right there. REO is VG $9.99. CZ Quattro, VG Plus $9.99. Sparks was VG $49.99. And then we had Eurythmics at VG $9.99. Leonard Skinner was VG Plus $24.99. Bob Dylan, VG Plus $39.99. And Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, just $14.99 VG condition. Oh boy, there's a thing of chapstick over here. I left mine on my table next to my couch this morning. And boy, did I need this. It's not my Burt's Bees, but this I do. I do so much talking, my lips get chapped like a something. Okay, Towns Van Zandt is at 80. Let's go ahead and sell Clint Black to Danny Thomason for $60. Bob Riger gets the Runaways for $40, and Tom Kelly gets Michael Schenker for $35. We're down to one auction. This is a very solid VG Plus on Towns Van Zandt. Danny Thomason has it for $80, okay? Let's go ahead and put this in a new sleeve, and that is Michael Schenker. Oh, still got a handful of Japanese. I'm about to read what's left. About time to get right into another crate, though, and also I'm going to grab me a Monster Energy drink. Prong is gone. The Warrior soundtrack, we'll go ahead and put it up right now before I swap out crates. This is the Warriors. Nice. This is always desirable. An 81 U.S. Indianapolis reissue with the original under sleeve. The Warriors is a $20 start. Over here, Christina Curtis on the Eurythmics. That's sold to Christina Curtis. And then Fleetwood for 10, Larry Gonzalez. And that was, which one was that? Fleetwood? There's a Fleetwood Mac in here. This one here. Sell that to Larry Gonzalez for 10. All right, you got it. And we've pretty much filled up a whole crate. Towns Van Zandt out. Warriors already has 2 bids. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. Here's Tusk. So Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Oh, I got Bad Company in here too. But let's go ahead and put up Tusk. Beautiful Japanese pressing to have here. Has all the inserts and stuff with it. Tusk is a $35 start. I don't think I've had that too many times. $35. It looks like Towns Van Zandt may be going to Danny Thomason for $80. It is a finale call. A finale call. Okay. Boom and boom. You never know what I'm going to say to on offers. It kind of depends on what the title is, how often we get it, what condition it is. You know, we buy a lot of original owner collections. That's collections that people originally bought records in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And just some people bought pretty much every of the same album. So there's a lot of stuff we get kind of multiple copies of every single night. And so if somebody makes a fair offer and I feel like we're going to have probably another one tomorrow, I'll go ahead and take it. Some records, like, I just have a feeling another one is coming like tomorrow. It's not always a guarantee, but there's a lot of vintage classic rock type records. The chances of us having another copy the next night is probably like 75%, like the same record. It could be different condition, but so if it's a fair offer, I'll go ahead and let her go. Otherwise, we'll end up with 20 copies of the same record. That is sold to James Chilcott, BTO, for $7, okay? And now that really has filled up this crate, so let's do a little switcheroo here. All right, we filled up a lot of crates tonight for not having any new vinyl. Usually we get a kickstart on new vinyl, stuff being sold just based off pre-orders and waiting list. But tonight, we didn't have any new vinyl because of mail deliveries, which I didn't really understand because UPS still ran, but our distributor kind of held up our orders because they didn't say we was going to get them delivered, evidently. So I didn't really understand what happened there. Somehow or another, UPS ran and we still didn't get any records. So hopefully tomorrow there's like a truckload, because I've ordered the last 3 nights thousands of dollars worth of new vinyl and nothing has been delivered, and it's usually next day shipping. Holy crap, this next crate's good. And I know there's more new releases coming, and I'm going to update all 3 auctions except Towns Van Zandt. It's been up for a while. Let me go ahead and sell this to Danny Thomason for $80, because if I walk away, it could get bumped, and it's kind of on its end of the time. So that's sold. And then the Warriors. Let's go over that before I run up front and grab a monster. The Warriors is the original soundtrack. This is not in print. It is near mint minus. It's an 81 reissue. So this originally came out in 79. 81 reissue. On vinyl, it is near mint minus, and it is a $35 start. Or it has a high bid for $35. Also $35. It's $35 on Tusk. David Johnson already has Tusk. He's already locked in a bid at $35. So that's with David Johnson. All right, I definitely need a something up here. Let's grab a monster from up here. And what else? A piece of Oreo espresso bread. Addison's making this stuff called Oreo espresso bread. And I was like, boy, Oreos and bread, that's like 2 of the most craziest things combined into one, you know, ever. Fall party cakes. Shoo. Man, I'll eat this last little bit of bread here. Just a quick little bite. What do I have afterwards? I've got healthy stuff afterwards. I got apples. I've got apples and dip, and I've got carrots and dip. That's going to be my supper, and a parfait. Parfait and vegetables. So I'm going healthy tonight. I'm going healthy tonight. Even though before the sale I had steak, broccoli, bread, and a salad. That's kind of healthy, a steak. This is Oreo espresso bread, sourdough. I'm going to chew on it for about 10 seconds. So I might be keeping Otis all weekend. I think Tanner and Addison have to go out of town, and I was told maybe I have to keep him Saturday and Sunday all day. Like, he stays with me and he's my dog. So I'm kind of excited, but we don't know yet. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Here we go. Right into this new crate. The Warriors. Alonzo has it for $70. Jay Nutra, you're out. Alonzo was first on Twitch at $70. Nobody else bid on Fleetwood Mac, eh? No. So did David Johnson for $35. Thank you, David. That's so to you. Sorry for the bread break. Y'all are going to like it when I take breaks because I can breathe and I feel better after taking in a little snack after about 3 hours of nonstop talking. Usually I pause at 11 and really get a snack in. I'll probably do that again in a couple more hours. So here's the agenda. We're about to put up all new auctions. We're nowhere done with auctions. We got a new vintage crate, and Laura, I hear her pricing gun. I think she's marking new stuff from this collection. So there's at least 2 more crates. I don't know if she'll be done with that crate by the time I'm done with this crate. Regardless, I've got more new vinyl to show you, like new sealed stuff we can go through, discount crates, and anything else, okay? Warriors is on its last call. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Smashing Pumpkins' greatest hits. This is probably a boot, yeah. Man, excuse me. So this was out of print for the longest. It was not in print. It was Smashing Pumpkins' greatest hits, so they bootlegged it, and they did a lot of them on red vinyl. I've had these before. They're really good sounding bootlegs. Red vinyl, unofficial, Smashing Pumpkins' greatest hits. A $25 start, and then coming from the Japanese bin is Bad Company, Desolation Angels, with rock and roll fantasy, and this is going to go up right now for a $35 start. New inductees to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Bad Company, Desolation Angels is a near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing, near mint minus pristine. Insert a crisp inner sleeve, gatefold jacket. Nice. $35 star. Alonzo, you are the rightful winner of the Warriors. That is so to Alonzo for $70. Always a popular one. We had a fully signed cast photo from the Warriors at one time, a movie poster. One of the first things I ever had authenticated through JSA. Okay, and then we got some more Paul McCartney singles. Let's do some here on Apple. Some classic ones here. We got Helen Wheels and Country Dreamer, and then one of my favorites from Band on the Run, Jet, and Let Me Roll It. That's like a double A side, really. And then I'm Coming Up. Let's go ahead and do all these. I'm Coming Up, Good Night Tonight, and Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey, and Jet. So that's kind of like a Columbia double hit reissue. So 5 Paul McCartney hit singles. 1's a double hit single. 2 really a double hit single. 2, 3, 5 Paul McCartney singles, $20 start, okay? That breaks down to about $4 a piece. Paul McCartney singles, and you get Jet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road. There is some writing on the cover. VG Plus, $24.99. This is new, never shown, check condition records. You can buy them now, or you can make best offer. Up to you. We have Doors, Alive She Cried. Doors is VG $14.99. The Best of the Doobies is VG Plus $9.99. We have Undercover of the Night. That's a 12-inch single from the Rolling Stones. 1983, VG Plus $14.99. Ted Nugent, that's his self-titled album with Stranglehold on it. Nugent is VG Plus $9.99. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, VG $9.99, and Alabama Live, VG Plus $9.99 in shrink wrap. Smashing Pumpkins, 1 bid, $25. Bad Company, 36, MT Matte, and 5 Paul McCartney singles, a $20 start. That's for all of them. Any more Japanese Stray Cats? I don't think so. No, it doesn't look like it. Next thing over here is Billy Squier, The Stroke. Don't Say No is the name of the album. It also has Lonely is the Night, My Kind of Lover. This is EX, $17.99. Big album there from Billy Squier. It's only in print through a audiophile label, so you can get a copy, but they're not cheap. Ted Nugent, so did Joe Delgado. Nashville Tiger gets The Doors for $10, and Alabama was VG Plus $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. VG $9.99. Greg Smith on BS for Billy Squire. Danny asked about Alabama, and now we have an offer on Alabama. Van Morrison Wavelength is VG $14.99. And Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99 for Janis Joplin. JJ Cale, this one's VG $14.99. Another JJ Cale. Somebody wrote their name pretty big on the back. What's that say? P. Stuffy. And then this is on the original. It's called JJ Cale 5. Mark Weiss, you were second on Billy Squire. So, Danny, I'm going to, since you're first, I'll sell you Alabama at 7. Smashing Pumpkins got a last-second bid at 28. But let's go ahead and sell Bad Company. And Bad Company is sold to MT Matt for $36. And now I'll sell all 5 of those Paul McCartney singles for $20. If anybody wants them. 5 Paul McCartney singles for $20 if anybody wants those. I got to start doing some 45 buy it nows. John has brought me so many new crates up here. Oh my gosh. So I'm got to start doing some 45 buy it nows. I figured around this time of the night I'd start doing it. Don't forget, we got all kinds of thank you Eddie Bruce on the Paul McCartney. Those are sold to Eddie for 20. And so Kevin Willis first on JJ. Janis Joplin. Wait a minute. Time out. There's JJ Cale and then there's Janis Joplin. We got 2 JJs. So Mike, who was first? Kevin and then Mike. I need to figure out which JJ y'all wanted. Eddie got Paul McCartney, Nashville second. Smashing Pumpkins, new bid 30. And then I bid Alabama first for 7. He had dibs though because he asked how much it was. He asked how much it was first. Danny was first. He put Alabama price. So he was first. And then Smashing Pumpkins 32. And then Brian Tassin, you were third on Paul McCartney. Unfortunately, nobody bid. I was hoping somebody would bid so the bid would go up. The replacements. No replacements advertised for tonight. You may have seen the hot post for the new collection. Not the actual hot post for tonight. Okay, this is Lou Reed, Metal Machine Music, one of the most bizarre and controversial albums probably ever. Lou Reed, Metal Machine Music. Definitely one of the most bizarre records ever. 75 US Indianapolis OG. If you don't know about this album, it's bizarre to say the least. It's literally what it says. It's like just industrial, high-pitched, crankling sounds. Very interesting. $25 start on Metal Machine Music. VG condition. So his JJ was for JJ Cale. Okay, so JJ Cale is sold to Kevin Willis at sticker price. Mike Ospaw, you were second. Janis Joplin still available. And then Smashing Pumpkins 32, 35. And Janis Joplin is still available. VG $14.99. And then over here we got Van Morrison live at the Grand Opera House, Belfast. That's VG $14.99. And then the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. I think this is a UK edition. VG Plus $12.99. It's a German press, yeah. VG Plus $12.99. And then over here we got Norman Tanega. Paul speaks highly of this record. Norman Tanega, or maybe of just this artist. I know on some of his playlists he shared, he's had Norman Tanega records. This is Walking My Cat Named Dog. And this is a 66 OG VG+. And there's a note from Laura. Fun fact. Track A1, You're Dead, is the theme song to the TV show What We Do in the Shadows. There's a movie with the same name, but I don't think the song is in the film. Wow. And Laura was just right here next to me, and she just dropped off a whole crate of metal. Holy crap. Norman Tanega is a $30 start. Smashing Pumpkins is at 38. Smashing Pumpkins is at 40. And somebody wants Janis Joplin. Let me make sure first Dave Seretna doesn't want it, okay? And then we have Nazareth, Hair of the Dog, nice. VG $12.99 for Nazareth. Foghat, Full for the City. Slow Ride, that is VG $9.99 for Foghat. Grand Funk, Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain. VG Plus $14.99. And nice, Frigid Pink, VG Plus, Frigid Pink, $34.99, okay? So, quick update on our auctions. Janis Joplin's pending. Smashing Pumpkins just hit 40. Norman Tanega is at 30. And now Lou Reed's at 25. Naz was first to Scully Mac at 10. Nazareth is sold for 10. Topographic next. And Dave says no on Janis Joplin. So David Jennings, you get Janis Joplin's greatest hits. VG $14.99. And we have over here the Allman Brothers Band Enlightened Rogue. VG $9.99. And Billy Joel, The Stranger, a classic. Only the Good Die Young. I'm moving out. Just the Way You Are. Scenes from an Italian restaurant. That one's loaded. VG Plus, Billy Joel, $9.99 on Billy. And James Gang, Bang. James Gang, VG Plus, $17.99. And Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shaking. Wow, early. I could tell from the cover and the weight. 58 mono, Whole Lot of Shaking. Carl Perkins, VG, $34.99. Norma Tanega, Laura has conservatively graded at VG Plus. It's on New Voice, a 66 USOG, and a VG Plus cover. It has one bid for $30. Mike Pierce on Billy Joel, The Stranger. David Polkey was second, then Nashville Tiger. Lou Reed's about to sell for $30. Rock critic Lester Bangs said Metal Machine Music is the greatest album ever. Wow. I didn't really know what it was, and then I think it was John or somebody here was like, Chad, you got to put this on and listen to it. And they had me put it on, and I was like, what are we listening to right now? This is bizarre. And then Smashing Pumpkins. Amanda's out. Final call. Mark V's $40, okay? Amanda and anybody else interested, let's go ahead and sell this to Mark V's for $40. This album, I can order new copies. They're going to be about $45. They're on black vinyl. Does anybody want me to order you a copy? These are in print. They're black vinyl. They're about $45, $46 if anybody wants me to order a copy. $44.99 probably. Okay. Is Billy Shears watching? I never did run the KISS poster. I was going to get a couple of these posters running, but I don't know if Billy Shears is still watching or not, but I was going to run a couple of these KISS posters. And then we have Eric Clapton, since he requested it. 461 Ocean Boulevard, VG $14.99 on Clapton. And Steely Dan, Aja, VG $14.99 on Aja. And Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, EX $17.99. Folks, another crate of metal on deck. Another crate of metal on deck, okay? Norma Tanega has another bid. Let's revisit the Japanese crate over here. The Japanese crate, let's put up the Grease soundtrack. Nice. Grease. Grease is the word. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi. A $35 start. Norma Tanega has a new bid for $32. Janet, you've been outbid, just FYI. I can't believe Frigid Pink is still in the crate. Grease is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And this is really nice. $35 start on that. Next is Paul Simon One Trick Pony, Late in the Evening, VG $9.99. Supertramp, Breakfast in America, VG $9.99 for Supertramp. Nice. Phil Collins, face value. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. EX $17.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $19.99. Rainbow Rising, Rainbow, VG Plus $19.99. Ronnie James Dio and original Polydor Gatefold. Norma Tanega has a new bid for $33. Lou Reed, though, is sold. Lou Reed is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $25. Thank you, Eric. And then John LaBeatty on Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Whoops, that's Phil Collins. Bruce Springsteen sold. Joe DeGato on Supertramp sold. Amanda Davis on Phil Collins sold. Shannon next on Phil Collins. Mark next on Phil Collins. Josh Brown next on Phil Collins. Norma Tanega getting new bids. Grease is a $35 start. Eric Van Leuven gets Rainbow. And what's a known Frigid Pink song? Their cover of House of the Rising Sun. They do a pretty cool cover of House of the Rising Sun. Oh boy, the last time we had one of these, it got busy. George Michael, Faith. Faith, I Want Your Sex, Hard Day, an 87 Carrollton, no Vlado signature in the dead wax, with lyric insert, near mint, original on the sleeve, and somebody even kept the hop sticker. George Michael, $35 start. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled, nice. VG $14.99. Queen, News of the World, nice OG club copy, $32.99. We Will Rock You. Queen, their other classic, Night at the Opera. Bohemian Rhapsody, VG $14.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, EX $32.99. David Jennings on Alice Cooper. George Michael has a bid of $35 with Craig Sweden. Norma. Next Play Records. Let me know if you want back in on Norma Tanega for more than $33. Now Larry Gonzalez has George Michael for $40. And Grease is a final call. No one's bid. $35 start. All right, let's try to get another Beatles lot. We're down to solo tracks, it looks like. Let's do a George Harrison. a Ringo Starr, a Beatles, and a John Lennon, which is going to be the Christmas song, Happy Xmas. Okay, and then Beatles is Act Naturally and Yesterday. I've sold all the McCartney stuff, I think. So George, Ringo, John, and then the Beatles together. Those 4 singles, a $15 start. So Act Naturally and Yesterday, Apple writing on the label, Happy Xmas, War is Over, Ringo Starr Photograph, and I Got My Mind Set on You. Those 2 on the picture sleeves. 4 Beatles, we'll call it a $10 start. We'll just say 45s are Beatles, $10 start on those, okay? George Michael, 40. George Michael, 50. Tim Rory, Queen, Night at the Opera. Let's sell that to him for 10. And then Fleetwood Mac, I'm assuming you mean this one here, Chris Martin, also sold to you for 10. I've lost Next Play Records on Norman Tanega, so I'm going to say hammers up, and we're about to sell it for 33 to JetBlue over on Twitch. And we've already sold one of the Queens, and the 45s are at 10 and now 10. Okay? All right. And I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, because we're about to get ready for this other crate, which is probably about to be pretty dang insane. And now Norman Tanega has a new bid. Amanda, you've been outbid. Next Play's back in at 34. All I got to do is Act Naturally. Holy moly. Okay, here we go. So I got Leonard Skinner, one more From the Road. VG Plus, $24.99. The Best of the Doobies. VG Plus, $9.99. Undercover of the Night single, VG Plus, $14. April Wine was VG 9. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, that's just VG 9, classic album. Van Morrison, VG 14. Van Morrison Live, VG 14. Moody Blues, a German press. Gatefold, VG Plus 12. Foghat, VG 9. Also, Grand Funk Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain, VG Plus 14. Frigid Pink, VG Plus 34. And Allman Brothers, VG 9. So, first of all, let's make Grease a buy it now. Let's do Grease buy it now for $35, okay? So, that's a Japanese press original, no bid. Grease is a buy it now for $35, and that's the original soundtrack. Those are in print new, but they're really pricey, believe it or not. They're like, well, if I ordered one, I'd probably have to sticker it like 46 or 49. So picking up a 2LP original for $35 is not bad. Eddie Bruce, shout out to Eddie Bruce, even though he's a Georgia Bulldogs fan. Shout out to Eddie Bruce down in Cartersville, Georgia. There's got to be some people down in Georgia that live close to Cartersville. You need to go check out Eddie Bruce's shop. He's a fellow record salesman. The Rockin' Shop, Cartersville, Georgia. Even though he is a Georgia Bulldogs fan, we won't hold that against him, okay? We won't hold that against him. Norman Tanega is at 35. That's now out. And George Michael, the last bit on George Michael that came in, this is with Mark Weiss at 50. And these 45s are at 11. Mark Weiss is back in at 15, and now Joe's at 16. Frigid Pink should be on Parrot London. There it is. Yes, Parrot. It is an original label. Very little jacket wear, just a hint right up there. VG Plus, $34.99. Over here, James Gang is VG Plus, $17.99. And Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shaking, VG, $34.99. So if you go to Eddie's shop and you say, hey, Chad sent me here from Coletco, he'll give you a $500 gift card. $500 in-store credit gift card. If you mention my name and say Chad sent me here. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Eddie'd be like, what? Why are these people coming here and saying what? We have 45s at $20, and then Sherry Darnell wants Van Morrison Live. Okay, and then he's out on the singles. Now George Michael, 61. Eric Clapton is VG, $14.99. Steely Dan, VG, $14.99. This is AA. This says AA 1006B-1A. That's the matrix on this. AA-1006B-1A. That's VG, $14.99. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, VG, $9.99. Queen is EX, $32.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors EX, $32.99. Okay, these 4 Beatles-related singles, Mark Weiss gets those for $20. George Michael's now at 65, and then Norman Tanega. Well, I've lost Next Play Records again. They must be on a dial-up connection. This is called Norman Tanega, Walking My Cat Named Dog. It's a 1966 USOG. A 1966 USOG VG Plus condition. And it's been a final call for 4 minutes with Janet Gray at $35. Okay? $35 is the high bid. Norman Tanega. George Michael's at 65. Kevin Chapman on EC for Eric Clapton. Anybody else before we go through this next crate, which is going to be a slobber knocker? Are y'all aware of what a slobber knocker is? The only no bid tonight is David Allan Coe Underground album, $350. I'm pretty firm on that price. One has recently sold for more than that, and this one's a lot better. This is in shrink, EX++ near minus, never been reissued. It's not unofficial, but it's banned on Discogs. $350. David Allan Coe. $350. It's available. That's the only no bid tonight, and a Beatles single, but it's about to be put in a lot and definitely sold. Next plays out. Amanda Darby, it's up to you on Norman Tanega. What was the price on Queen? The only Queen that's left is News of the World, EX $32.99. George Michael has always been desirable, just not available. It's just one of those albums. Never can really keep it around. This is When the Wind Blows, the original motion picture soundtrack. An 87 OG specialty press. Listen to the lineup. Roger Waters, David Bowie, Genesis, Squeeze, Paul Hardcastle. Credible lineup. This is a soundtrack. I think it's something they produced, you know, anti-nuclear war type thing, When the Wind Blows. So this is a $15 start. Pretty unusual one there. Mark Weiss gets Queen for $30. And George Michael is at 66. Norman Tanega is at 41. Norman's between Nick Dahmer and Janet Gray. All right, and let's condense this. So John's 5 crates are now into 2 crates. That's how much we've sold out of new arrivals tonight. Amazing. And all these are still available. That was like a lot of essentials still in there. And we have a straight priced. I hope everybody's ready for more metal chaos. It could get pretty crazy here. Now, the last time we were doing these crates, it was like, what, midnight last night? We're much ahead of schedule because we didn't have really any new vinyl coming tonight. So we pretty much nothing but OG and pre-owned arrivals all night, having no new vinyl, which is greatly disappointing. I told Tanner, I was like, if we miss a delivery of new vinyl, it literally costs us thousands of dollars. So anytime there's not either they miss a delivery or they don't deliver, it's a pretty big financial setback for Coletco. So I hate not having new vinyl because it's one more day we can't sell it, one more day we can't reorder it. Something could sell out, something could be out of stock, we could be taking waiting list. It's pretty unfortunate, but I hope we got metalheads here. This is insane. We're 2 hours probably away from CDs. That's still a while. So I didn't get an air horn for selling at the last crate I priced. Well, we still had a few left, didn't we? We had a few left. We had, well, we owe you one, I guess, from yesterday's, but we sold, we still got 6 left from the last one. We still got 6 left from the last one, okay? All right, let's jump over here. So George Michael, 68, Norman Tanega, 45, Norman Tanega, 46, Norman Tanega, 50. David Allan Coe is Underground Album. Underground Album is what it's called. So this is blocked on Discogs, so you can't buy one over there. And they'll slip through occasionally on eBay, but I've known some to be taken down. Okay, so they're not, it's kind of hard to obtain them. Wham albums finally got a reissue. All the Wham albums, those finally got a reissue. But yeah, George Michael Faith is still not in print. Frigid Pink is still available. VG Plus, $34.99. Oh. I cut myself shaving. Doesn't feel too good. Okay. Let's see here. So, Norman Tanega, When the Wind Blows, and George Michael. First thing is Norman Tanega's a 60, George Michael's a 70, and When the Wind Blows is a final call for $15, okay? Eddie Bruce said he will take the Frigid Pink album. That's sold to him. Pretty sweet. And, oh, I should see my neck. It looks like I got shot. It doesn't look good at all. It's like, it looks like something bit me more so. Man. Okay. I wish I could. I need to go get lasered, have all the hair taken off my face. I hate shaving. Oh, gosh. I hate it. Oh. Okay. First thing, y'all ready? This is Global Relapse Record. This is sealed, $14.99. Comp of release artist, sealed $14.99. So a comp of relapse artist, relapse label. This is a metal compilation, sealed $14.99, so to Mark Stanley. Metal has engaged, okay? George Michael is sold to Mark V's for $70. Norman Tanega is up to Janet. And Janet, this is in stereo. Are you talking about this? Yeah. This is in stereo. This is a 1966 USOG stereo, VG Plus condition. When the Wind Blows is a $15 buy it now. When the Wind Blows is a $15 buy it now. David Allan Coe is $15. David Allan Coe is $15. Excuse me. David Allan Coe is $350. When the Wind Blows is $15. $15, $350. $15, $350. $15, $350. Okay? There's that. Also, we have Dreamless Veil. Dreamless, that's a D, I think. Dreamless Veil, $19.99. We're an insane crate of metal. Hope everybody's got your knuckles cracked and ready to go. That does not come with a $500 gift card. No, not on that one. Not on that one. But our next record is this, Huey Lewis and the News, an 83 sealed retail copy. This is sealed original Huey Lewis, a $25 start on that. David Allan Coe is $350. Our next Japanese auction is the Aristocats. No Obi. Very interesting, though. Walt Disney's the Aristocats. I'm assuming it didn't come with an OB. It is Japanese, and we're going to put this up for a $25 start. How cool is that? It does have the OB. The Aristocats is a $35 start. It does have the OB. Very cool. Can we get this back on here? The Aristocats is a $35 start. Maybe without causing too much trouble right quick. Almost, Chad. No, it's going to take more patience than I got, or more time than I've got right now. 35 on the Aristocats. Very cool. All right, and now Norma Tanega's up to JetBlue. Aristocats already 35, and this is a crate of metal. Let's get focused on this one. Dreamless Veil, $19.99. Over here, we have... oh, gosh, I got to go to the spine, everyone. Massacre Resurgence. Massacre Resurgence is limited to 700. Cyan, Mustard, and Black, death metal, $19.99 on Massacre. Vicious Rumors, Celebration Decay, Power Metal, red vinyl, $24.99. Nick Dahmer, there's been a new bid on Norma Tanega, $61. The Aristocats has bids for $35 and $35. Christina Curtis, you've been outbid. We have Flames, Last Prophecy. Flames is a thrash album, yellow vinyl, $19.99. Vicious Rumors, Flames, Massacre, and Dreamless Veil. Annihilator, Alice in Hell, Annihilator is a music on vinyl press. Thrash speed metal, unopened, $24.99. Hatebreed, Weight of the False Self. Gray marbled hardcore metalcore, seal, $24.99. Annihilator is sold to Charlie Buck. How much is Vicious Rumors? $24.99. Over here, Norma Tanega is sold to Nick Dahmer for $63. Huey Lewis is sealed OG, $25 buy it now, unopened. And I'm going to make sure Christina Curtis doesn't want to bid again on the Aristocats. Actually, they did. It's already up at $45 now. This is a sealed original with hop sticker, just $25 on that. Next is Charlie Buck on Annihilator. We've already pulled that. Danny Thomason was second. Danny Thomason first on Hatebreed. Now the Aristocats is at $50 with Christina Curtis. Next auction is Hank Williams Jr., Lone Wolf. Hank Williams Jr. is a 1990 USOG club. This has never been reissued. It's been out of print since this pressing. $25 start. Huey Lewis is sold to Calvin for $25. The Aristocats is at $55. And then the next record in here is Solent Green, a deleted symphony for the Beaten Down, $29.99. Stoner Grindcore, $29.99 for Solent Green. And Lowest Creature, Sacrilegious Pain. That is thrash hardcore. Lowest Creature, $27.99. Solent Green is sold to Mark Stanley. Vladarchek second. Aristocats $55. Hank Jr. already has a bid for $25. And our next record is a Japanese pressing going up right now. Without further ado, at this moment, no more delays. Here it comes. Trying to figure out what they've done here. This is actually pretty bizarre. So this is Cheap Trick found all the parts. And this comes as a 10-inch. And in the United States, the cover is about like that. This is a very bizarre, elongated cover. It's got an obi that doubles as like a cover, like a cape almost. It's like a cape. And there's the 10-inch, which is near mint minus and pristine. So pretty unusual release here from Cheap Trick. I've never had this. If I have had this, I don't remember it. Cheap Trick is a $35 start, okay? First is John Mincemore on Lowest Creature. Hank got another bid for $25. Aristocats out. Christina has it for $60. Mark Steele third on Solent Green. Now Hank Williams 30. Now Hank Williams 32. Now Hank Williams 35. Cheap Trick, a $35 start. Interesting one there. Obituary, Cause of Death, $22.99, silver vinyl. Tom Kelly's in on Cheap Trick quickly at $35. We have Creator, Enemy of God. Creator is a 2017 red vinyl, $49.99 with CD. Red vinyl, $49.99 with CD. We have Cannibal Corpse, Chaos Horrific. Cannibal Corpse is red and orange ink spots, sealed for $29.99. And Hell Ripper, Warlocks Grim and Withered Hags. Black Metal Speed Metal, sealed, $24.99, Hell Ripper. The Aristocats is sold to Christina Curtis for $60. Don't get a lot of Japanese Disney records. Hank is now at $37 and Cheap Trick's at $35, okay? Let's see what else we can come up with over here. Let's put this in a new sleeve for Christina. Thank you, Christina. I bet Christina likes cats. Her profile picture is a cat. Christina, if I was betting, I would put Vegas odds really high that you love some cats. Thank you on that. All right, and then Hank Williams Jr. 40. And let's see what's next in here. Withery, Sympathy for the Devil. Death metal, black metal, clear vinyl, $22.99. Ultimatum, Into the Pit. Metal Icon Series. Thrash heavy metal, $24.99. In Human Condition, Fear Sick, limited to 300, death metal, $39.99. Night Demon, Darkness Remains, heavy metal, silver vinyl, $27.99. Hank is at 40 and 40. When I come back, I'm selling Cheap Trick as soon as I put up Talking Heads. Fear of Music, a 79 OG embossed riveted cover, original inner sleeve, EX++, near mint minus, Talking Heads, Fear of Music, $25 start. Tom Kelly gets the Cheap Trick, and that's sold to him. Tom Kelly for $35. So if you're just hopping on, typically Thursday's reserved for Metal Night. Well, we just bought this insane collection. We got a bunch of it, and I think Paul's going pretty soon to buy more stuff next week in Houston. And because it's end of the year, I've told anybody here marking records this week, go for the best you can find in this building. So what are they doing? They're marking metal. That is what's going on. Metal is being marked, and we love it. And that's so to Tom Kelly, and we've got a bunch of it. We're probably going to have more tomorrow, and we'll probably have more definitely on Metal Night. And by the end of these crates, there's usually not much left. In the last 4 crates, last 3 crates, there's only 6 records left, and 5 are metal. So give you an idea, $8 in limited shipping, unless you're a veteran this week. Just send us proof in the post on Facebook or a message in uniform or proof you served. We'll give you free shipping this week, okay? Talking Heads has a bid for $25. Hank is at 40 with 007 Platinum. Alan Hagen, you tied 007, so you're out. Paul Richards on Witcher. That was right back here, Witchery. And that means Scott S., you were second. And now over here we have Dream Unending. This is $24.99. You auction off all the stuff this week too. Everything that was posted in that hot picture, yeah. So everything that was in that hot picture over here. I made a post earlier today, like new metal collection, Metallica's, Megadeth. A lot of that will make an appearance on Thursday. Savatage, Laz Rocket, Testament, Metal Church, all the hair metal stuff, all the David Allen. Some of these have already make appearances tonight. A lot of that has sold tonight. David Allen Coe's, the Alice in Chains, coming soon. Towns Van Zandt, all this stuff here. Some of those have sold tonight. Those are coming soon. Probably some mixed in tomorrow that's not really metal. A lot of metal on Thursday, and then we got Friday and Saturday. I'll be here every night. Laura and Paul and John will be marking as much as they can. So, next thing is this. We have Andy Lane on Night Demon. It's up overall, though. I'll leave them up to whatever's being put up for bid, okay? So whatever Paul and Laura, mostly Laura, decides to put up, that's what's going to be. I usually show the hot picture the night before one of the last things we do here, okay? One of the last things we do here, I show the hot picture of what's coming up the next day. And it's always posted no later than 5:30. Usually by 2, 3, or 4, there'll be a gallery of what definitely is selling. Now tonight, we've sold some incredible stuff that's unadvertised. But y'all know we at least give you a 30 to 50 record tease of some of the best stuff being auctioned. First, back to selling. Andy Lane gets Night Demon. John Mincemoyer gets Dream Unending. And then Mike Strauss wants to know what was Ultimatum. Ultimatum was Ultimatum Into the Pit. $24.99, Mike Strauss. Hank 42, Hank 45. And then over here, we have, that's pretty wicked looking, $19.99 Speed. What is this called? Speed Wolf? Yeah, Speed Wolf, Ride with Death. Speed Wolf is $19.99. Talking Heads got one bid of Fred Noop, sold for $25. Okay. Thank you to Chad and his crew. I'm so glad I found this group. I've gotten some great record CDs. Such a wonderful small business. Happy to be part of it. That's a great review. I need to screenshot that and put it on like business cards. Thank you, Tom Kelly. Next auction is going to go up right now. And see, every once in a while I'll pull out just random, just like, whoa, where did Chad get that at? Just like random, like, what's going on? Where did he get that at? Like Crank, K-R-A-N-K. Hideous. Crank is an 86 USOG from Metal Blade. It has the original lyric insert and a merch insert. It is EX, maybe even EX Plus, which means it's nice. A $25 start. Crank has this merch insert, the inner sleeve, clip corner. Crank is a $25 start. Hank Williams Jr., 45 of 007 Platinum. Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. Power Trip is $34.99, limited to 2,000 on Nuclear Gleam vinyl. And there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Power Trip, $34.99. Any live OGs? I haven't seen any. We had some live CDs last night. Secret Samadhi. Tank, Valley of Tears. This is sealed for $19.99 Tank. And this one is called Entombed AD. Back to the something. Death Metal, $19.99. Also, The Black Dahlia Murder, unhollowed. Sealed, $29.99. Clear, red, green, melodic death metal. And then over here, Hank is sold for 45 to 007 Platinum. And 007 Platinum, I did end up selling that signed Aussie. It was crazy. The one we were just talking about, as soon as the show got started tonight, I actually end up selling that. So for those that are curious, for those that want to know, I'm down to one authenticated and good to go Aussie autograph, and that's this. It's also signed by Zakk Wylde and Randy Castillo. It's a pin-up poster from a magazine from back in the 80s. It's got 3 signatures. It's JSA'd. It's $1,275. $1,275 for Aussie. Pretty dang cool item there. Zakk Wylde, that's an earlier Zakk Wylde signature too, obviously. He doesn't sign like that anymore. And Randy Castillo dated it, 1988. So that's about when that poster's from. Crank has a bid for $25. And let's put up some more Japanese. I still have, here we go, David. You ready? Stephen Stills, Right By You. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, the self-titled one, you know, where like they're sitting on the boat. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. I'm going to put that one up right now. The Love and Spoonful, Distant Echoes. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Allies. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Journey, Infinity, but no Obi. Christopher Cross, self-titled. The Knack, Get the Knack, My Sharona. Pat Benatar, that is In the Heat of the Night. Foreigner, self-titled. Blondie, Auto-American. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. And Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. That is in this newest batch of Japanese pressings. That's what I have left, okay? Here is Cheap Trick, Dream Police. With Obi, a $35 start. Cheap Trick, Dream Police. It does have this insert. It has a cover and Obi. Cheap Trick is a $35 start. Dream Police, nice. Also in here we have Garden of Hell by Robespierre. Robespierre. Looks like Robespierre. And that is heavy metal. Yep, Robespierre, $14.99. Crank has one bid for $25. Cheap Trick, $35. And then let me go ahead and knock out the rest of the Beatles. So we have the Beatles, Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. Power to the People and Touch Me, John Lennon. Ringo Starr, A Dose of Rock and Roll. And George Harrison, I Got My Mind Set on You. 4 Beatles related. $10 start, including Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. John Lennon, Ringo Starr, and George Harrison. $10 start on that. So Crank is now at $29, and we're in a full crate of metal. Hopefully nobody's getting too metaled out because there's more coming. It may not be tonight, but there's more. Death Hammer, thrash and black metal, $19.99. Alan Hayden wants Garden. So to Alan Hagen. You might want to think about grabbing them now. They could get gone. They will get gone. We have Marty Dude. It has those 2 dots over the O. El Da Pop. Seal, that's a hardcore punk. $9.99. And this is Vindicator, There Will Be Blood. A thrash album. Vindicator, $14.99. And this one is Fully Crazed, Off the Hook. Fully Crazed is sealed, $19.99. The last bid on Crank that came in is $29, which means Andy Lane, you've been outbid. Now Andy Lane's back in on 30 on Crank. Cheap Trick's at 40, and the 4 Beatles singles are at 10. CSN's on deck. Mike Straw's first on Vindicator. Danny Thomason was next. What was Hardcore Punk? Oh, man, I feel like I've said that a bunch. Maybe this one? Hardcore Punk, Marty Dodd. M-A-R-T-Y-R-D-O-D. Fully Crazed is Soda Danny Thomason is the title, CSN. Yeah, it's CSN, the one where they're sitting on the boat. Yeah, the one with Just a Song Before I Go. Aqua, no, who is this? Angels and Airwaves, $22.99, Life Forms. Nice, really cool foil-looking cover. $22.99 on that. And Hallows Eve, Evil Never Dies. They kind of got the comic book, EC comic book kind of thing going on. Thrash, $24.99 is Death Hammer colored vinyl. Death Hammer is black. Black, $19.99. Amanda Davis on Angels. Angels and Airwaves, so to Amanda Davis. And Slayer, Hell Awaits, orange, $32.99. Mike Straw's on Hallows Eve, so to Mike Straw's, Danny next. And this is Lucifage, Eternal Power, black metal thrash, $17.99. Charlie C. Buck on A, that was Angels and Airways already sold. Joe Delgado, you get these next 4 Beatles singles for $10. Thank you on that. Charlie Buck first on Slayer. Cheap Trick is done. And Cheap Trick is sold for $45 to Joe Salamone. 45 on that. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Joe Salamone, 45 on that. All right, boom and boom. And then he meant A for Slayer. Well, you got Slayer either way. Dustin Hodges on Lucifage. And the Black Dahlia Murder was clear, red, green. I guess Yuletide. Clear, red, green. And then Crank, Andy Lane bid 30. Mike Straws. Just so you know, Mike, you're out on this. And this is an 86 USOG. It's on Metal Blade. It's called Crank Hideous. And I think this is a final call for $30 to Andy Lane. Okay? All the advertised auctions are done. We have literally went through and sold every one of those, except 2 no bids. When the Wind Blows, $15. Roger Waters, David Bowie's on here, Genesis and Squeeze. And, of course, David Allan Coe, $350. David Allan Coe, $350, okay? Crank is about to sell for $30. And let me pause there and put up a couple new auctions. And the first one we got, several great Japanese. Next is Stephen Steele's Right By You. Stephen Steele's is going to go up for a $25 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi, $25 start. Crank has a new bid for $31. Andy Lane, you've been outbid. And Stephen Steele's is a $25 start. Wow, great metal stuff in here. Onslaught, this is sealed on red vinyl. Onslaught is $24.99. Chemist, Khemmis, that is called Hunted. That is Doom Metal, $19.99. Oso Adventure on KT. Crank Info, give me 1 second. Dwayne Caldwell on Ultimatum. Is that still in here? Ultimatum. It is. So to Dwayne Caldwell. That is so to him. Crank Info. Alonzo on O for Onslaught. And Danny was next on Onslaught. Cancer. Death Shall Rise. Sealed. Red vinyl. Death metal. $19.99. And Havoc. HAVOK. Really cool looking colored vinyl. Just $17.99 for Havoc. Okay. Chemist is $19.99. Best price on Co. I've already told 2 people $350. I mean, I thought it might get close to $450 or $500 at auction. So I think $350 is the price. It's really, you can't really get it anywhere else, especially in this condition. If you're looking for this album, If you need this album and you're looking for it, this is the deal. You should be all over it. You can't get it on Discogs, and this is in bizarrely high grade. EX++ near mint minus. I feel like if that's something you're looking for, $350, you write the check. Empty Matt on H for Havoc. Dustin was next, and Danny got C for Cancer. Steven Steels is a final call for $25. And let's go over Crank again. Danny Thomason, you're out on Crank. Crank Hideous is an 86 OG metal blade with lyric insert and merch form. EX Plus condition, it's at $35. Steven Steele's final call for $25. And I'm going to go ahead and add another auction. Let's see what I've got over here, quote, in my bonus crate. My bonus crate. Uh-oh, there could be anything in here. Like UFO. I think this is their earliest one, maybe. UFO 1 is an 82 UK reissue. It does have cover wear and damage up here. UFO is VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start on UFO. That is now up for bid. Okay, Crank's at 36. Now, we've read through this crate once. We have sold half of it. Pretty well, we might have sold 2/3 of it. Somewhere between those two. No one's measuring here. But what I am going to do is read these again. I'll try to give a little bit more details. There might be some metal in here that maybe y'all aren't as familiar with. And sometimes when I read the hop sticker, sometimes, whoa, almost ran into Laura. Sometimes when I read the hop sticker, it kind of helps y'all decide what you want. I've got all these CDs in here. That's from the hot picture tomorrow, and or the 12 o'clock post tomorrow. I'll be posting CDs. I've already started getting them stacked. And yeah, here in about an hour and a half, we're going to go through this. We're going to go through some discount crates, and we're going to do some half off, and then we'll do CDs and miscellaneous for the rest of the night, okay? So, first things first. Crank 36, Andy Lane, you're out. UFO 15, UFO 15, and Black Delilah. Black Delilah. That's hard for me to say. The price on this was sealed $29.99. Yuletide colored vinyl, clear with red green, melodic death metal, sealed $29.99. These are sticker price. These are sticker price. Definitely no more, no less. Okay? These are sticker price. We have Dreamless Veil. It's on kind of tan colored vinyl, death metal, $19.99. Dreamless Veil. For fans of Emperor, Blut Us Nord, Krallis, and Gorguts. That is Dreamless Veil. It's on tan vinyl, $19.99. Also, this is sealed $19.99 Massacre Resurgence. Massacre Resurgent, pressed on cyan and mustard swirl with black splatter, limited to 1700. That is death metal, sealed $19.99 for Massacre. Flames, Last Prophecy, thrash, yellow vinyl, $19.99. Now, some of these are definitely aged, like they're not new. I mean, they're new pressings, but those guys are definitely 80s, right? So that's definitely like an 80s thrash album. Flames, $19.99. I think these other three here are pretty modern bands. Scott S. on Flames. Thank you, Scott Savakis. Hope I'm saying your last name remotely close. All right, Steven Steels can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. No bid on Steven Steels for $25. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. Steven Steels for $25. UFO has a new bid for $16. And I think we're done on Crank. It is at 36 with Danny Thomason, and the other bidder, Andy Lane, went out. Steven Steels can be picked up for $25. Let's lay that right over here. And then we have Vicious Rumor, Celebration Decay, Power Metal, Red Vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $24.99. I'm trying to get a look at the bands. Okay, no fun. I think this is more my... I can look at the people, obviously, and be like, yeah, this is like 80s thrash or 90s, you know. I can look at the way they're dressed and the way they look. Vicious Rumors, $24.99. UFO has a new bid for $16.20. Dustin Hodges on Massacre. This crate's going to start chipping away. There's not going to be much left at the end. Obituary. I'm pretty familiar with them. This is Live Infection. It's limited edition of 1,000 on silver vinyl, $22.99 for Obituary, $22.99 on that, and then Creator. They've been around for a while. Enemy of the God, this is an out-of-print album. I've never seen this available for order. Creator's a double LP red vinyl, 2017 with the CD, $49.99. Crank is sold to Danny Thomason for $36. Let's try to put up some new stuff here. Crank is sold to Danny for $36. As soon as I get this, whatever this says out of his sleeve, there we go. All right, over here, Stereotype. Yeah, you can look at the way somebody's dressed and be like, yep, this is from the 80s. Or their hair. I mean, look at Ozzy. You just know that picture was taken in 88, right? Look at his hair. That's 88 Ozzy all day. Cannibal Corpse. This is sealed, $29.99. Cannibal Corpse is red and orange ink spots, $29.99. Okay, so there's UFO. Let's grab... It's about time to start mixing in some Buy It Now 45s, for sure. I got 60 stuff. I think I've got 80 stuff. I've got 70 stuff. I've got your stuff. I got my stuff. I've got stuff you don't want. I got stuff you would want so bad you would cry for it. I have the Beatles. This is 62 to 66. The Capitol Press, bizarrely on blue labels, even though it's the red album, they kind of mess some of those up. You know, it's supposed to be red album on red label, blue album on blue. This is the red album on the blue labels. Near Mint Minus, VG++ on disc 2, $20 start on the red album. Okay, Creator is $49.99. Creator's $49.99. Hell Ripper. Hell Ripper is Warlocks, Grim, and Withered Hags. Sealed, $24.99. Black Metal, Speed Metal. Hell Ripper, the stellar new studio album of hyper speed black and thrash anthems from Scotland's leading force of metal. Scottish metal, Hell Ripper, $24.99. In Human Condition, Fearsick, new album from Florida's Death Dealers. Metal from Florida, $39.99. Alonzo on VR for Vicious Rumors, sold to Alonzo. Kelly Vlodarchek on Scottish Metal, that's Hell Ripper, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Did I tell the details on UFO? UFO is an 82 UK reissue. It's on AKA Records. It does have some cover wear and tear. The vinyl is VG+, and the last bid on UFO was Hallbrook CM at Tom Kelly at $20. Tom Kelly at $20. The Beatles is a $25 start, and we have Wolf, Speed Wolf, Ride with Death, Speed Wolf. New, it says Locomotive, NWOBHM, which means New Wave of British Heavy Metal. New wave of British heavy metal, fueled heavy metal powered by a hardcore punk engine. Cruising across the wasteland of a not-so-distant future like peripheral road warriors for diehards of later English Dogs, Midnight, Toxic Holocaust, GISM, later, and GBH, Almighty Motorhead. Wow, they compared themselves to a lot of people. That is Wolf something. Speed Wolf, $19.99. The Beatles is at $25. Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. It's a limited edition 2000 on Nuclear Green, $34.99. Scott Savaki's on Inhuman Condition. Speed Wolf sold to Dustin Hodges. Those are gone and gone. My crate is pretty much full. UFO's about to sell when I come back. $20, and the Beatles about to sell for $25. Let me swap out crates because this one's gotten full. Laura just sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow, and boy, do I know that some of y'all want to look at those. I kind of look at those. She just left, and she usually sends me the pictures right before she leaves, so I'll show tomorrow's hot pictures in 1 second. Tank, Valley of Tears, heavy metal. Tank is sealed, $19.99. Entombed AD. Entombed AD, back to the front. Entombed is death metal, sealed, $19.99. The Beatles is sold to Mark V's for $25, and Tom Kelly gets UFO for $20, okay? Those are sold and sold. Danny just bid on UFO. It's already sold for $20. This is marked something. Marty Dodd, sealed $9.99. Danny Thomason on T for Tank. We have this was Death Hammer. Norwegian Black Thrash Kings return to their 5th album. No one honors the gods of old better, and they've gotten to their best production to date, and that is a heavy metal inferno. That is on black vinyl. They also made a couple different variants. This is black vinyl, $19.99. And Chemist, Haunted. And Chemist is doom metal, $19.99. The hype sticker on Entombed. The Legacy Lives On, back to the front, and then it has the people in the band. LG Petrov on vocals, Nico Elsgranstrand on guitars, Ole Delsdatt on drums, and Victor Brandt. Those guys are definitely, what, Swedish or something? Sealed, $19.99. Eric Van Leuven on Chemist. And if you missed the last 6 records from the last crate of metal, here's what was left over. That way they're all in one crate. This is it. Fallujah, Zenithal was sealed $24.99. Scum Ripper was $17.99. Scum Ripper, Nasty Jams from Filthy Finnish Metal Punks. Think Classics, Repulsion, The Mentors, Obsess, and Autopsy's Punkest Moments. That's who Scum Rippers was influenced by. Necrot is death metal, $22.99. Melanie Martinez, this is not metal, but Laura slipped it in. Bloodshot colored vinyl, $29.99 for Melanie Martinez. Aborted was $14.99. And lastly was Evil Spectrum and Utter Tomb. That was a split release for $19.99. Wow. All right, let's get some new auctions going. But first, I'm going to mix it up a little bit with a little handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. When a Man Loves a Woman, folks, that's a classic. Percy Sledge, $6.99. Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning, that's a cool song. Bobby Lewis. Buck and Buddy, got some Buck Owens there, $6.99 in the picture sleeve. Trini Lopez, a promotional record from Fresca. Anybody remember Fresca? And then Frank Sinatra, Young at Heart. Frank Sinatra is an older cardboard EP from the probably mid-50s. Sinatra is $6.99. Those are all $6.99 each, okay? First thing is Alonzo put in, and in was for Necrot. And then Michael Salazar got Creator from earlier. That is sold to him. Danny Thomason gets Entombed. That is sold to Danny Thomason. And then Mike Straw's next. Calvin Ward on Percy Sledge for $6.99. Danny Thomason on DH. And DH for Danny was Death Hammer, right? Yep. And then over here, somebody asked to spell this one here, okay? Fred, this is spelled, the band name is M-A-R-T-Y, like Marty. Okay, then there's an R. Martradode. And then the O has the 2 dots over it. Looks like Marty R. Dude, but I think it's Martyr Dodd, I think. Okay? And all these singles are $6.99. Sinatra EP, which is a 4-track, $6.99 on Sinatra. Trini Lopez, Buck and Buddy, and Bobby Lewis. Those are all $6.99 each. Martyr. That's the phonics I was needing. Martyr. Thank you. I guess it's martyr, and then however that O, those 2 dots over the O makes it long, right? Like dude. I'd have to call my English teacher right quick. She's... Never mind. We have, for $6.99, Here we go. Very quickly. We have the Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration, Gary U.S. Bonds, Twist Twist Senora, the Four Tops, It's the Same Old Song, Buddy Holly, Rock Around with Ollie V, and the Chiffons, One Fine Day. $6.99 on all those, okay? Some classic 60s. Chiffon, Buddy Holly, Four Tops, even older than 60s, Buddy Holly, Gary U.S. Bonds, and the Righteous Brothers. So out of 2 crates of metal, we had 2 crates last night, Laura marked. 0 records remain. We sold everything. We sold the last handful when we started. Tonight, she marked 2 crates of records. That's all that's left. Now, I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. This is going to go in the 6 a.m. video. About half of them sold in the 6 a.m. video, and then what was left got claimed when the show started, because I know some people's already gone to bed. At this time last night, there were still 220 people watching. Right now, there's only 182. So some people have elected to go to bed a little earlier tonight. That means they're not watching right now, and they would probably be buying what's left in here. So if you change your mind, they're available for the rest of the night. We're about to do best offer. I'm about to put up new auctions, and we're about to keep showing 45s up until 11:30, and then we're going to do the rest of these CDs. Okay? Danny, these are all sticker price. Danny is trying. He's tried. We got to give him an A+ for effort. He's asked for 48 hours. Can I discount these metal records? The answer is going to remain, I'm sorry, no, I will not be discounting these. Why should I discount these? They're going to sell. You know that, Danny. We went through the same we went through the same thing earlier. You saw everyone. You almost missed out on some. You just need to go ahead and buy them. You just need to go ahead and buy them, Danny. Come on, Danny. Look, see, a board had just sold. See? They're going to get sold. You better just go ahead and say, I'll take the rest of them. Danny, you can peel back those $100 bills like it's nothing. We have Steve Riley getting aborted. Thank you. That didn't sound right. Thank you, Steve Riley. And then over here, we have this right here. The hot picture from Laura. The Beatles, 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 the Beatles. Bob Marley, Grateful Dead. Gil Scott-Heron, Brian Jackson. Michael Jackson, Willie Nelson, The Replacements. Boston, Batcave, Def Leppard, Fugazi, Talking Heads, Tandy Tucker, Leadbelly, The Shining, AC/DC, Animal House, Van Halen, Psychedelic Furs, Hank Williams Jr., Roger Waters, George Jones, Madonna, Elvis, George Strait, and Gene Parsons, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and John Prine. And then I've got some stuff over here I'm going to go ahead and photograph tonight that needs to be advertised, and it's going to be metal, like Metallica's and Iron Maidens, and you can expect more of that tomorrow as well. So be on the lookout for the official post tomorrow, okay? But first thing, we're going to go ahead and put this up right now. This is going to be Elton John's Greatest Hits, a 74 OG. So the OG came with a custom label and a custom inner sleeve. It is a strong VG, nice, not bad at all. $15 start on Elton John. The Chiffons is sold to Tim Grindstaff for $6.99. Let's add another Japanese pressing, and that is Foreigner's debut album over here, self-titled. It feels like the very first time. Foreigner, self-titled, near mint minus and pristine with Obi, a $35 start. Foreigner, self-titled, beautiful copy. It has the insert. It has this insert. It has the cover and Obi, $35 start, $15 on Elton John. And let's do another quick handful of singles before I put up our next crate. We have Go Now, early Moody Blues there. That's pretty cool. Go Now, $6.99. Doc and Merle Watson, Bottle of Wine. And then Doc Watts and Newborn King, those are on the Poppy label. Same label like Towns Van Zandt was on. Hank Williams Jr., Knoxville Courthouse Blues. That's interesting. I've never seen that one. Don Williams, I'll Forgive, but I'll Never Forget. And then a white label promo of Conway Twitty, Walk On By. $6.99. $6.99 on that. Okay. So Elton John has a bid for 15. We have Conway. We got Don Williams, Hank Williams Jr., Doc Watson, Doc and Merle Watson, and Moody Blues. Those are all $6.99. Still looking for Halloween Detroit heavy metal. Was that in the hot picture, or that was in the post, Dave? So probably, Dave, that's going to go up. Did I give you chiffons? He wanted Buddy Holly. I don't know why I gave you the chiffons. Buddy Holly is sold to Tim Grindstaff. There's a good chance that Halloween will be put up Thursday night. Okay, there's a really good possibility. So I know we've had a lot of metal in the bins, but typically the 80s like thrash metal and stuff, those are reserved for Thursday night, what we call primo auctions. Okay, this crate is going to go up buy it now or best offer. So when we buy a new collection, there's a good chance we post a picture and be like, we just bought a collection. Now, there's good and bad things about doing that. The good thing is people know we just bought a lot of insane records. The bad thing is we kind of have to control how fast and when we sell this stuff. Because if we just started pricing stuff out, it would get insane and people wouldn't know how to buy it or when to pay. So we run everything through auction that we post, but you just kind of have to be on the lookout when we sell it. Sometimes it's sold right away that day. Like Laura already had some of these pulled and they've already been sold tonight. The other stuff is reserved probably for Thursday night or future. Okay? So, first thing is, whoops, I put these in the wrong pile. What have I done over here? Percy Sledge, Buddy Holly. Okay, then Hank Williams Jr. Hank Williams Jr. is sold to Christina Curtis. Danny Thomason was next. What is the catalog number on Foreigner? Catalog number on Foreigner is P-6385A. All right, let's get started with this crate. I have Van Morrison Common One. These are buy it now or best offer. Van Morrison Common One. VG Plus, $24.99. Also, Billy Joe Piano Man. Billy Joe is VG Plus, $14.99. This is check condition stuff, buy it now or best offer. Van Morrison, Billy Joe, and James Gang passing through. James Gang is VG, $14.99. And Boston, Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Original Epic label, $24.99. Elton John is sold for $15 to Joe Delgado. $15 to Joe Delgado. So that is sold. And Foreigner is Tom Kelly's at $35, okay? Final call. Sinatra for the collector, Volume 1, the V-Disc years. VG Plus, $9.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, VG $12.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Booker T and the MG's Greatest Hits, and that has Green Onions on it. It is a 68 USOG Monarch, and it's not bad. VG++, Booker T's a $15 start. Kansas, it's the Point of No Return, VG $9.99, and Deep Purple Burn. EX $27.99. Tim Grindstaff on James Gang for $10. That's sold to him. Don't hesitate to make offers out of here. Here's some more $6.99 singles. Hank Williams Jr. promo, early 7211 Roses. Hank Williams Jr. promo, Ain't That a Shame. James Taylor, Only One, a promo. I've never seen that. Another Hank Williams Jr. promo, I Wouldn't Change a Thing About You. These are all $6.99 each. Dinah Ross, The Way You Do the Things You Do with the Temptations. And Dinah Ross, I Guess I'll Always Love You. Dinah Ross and Supremes. One more, a classic, Heard It in a Love Song by Marshall Tucker Band. Those are all $6.99. Jeff Church on James Taylor. Never seen that one before. Promo. It's actually even nicer out of the sleeve. White label promo. That is sold to Jeff Church. There's that. And then Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams Jr., and then Dinah Ross, and Marshall Tucker. Foreigner is sold one bid, and that's sold to Tom Kelly for $35. Still knocking out some Japanese pressings over here for the night. Now officially getting into 45 buy nows and 45 auctions. I got a 45 auction over here set aside for us. And first thing we're going to do is sell Marshall Tucker to Calvin Ward and all three Hanks, 1, 2, and 3. Where's that third one at? Those are also to Christina Curtis at $6.99 each, okay? Booker T's a $15 start. Excuse me. What was these? These were Elvis, I bet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew I had stacked. What is these? Those are just sleeves. All right. Okay. So here is a white label promo of Riders on the Storm. How cool is that? The Doors. Riders on the Storm. It's probably VG, maybe VG Plus. Someone's wrote 1973 question mark. It was actually 1971. $7 start on the Doors. 1970, I think. Yeah. 70, 71. Somewhere right in there. All right. I'm going to stretch right quick. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh. Chad's down. Oh. Holy moly. Oh. Sorry. I had to go down for a second. Man down. All right, I'm back up. Everything in here is buy now best offer. Van Morrison Wavelength. That's VG $14.99. Edgar Winter, they come out at night. I feel like this is one of those records, like I said, I feel like I show one about every day and about every morning in the flip video, but they all sell. They only come out at night. VG $12.99. Booker T has a bid for $15. The Doors, Riders on the Storm promo, $7 start. Queen the Game, VG Plus $24.99, and Electrolyte Orchestra, a new world record. ELO is VG Plus $14.99. Here's some more quick buy nows on these singles. $6.99. Nas, Open My Eyes, $6.99. Archie Bell and the Drells, Get It From the Bottom. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, I Love The Love I Lost, Part 1 and 2. Ricky Nelson, Garden Party, or Rick Nelson. The Platters, I'm Sorry. And David Ackles, That's No Reason to Cry. Those are all $6.99 on those. And that was David Ackles, and then the Platters, and then Rick Nelson, Harold Melvin, Archie Bell, and Nas, which is early Todd Rundgren there. Those are all $6.99. The Who by Numbers with Squeeze Box, VG Plus $14.99. $14.99. Booker T has a new bid for $16. So Joe DeGaldo, you've been outbid on that one. And then Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG $9.99 for CSN. VG $9.99 on that. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. VG Plus $36.99 for Layla. Yellow Atco label, nice, $36.99 for that. And then Boston, Third Stage, VG Plus $24.99. So new bid on Booker T. The Doors has a bid. And let's pull something else over here for auction. And the next thing I have for auction is going to be, let's see here. Well, we did earlier, Elton John Greatest Hits Volume 1. How about Elton John Greatest Hits Volume 2 with Philadelphia Freedom? This is in shrink. It's a 77 OG. It has the inner sleeve and the lyric booklet. $15 start on Elton John. Booker T, $15, $16, and now another $17, now another $17. The Who is sold for $12 to Holbrook CM. Thank you on that. That's a good one. And then David Bowie, Never Let Me Down Again. EX $32.99 for Bowie. And Deep Purple, Stormbringer. Stormbringer is EX $27.99. Heart, a great one. Dreamboat Annie, Magic Man, Dreamboat Annie, Soul the Sea. It's got a little bit of a cover ding right there, but just $19.99 on that. And then Willie Nelson Stardust, VG Plus $9.99. Riders on the Storm is sold to Steve McGee for $7. That's a white label promo. How do you tell the difference between 2008 and 2010 Riders Spin Blue without opening? Oh, 2008 and 10? I don't know. I'd have to see them. I know the hop sticker, it tells a lot of information on the color. There's a big hop sticker on them, but other than that, I don't know if you can. Booker T is at 29. He might have meant to bid 19. We'll find out. And then we got James Gang Rides Again, VG $9.99. Let's see here. These are the 45s I've already been through, right? Let's see here. Okay, yeah. These have been gone through. I'm going to take these all the way over here so I can add to them. Those have been gone through because the ones I've gone through and gone through and gone through, eventually I start selling them in lots or I sell them by the box. I sometimes do that. I sell them by the whole box. And then we had These right here, okay? So these are all going to be $6.99. There's some good picture sleeves. Mixing them up a little bit now. Over here, we got Merle Haggard, Okie from Muskogee, Madness, Our House, Foreigner, Waiting for a Girl Like You, The DeFranco Family, Heartbeat is a Love Beat, and Houdini, One Love. Those are all $6.99. Yep, $6.99. Booker is at 20 and now 22. And then Dolly, EX $22.99 on Dolly Parton. And we have David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. VG Plus, $24.99 for Diamond Dogs. Tan label, that is VG Plus, $24.99. So first thing is Calvin gets Merle Haggard for $6.99. He gets Foreigner for $6.99. And we have Madness still available to DeFranco and Houdini. Tim Grindstaff on 6 for James Gang. Let's go ahead and sell it to him for $6. I was about to say $6.99. That's kind of my go-to price, but I'll go ahead and say $6. And then let's make Elton John a buy it now. Great comp there. That's got some singles on it that he didn't put on his albums. Don't Go Breaking My Heart and Philadelphia Freedom. Those aren't on his actual albums. So this is a pretty good comp to have. Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a good one. And that's a $15 buy it now. Booker T is at 22. I think everybody's done. Final call to Travis for 22. That was a great little batch of check condition classic rock. Just going to read those titles one more time. Make sure nobody wants to make an offer because that's great material for that, what we call 9 a.m. flip. And a lot of the people that's going to be watching that 9 a.m. flip may not be watching right now. And when these get a legitimate discount by Chad, they're probably going to get grabbed. So I'm just going to make sure everybody has got what they wanted, okay? I'm also moseying around over here. I'm trying to make sure everybody has seen a lot of these autographs I have, especially ones I have quantity of, like Chevy Chase. I'm about to bring some of these out because I'm about ready to photograph them and get them posted. So I need to make sure everybody has got a Chevy Chase photograph or autograph that wants and needs one for this before Christmas time gets too close. And I've got them sleeved and bagged now, so they're ready to go and ready to ship and ready to be tagged. I'll show those in just a second. Make sure everybody's got what they want. And my price sheet's up front. But first, let's put up new auctions. And this is sold to Travis for $22. And then Josh Brown gets Hart for $14. And let's read through just some of these titles. I'll remind you of a couple prices. Now would be the time to claim some of these. Let's do a few more buy it nows right quick. These are all $6.99 on these 45s. Here we go. 5 great ones here. This is Locomotion by Grand Funk. Beach Boys, The Little Girl I Once Knew and No Other Like My Baby. Haley Mills in Let's Get Together from Parent Trap. Stevie Nicks Talk to Me, and Madonna Crazy for You. Bowie 15. I might need just a let's do this for 18, okay? 18 on the Bowie. 18 on the Bowie, Christina. And then here's what's left. Van Morrison Common 1, VG plus 24. Billy Joe Piano Man, VG plus 14. Boston Don't Look Back, VG plus 24. Sinatra, VG plus $9.99. Bob Seger, VG $12.99. Kansas was VG $9.99. Deep Purple EX $27.99. The Beach Boys sold to Eric Van Leuven. Mark Weiss on the Madonna. And Holbrook on Grand Funk Railroad. That leaves Haley Mills from the Parent Trap and Stevie Nicks Talk to Me. Also, Van Morrison Wavelength, VG $14.99. Edgar Winter Group, VG $12.99. Queen the Game, VG plus $24.99. ELO, VG plus $14.99. Crosby, Stills & Nash, VG $9.99. Derek and the Dominoes, VG plus $36.99. Boston, VG plus $24.99. And David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, EX $32.99. She wants Haley and Bowie. All right, so let's sell this to Christina for $6.99. She said she will take Bowie for $18. And then we have Deep Purple, EX $27.99. Topographic on the Sinatra, sold to him for $6.99. And then Willie Nelson Stardust is VG plus $9.99. And then Dolly is EX $22.99. Okay, let me grab some more singles from over there. A couple of these I showed late last night, but they definitely need to be shown again, like these right here. So I've got Journey, Who's Crying Now, from Escape, Stevie Nicks, After the Glitter Fades, Whitney Houston, How I Know. Speaking of George Michael, there's Wham, I'm Your Man, and Dolly with Kenny, Real Love, and one more, Oh Sherry, Steve Perry. Speaking of Journey, Steve Perry, $6.99 on that. Okay, we need some more auctions. Let me step up front and get something out of my backpack. Backpack, 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 backpack. Ah, freak out. Le sheep, le freak. Freak out. All right, let's see. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Buckley, here we go. Vader, Mauve, Allen's, Balls Flag, 11x14, 8x10s. Okay. Oh, freak out. $145. That's what I thought. I almost said $155. Good to be accurate. All right, so over here we have Ager Winter Group sold to Hallbrook for $10. That's exactly what I was going to discount it for in the morning. And then Tony Freeman put AN, but he meant SO, but he meant SP. So AN was not a claim, but he meant put SO and then he meant SP. So sold to Tony Freeman, $6.99. Calvin Ward gets Journey, $6.99. So, Tony, I got you down for just Steve Perry, and Calvin Ward got Journey, and Tim Grindstaff got David Bowie for $22. You talking about this one right here? Go ahead and sell that to him for $22, okay? I don't know of a second helping. You know, for some reason, Mark, that one's always, their second album seems like it's always the most difficult to get. Dolly, Wham, Whitney, and Stevie Nicks still available. I don't know what's always been up with that, but it's always been that way. That was SN. Okay, so you want Steve Perry and Stevie Nicks. So Tony Freeman also got Stevie Nicks for $6.99. Okay, and we have our next auction is Madonna, Like a Virgin. And Madonna is an 84 USOG, Bob Lugwood in the Dead Wax, RL, VG Plus, Gold Stamp Promo. Madonna's a $15 start. Okay, I got some really cool Chevy Chase 11x14 autographs here. These were JSA, basically, they're JSA authenticated, but they were authenticated at a convention, so they're pretty much witnessed and good to go. And these are $145, perfect for the holidays. So I've got Chevy in Santa hat after Lewis burned up his tree. You couldn't hear a dump truck driving through a nitroglycerin plant. And then we have Chevy after he finds out his lights are actually working. And these are all JSA, and they're all carded and matched up here for you. I've got a bunch of these. Those are really cool. So Chevy, $145 on those, autographed. And this is one of the most popular ones. This is the pretty much the mock-up of what went on to be the original movie poster. The movie poster that would have been in theaters. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. So these are signed very nicely in silver paint pen, and that's probably the most popular one. But we sell a variety because people give them as gifts, and those are $145. So Chevy Chase autographs. I think that's all of the 11x14s I have left. I do have smaller 8x10s, and if you want to see those, I can bring them out. Those are $145. And I think I got one more over here. I had somebody buy 5 last week or 2 weeks ago, and I accidentally gave them 6. So we had an extra one. Yeah, there's another of those, okay? And I really need to prop those up somehow in the back so people know I have those. I need to get them sold before Christmas. Does Madonna have the bonus song Into the Groove? I don't see that on here. Material Girl, Like a Virgin. I don't see Into the Groove. $15 start on that. Okay, let's go through another crate of best offer. Probably one more crate of really like recent best offer, and then we'll do a half off crate. At least one. I'm going to set these right up here near the ramp so I know to find these later for the morning video. You might see some of those again. Let me put them right there. Got a head start on my morning video. That's good. Saves me some time after the sale. And let's keep rolling with Japanese with Blondie Auto American. Blondie Auto American is near mint minus and pristine with Obi. $35 start. Has the original on her sleeve. Has the insert. Blondie's a 35. So we got Debbie Harry and we got Madonna. Those are what's up for bid right now. I think this crate here is pretty dang good. And we should go through it best offer. And some of these even, I think Laura may have marked. So when the first time I showed them, they might not even be in best offer. So let's try one more crate here, okay? The next shirt. No, I was going to make sure. I was going to post the next shirt as soon as Craig shipped the metal logo. So when Craig tells me the metal logo has shipped, me and him will start working on the next one. And I'll have to make a decision on what it is. And then probably one of the most incredible autographs we have in stock right now is the signed Hard Day's Night by Paul McCartney, which is $7,500. $7,500 for signed Hard Day's Night. Pretty incredible. Really hard to get to this man, much less have an album jacket in your hand that he'll be willing to sign. He does not sign much Beatles stuff at all. So, big demand for these. This cover has actually been restored. I had a new letter done for it. I had a new updated letter because the jacket was actually pretty tattered and it was professionally restored. So that's one of the most incredible items we have available right now. Incredible. All right. So let's go through this crate best offer. And we're slipping some more 45s here in just a second, okay? First thing is Stephen Stills. This is his self-titled album. Jimi Hendrix plays on this album. Eric Clapton plays on this album. Has his big hit song, Love the One You're With. VG Plus $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. VG Plus $9.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. Obviously their third album. VG Plus, so they had Child as Father of the Man. Blood, Sweat, and Tears self-titled. And then they had Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection. Elton John is in VG condition, $14.99. That's an original uni label. Fantastic Elton John album, $14.99 on that. And Humble Pie, Eat It. Humble Pie is a double LP. It has the book with it. It's $19.99. Humble Pie. VG Plus $19.99. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. Van Morrison, that's on the original Green Warner Brothers label, $14.99. And Spirit, the family that plays together. Spirit is in VG condition, $9.99. And Van Morrison, TB Sheets. Van Morrison is in VG condition, $24.99. Another Van Morrison, this time on the Bang label. Also, we have John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall, VG condition, $12.99. Let's make Blondie a bite now for $35, a Japanese press. And Madonna, Gold Stamp Promo. This is available for just $15, VG Plus edition, VG Plus condition, okay? There's that, and there's Blondie. Craig said shirts will be here Saturday. Good. We might can invoice shirts then. Thank you, Craig, for the update on the shirts. Madonna is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $15, and Blondie can be picked up for $35. So the metal logo, that means I'll start conversing with Craig, and we'll start getting that next pre-order up for the next shirt. I'll have to make a decision which one we want to do next. And we've done Hatchet Ed, we've done metal logo, and I think it's time for, I don't know, it's about time for an Otis shirt. I think we need to get a good, like, cartoon version of Otis. You know, something. We need Otis on a shirt ASAP, I'm telling you. People love their dogs, okay? We all love Otis. Temptations' Greatest Hits, My Girl. Talking about my girl. Temptations, VG Plus $14.99. And the best of Roy Orbison, Only the Lonely. That's VG $9.99, okay? Next auction. I have going up right now. Let's see what's up with this Booker T. So this is Booker T and the MG's Greatest Hits from Stacks. It's a repress, but I don't think it has green onions. But still, some great stuff here from Booker T. This is a Stacks 72 US repress, VG++, $10 start. $10 start. Yeah, Laura, we might have to get Laura to commission a doodle of Otis that can be, however, we need to ask, we need to figure out how to do that. That way we can transfer it over to a shirt. That way it's Laura's artwork of Otis, and that's what we need, exactly. This is a buy it now best offer crate, and then we're going to do a half off crate. This is final call for best offer. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you a lot of this is probably going to be in the 9 a.m. video, marked down pretty cheap. So if you want these, just go ahead and make offers. We're here to sell them. Charlie Daniels is VG plus $17.99. Pat Travers Crash and Burn is VG $9.99. Deep Purple, Shades of Deep Purple, VG $14.99 for Deep Purple, Shades of Deep Purple. And we have Piper with Billy Squire. Piper is VG plus $12.99. Tim Grindstaff on Elton John for $10. This is sold to Tim for $10. Thank you on that. I need to lay down some more Buy It Now 45s while I'm at it. And let's grab some right out of here and see what's happening. What a crazy looking record that was. We got Elton John, his cover of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. The Time, Jungle Love, Morris Day, Dragging the Line, Tommy James and Shondel's a promo. You've Got a Friend, nice, a promo, James Taylor. Climax Blues Band, I Love You. And then Chicago, Chasing the Wind from 1991. And then Rockin' On with U-Haul, Bob Carter. Some kind of U-Haul promotional record from Bob Carter on orange vinyl, $6.99. First is Water Check on Time, Morris Day, $6.99. And then Calvin got James Taylor promo for $6.99. Okay, these are all best offer. Traffic with Steve Winwood, of course. VG plus $19.99 for Traffic. That is self-titled. And then we got the OJs. Let Me Touch You. OJ's is $14.99. Susie on Tommy James and the Shondells, Dragging the Line. That left Elton John. That left Climax Blues Band, Chicago, and Rockin' On with U-Haul. And that's Bob Carter. Also, we have Porter Wagner, All His Best. Porter Wagner there is $9.99. The Mothers of Invention, Weasels Ripped My Flesh. And this is $44.99. It's on the Bazaar, no condition notes. Does have writing on the cover. Juicy Lucy, Lie Back and Enjoy It. $19.99 on Juicy Lucy. And Graham Parker, The Up Escalator. Promo sticker, clip promo corner, and hop sticker. $9.99. And The Outlaws, unfortunately from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, $14.99, but super nice vinyl as you'd expect. Let's go ahead and make Booker T a buy it now. Booker T is a $10 buy it now. Booker T and the MGs, $10 buy it now on that. And then Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. Olivia is $9.99, and Leif Garrett in shrink wrap. Leif Garrett is $9.99, and Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? Olivia is $9.99. The Paul Desmond Quartet Live. Paul Desmond is $19.99. And Rush, All the World's a Stage. Rush is a 76 Terre Haute Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99 for Rush, All the World's a Stage. Nice to see that kind of randomly thrown in there. All right, our next Japanese pressing is Journey. Journey has no Obi, but it's only going to be a $25 start because of that, and it's really clean and really nice. Journey is near mint minus and pristine. Oh, it has the Obi. How about a $35 start? Journey's an Obi cap. Okay, nice. Journey's a $35 start. Big difference with and without Obi. Booker T sold to Travis for $10. Thank you, Travis. Journey does have Obi, so this one almost can lay flat and just be put down in the jacket because it's a kind of an Obi cap. And there's that. Let's grab some more 45s over here. And it looks like everybody's hot on the 80s as usual, so I'll see what I can come up with over here. These are all $6.99. Okay, this is like 80s essentials here, or 80s galore. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. Pop Music by M. and Culture Club, Time, Clock of the Heart, Eurythmics, Would I Lie to You, Samantha Fox, Naughty Girls, and then Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue, and Charlie Ryan doing Hot Rod Lincoln. Those are all $6.99. The Zappa back here, that was Weasels Ripped My Flesh. That was $44.99. Weasels Ripped My Flesh. Vladarchek on Samantha Fox. That sold to Vladarchek for $6.99. And then we have Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown. Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. Twilly, as in Dwight Twilly, $9.99. Tony Freeman on M, as in Pop Music. That is sold to Tony Freeman, and Calvin Ward was second. Okay. The Ozzy in the back is a signed poster insert from a magazine. It's signed by Ozzy, Zakk Wylde, and Randy Castillo. $1,275. We sold a signed Ozzy Diary of a Madman earlier tonight for $1,350. That's a signed Ozzy poster insert, and that is $1,275. JSA authenticated. Freedom Suite, The Rascals, $19.99 for Freedom Suite. Another Zappa related, Reuben and the Jets, $34.99. Heavy wear on the cover, and I'm entertaining fair offers on these. That was marked 34. The Pentangle is $19.99. No condition notes on the Pentangle. And Resurrection Band, awaiting your reply. Resurrection Band, $19.99. So these singles are still available. Charlie Ryan, Neil Diamond, Eurythmics, Culture Club, and Tiffany. I'm going to go ahead and make Journey a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. And let's see what else I've got over here in my auction crate, not counting Japanese. Journey is a $35 buy now. So that Obi can be put on the top. It's called like an Obi cap. So it is included. Kind of just lays on the top, really. It probably is more so underneath it when it was originally sealed. But there it is. We'll put that right over there. We've accumulating quite the no-bid pile all of a sudden. We have Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. That's $19.99, no condition notes. Commodores in the pocket. The Commodores is $14.99. And Country Joe McDonald, War, $19.99. Joe D, Hitsville. Joe D is $9.99. And one more here, the very best of Tommy Edwards. $9.99 on Tommy Edwards. Another quick handful of singles coming right now. And these are all $6.99. Okay. I see 2, I see 3, and let's do this. $6.99. Okay? We got Elvis, Mr. Songman. The Monkees, A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. The Moody Blues, Tuesday Afternoon. Ooh, nice. Yes. Long Distance Runaround, and the A-side, of course, is Roundabout. I'll be the Roundabout. Don't see a lot of Yes singles. Mostly because it couldn't fit onto a 45. Those are $6.99. And then here's 2 more quick ones. We have Hank Williams Jr., There's a Tear in My Beer, and Force MD's Tender Love from 1985. Topographic gets Yes, no surprise there, for $6.99. Thank you, Mike. And we also have Mike Morgan and The Crawl. That's $19.99. Oso Adventure gets Journey for $30. Thank you on that, Oso. And then Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass in mono. A red label mono, $29.99 on Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass. We've already shown that, and that, and that. Elvis, Potluck. That is VG Plus $19.99. I think we're to the few check condition records that was left last night. Potluck is $19.99. The Fugs. The Fugs is VG $24.99. Hank is going to Christina for $6.99. And we have Jethro Tull Live, VG $14.99. Patton, the original motion picture score. Jerry Goldsmith doing the score music. That's Patton. It's $14.99. Elvis is a picture sleeve. Yep. Here's what's left. Force MD's Tender Love. Moody Blues Tuesday Afternoon. A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit Mew. That's a great. And then The Girl I Knew Somewhere. Those are great Monkey songs. $6.99. And Elvis. Yeah. Mr. Songman in Trouble. $6.99. Regina. Okay, tonight's no bids. Blondie, Auto American, $35. Don't forget, I got Chevy Chase autographs for $145. I need to put these somewhere before they fall. Oh, Chevy. And then we have an Elton John Greatest Hits Volume 2. This is $15. in shrink wrap. And then more Japanese Stephen Stills is $25. When the Wind Blows, that's a soundtrack with Roger Waters, David Bowie. It's only $15. David Allan Coe is $350. And I think I've already said Elton John was $15. So $15 on Elton John. It does have the book and insert and shrink. David Allan Coe, EX++, near minus. And we have When the Wind Blows, and then Blondie and Stephen Stills. Regina does get Elvis for $6.99, and Brogan Sconce gets Elton John. I live and breathe that Philadelphia freedom. Okay, so those are going right over here, and Danny Thomason on the Tiffany 45 for $6.99. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold items in here before we have a disastrous crash. A horrendous crash. Doom, 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 doo, doo, doo. Rit, riu, dum, 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 rit, rit, doom. Okay. Gina also gets Elvis Potluck. How much is Shades of Deep Purple? Shades of Deep Purple. Oh boy. Is that in here? Shades of Deep Purple. Hush, Hush. VG, $14.99 on that. Tim Grindstaff on Fugs for $7. I will do this for $18 if you want that one. I've got Chris Christopherson, EX $12.99. Rick Springfield, EX $12.99. Blues Image, VG $9.99. Richard and Linda Thompson, VG Plus $14.99. And The Doors, Morrison Hotel. The Doors is VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, let's grab another handful of singles over here. And these are all going to be $6.99. And let's grab from right in here. Yep. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, $6.99. We got from a Clint Eastwood movie, Bronco Billy, Ronnie Millsap doing Cowboys and Clowns. The Righteous Brothers for Sentimental Reasons. Nat King Cole, and that is called Unforgettable. Brenda Lee, and that is Christmas Will Be Just Another Lonely Day. And this time of the year, that's got a promo sticker. And then there's her famous Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. The Battle of New Orleans, Johnny Horton. And that's just the way it is, Bruce Hornsby. And one more, The Kinks, All Day and All of the Night. The Kinks is $6.99. Okay? $6.99. Regina, Susie said she wants to pay. Susie wants to pay for the 2 Elvis records you just bought, the potluck and the single, for $6.99. Susie says charge Susie, and Regina could have them for free. We don't even have to send them, Regina. Regina drives all the way down from Crossville and picks up her order. Mark Weiss on Nat King Cole for $6.99. Joe Delgado on the Kinks for $6.99. Battle of New Orleans sold for $6.99. Tim Grindstaff gets the Fugs for $18. Danny, I will do Shades. I'll let you win that one. I'll sell that to you for $8. Thank you. I'll read through all the 45s later, okay? Because a lot of these are really recent. I'll read through them again before the night's over. Just don't leave the chat, okay? Bruce Hornsby, $6.99. Brenda Lee, Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. Another Brenda Lee, Righteous Brothers. And then Ronnie Millsap, Cowboys and Clowns. Okay? Let's do a half-off crate. I'm about to do one more crate of vinyl. I think we could fill it up and get to where we have our last full crate. And then we'll transition nothing but 45s and CDs for the rest of the night. Why? Because I've got a bunch. I've got a whole nother tub of CDs that have not been shown. And collectively, we could do 45s for a while. There's some that I'll sort for auction and do tomorrow. And there's some that will be sold tonight, straight up. But first, we got a few more auctions to run, like this amazing 3LP Neil Young Decade. So Neil Young Decade is a fantastic compilation. 3 LPs of music, the best of early Neil Young, and we're going to put it up for a $20 start. 3 LPs, Neil Young Decade. Okay, and then over here, Joe Delgado gets Brenda Lee Christmas Tree, and that's sold to him for $6.99. I'm going to take these and move them right up front A lot of this is going to be in the 9 a.m. video, which you'll see drastic price measures. But if you want to decide you want to make an offer now, that would be a great time to do it. I'm going to use this as some material to sort later. And let's try to find a half off crate, okay? And let's find one, and we'll do a half off, no more or less. Who got Battle of New Orleans? Brian Tassin got Battle of New Orleans. You did. Brian Tassin did. Okay, and then there's Neil Young. And what if we go ahead and run, let's see here. What is this? Let's see here. Crocus. God, I got a lot of crocus. It's amazing how much crocus we have. Okay, here's a really low-grade copy of Ace. Ace Frehley, Kiss, OG, just the inner sleeve, no merch, no poster, G+, with a couple of light feelable marks. G+ condition. Ace is a $5 start. $5 start on Ace, okay? Let's see here. Quiet crowd tonight. I mean, we're selling a lot. Y'all are just not chatty. Not many people chatting. I think I've got another check condition crate. No, these are actually non-check condition. That's only been shown once, best offer. Okay? So it's only been shown once, best offer. It's got stuff like Zeppelin. It's got stuff like Pink Floyd. It's got stuff like Croce and Roy Orbison and Woodstock and Beatles and Hubert Laws and Bluegrass. And we're about to do it half off. No more, no less. And I bet we can sell most of it, if not all of it. Okay? Because I think these were only shown once, best offer. And now they're going to be half off. So I hope y'all are ready. All right. First time bidder, Ace 5, Ace 5, okay? I'm still looking at Aussie. Corey, you need that. You've bought a lot of the Aussies I've sold, but you don't have that one. Okay? The Cheech and Chong from earlier, I don't think it was in a check condition bin. I don't think it was in a check condition bin. But I can dig it out if you want me to, no problem. Let me see. Okay, he shipped that. I'm really curious what's going to show up tomorrow for New Vine. I'm almost on the edge. So we got a shipment. We're getting tomorrow Stone Temple Pilots, Saxon, Miles Davis, and inner sleeves. All right, that's good. And, okay, that's a big tracking notification. Okay. And then hopefully there's another one of those. There's another big tracking notification. Okay, whew, that's a relief. And hopefully there's another tracking notification in here. I wonder why they're holding that stuff up. Give me 1 second. That's new stuff that they can release. I got to remind him to. All right, give me, before we do this, I got to do one thing over here. Okay, so we got 2 live auctions. Okay, they must have shipped all that stuff out too. King Gizzard, that's definitely stuff Laura ordered. Man, there's going to be a, if all that shows up tomorrow. Okay, so, all right, first thing we had was Ace Frehley got 2 $5 bids, Dave Mosley and Larry Gonzalez. Okay, we haven't sold any Kiss posters, mostly because the first one that I was going to put up tonight, I I had a guy want me to run at 8 o'clock, and I lost him. I don't think he ever got on, or if I did, I missed him. So we'll postpone those till tomorrow. I literally have a file on my computer, though, that says KISS posters. And it's actually photographed KISS posters that are ready to be sold, but I just don't have them ready, if that makes sense. So they're coming very soon. And tomorrow we're going to run some of those other ones that everybody's seen. Just, you got to ask for them. I'll slip them in. It will probably be busy again tomorrow, but nothing like Thursday night. And we're about to do a half-off crate, no more, no less, okay? So let's get started. Still got to do 45s. Pink Floyd is $20. It does have like a punch hole through the cover. They kind of botched the punch hole, and then they had to do it again. But there's no condition notes on the vinyl, $20. So if you're bidding, you can bid, or for anybody new that's watching, if you're done, you can say out. For example, Christina bid 10 on Ace. Larry Gonzalez is out. Dave Mosley, you can bid more than 10, or you can say out. And then nobody bid on Neil Young. It's only a $20 buy it now. Neil Young Decade is a $20 buy it now. It can be picked up right now for a $20 buy it now. Ace is at 10. Pink Floyd is $20. The Beatles, 67 to 70, is on blue vinyl, $45. That's half off of $89.99. We usually auction the colored vinyl one, so Capitol repressed these in the 70s on colored vinyl. They always do very well at auction. In the bins, they seem to get left behind. That's only $45 now. George Thorogood, moving on over, $10 for George Thorogood. By the way, the Beatles does have some very noticeable cover wear, but the vinyl was super clean. George Thorogood is just $10, and the Woodstock soundtrack, same thing, just $20. There is some kind of noticeable cover wear, but that's a 3 LP, the legendary Woodstock soundtrack. $20 on that. Jeff Church got George Thorogood. Ace Frehley is sold to Christina Curtis for $10. And we have Lynn's Farr, Nicely Out of Tune. Lynn's Farr is $10. And Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride. MTB is $7.50. And another Pink Floyd, A Nice Pair. 2 LP, their first 2 albums, Piper and Saucer Full of Secrets. It's a Winchester press on these black labels from Capitol. It's typically on Harvest, right? That's a black rainbow label from Capitol, just $20 on Pink Floyd. That's for both Pink Floyd albums. Piper at the Gates of Dawn, they're kind of combined. All right, let's go ahead and do another quick handful of Buy It Now 45s right quick. Another quick little handful of 45 Buy It Nows, all right? First is, who is this? I don't know, so I better skip it. All right, we got the Cadillac Speedo. Nice. The Crystals, He's Sure the Boy I Love, and Walking Along, La La La. No. Kenny Rogers and Nikki Ryder, The Pride is Back. Hill Street Blues, Mike Post. Alan Parsons Project, Games People Play, and Time. And we'll go ahead and make this a Buy It Now. David Bowie Changes and Andy Warhol from Hunky Dory. Those are just $6.99. Eric Van Leuven picking up both of the Pink Floyds, taking advantage of the half-off crate. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Also, we have Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, sealed. Now just $20, an 89 club copy, sealed, $20. David Bowie is sold to Vladimir for $6.99. Alan Parsons, Hill Street Blues, Kenny Rogers, the Crystals, and the Cadillacs. Nice. Jim Croce's Greatest Hits. This is $7.50. Jim Croce, his Greatest Hits, $7.50. Also, early Steppenwolf, Live at the Matrix in San Francisco, 1967 Steppenwolf, $12.50. Or I should say live in 67. Chad, I miss y'all getting the chest. 75 Howlin' Wolf Muddy Waters records releasing Friday. I got this right here. If you're talking about Let's Play Chess, I've got 2 copies left. It was a pre-order. We had a bunch of extras, and we're down to 2 copies. $39.99 if you want one. Let's Play Chess. I'm down to 2 copies. Joe DeGatto got Alan Parsons Project single. Rick Maggers on Jim Croce. Rick, have you bought from us before? That name sounds familiar, but if so, I don't say it too often. Mark Weiss next on Jim Croce, then Grumpy, and Corey Ross on Roy Orbison, okay? So this is a crate that's fairly recent. It should be not obviously discounted this much. That's a pretty big discount. If you're new, it's like, wow, 50%. I do at least one crate like this a night, though. It's like nonsense. It's like, what the heck? So take advantage. Sweet Tooth testing, numbered on the back, 101 of 400. It's half off of $59.99, so $30. It's a 1996 pressing, numbered. Wow, big discount on this. This is going to be $50 off. Yeah, a 1971 OG pressing of ZZ Top's first album. This has gotten pretty dang desirable and high grade, and this is high grade. About a VG Plus jacket. That is now $50, which means it's $50 off. Billy Joel 10. Billy Joel 10. I don't have a Billy Joel 10. No Billy Joel 10 here. Wayne picking up ZZ Car. That was ZZ Top, I mean, ZZ Car. Is that what they called you in high school, Wayne? ZZ Car? Thank you, Wayne. That's so to you. Million Sellers. And on the cover there is Mary Tyler Moore. $12.50. This is a compilation with Mary Tyler Moore there on the cover. $12.50 on that. And the American Tour of Ed Rudy. This crate's going to have several Beatles items. So Ed Rudy, this record is famous because he interviews the Beatles. Not many people could get to the Beatles for interviews and press conferences back in the day, especially post Ed Sullivan Show. So Ed Rudy was able to interview the Beatles, and this was a huge deal just because it included an interview with the Beatles. The American Tour of Ed Rudy. That is $17.50, okay? So Scott Smith wants a chest comp. That's so does Scott Smith. If you're still watching, Philip Holt, I have one left. I have one left, Philip Holt. Next thing is Henry Gross. Plug me into something. Henry Gross is $5. And over here, Jimmy McGriff Stump Juice. Jimmy McGriff is $12.50. Eddie Rabbit Radio Romance. Eddie Rabbit is $5. No, I got the comp earlier today. Acoustic Sound's doing a Chess 75 series, and the first two albums are Muddy Waters, Hal Wolf, Shub, Ed, Email. They should release it. Yeah, I'll check with our Analog Productions distributor, but I'm not for sure. If I know we're not getting them because I hadn't ordered them, but Ed might can look into it for you. And I'll have to remind him we'll have to go through our third distributor that we don't use too often. Otherwise, they're going to be pretty pricey. Samuel Kopich gets the Mary Tyler Moore cover. And what's in the no bid pile? Neil Young, $20. Stephen Stills, $25. Blondie, $35. When the Wind Blows, $15. And David Allan Coe, $350. $350, $15, $35, $25, $20. That is the no bid pile. Right there. Over here, we got Invasion, Papa John Creech for $5. And Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $5 on Linda. Let's do another handful of singles right quick. And these are all $6.99. We got Billy Bland, Let the Little Girl Dance. Candy Man, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. The Animals, Boom Boom. Nice. Early Waylon. Waylon Jennings, Walk Out of My Mind. Elvis Presley, Bring It Back. The Yellow Balloon, Yellow Balloon. John Lennon, Every Man Has a Woman Who Loves Him. The Monkees, D.W. Washburn, and It's Nice to Be With You. And Ronnie and the Daytonas, Bucket Tea. Ronnie and the Daytonas, Bucket Tea. Those are all $6.99. John Cassidy on the Waters. I'm assuming you're talking about the Roger Waters, When the Wind Blows. That's sold to John Cassidy for $15. Does the first ZZ Top have a rhino? Yes, it does. The first 5 ZZ Tops and the next 5 ZZ Tops are all in print through Rhino High Fidelity. Speaking of that, I need another record to put right here. Let's put Indiana Jones right there for a second. There we go. Harrison Ford can look at you the rest of the night. You're being stared at by Peter Criss, Gene Simmons, Ozzy, the Beatles, A Jar of Flies, and now Harrison Ford. That's who's staring at you right now. Danny I was waiting for Danny to say Waylon. That's sold to Danny for $6.99. Elvis is on Tan. PB 1040 is the catalog. Excuse me, 10401. Christopher Yoakum on Yellow Balloon. That's so to Christopher Yoakum. Okay. Next is George Thorogood, bad. George Thorogood is $10. Olivia Newton-John, warm and tender. Olivia Newton-John is $13.50. 89 BMG sealed, $13.50. Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. Graham Parker is $5. And we have Don McClain, Believers. Don McClain, $5. So that left Elvis and Ronnie and the Monkees and John Lennon and the Animals and Nitty Gritty and Billy Bland. See what else I got over here in my surprise album crate. All right, I got some stuff like Gary Moore here. Gary Moore, and I've got something here like the Eurythmics. Okay, first thing is the Eurythmics Revenge. And this is an 86 USOG EXEX Plus, just a $10 start on the Eurythmics. And Gary Moore, Still Got the Blues for You, full-length version. It's a 1990 UK, and as of this moment, there was none for sale in the United States. Gary Moore, Still Got the Blues for You is a $10 start. Biddlecombe does get the Elvis for $6.99. That's sold to Biddlecombe for $6.99. And I think the Temptations was VG Plus. Was that still in here? The Temptations. The Temptations was in the last crate. I had a Temptations Greatest Hits in the last crate. That's from the last crate. And then, Mike, did you see my comment about Chevy Safe Acclaim was not included in my recent shipment? Was not on the invoice. Mike Owen. Okay, so let me scroll up and find that. I did not see that, Mike. Hold on a second. Mike Owen. Sorry. I completely skipped over you, but I didn't mean to. Chad, I received my shipment this past Friday. Just ground it down around to open it. Love the Chevy Chase plugging in the lights. However, the one with the lights around him is the one I claimed not on the invoice. So, of course, I didn't receive that. Any of those left. Okay, so you need... Love the one with the lights around him that I claimed was not on the invoice. Okay, so you needed another behind Linda Ronstadt. This was Papa John Creech Invasion. Papa John, there's no Temptations in this crate, but Papa John Creech is $5. Okay? And then Gary Moore has a bid for $10. Okay, so you're talking about Chevy Chase. So you need one that wasn't on your invoice. You need this one right here. You need this one, right? I've got what I call the movie poster, him plugging in the lights, and then Santa hat. And these are 11 by 14s. Yeah, you're talking about this one. That's called the movie poster. So you need one of these. It was not on your invoice, and you thought you claimed one, $145. And I can take care of you immediately with that, okay? We're doing great 60s 45 baud nows. So Wolverine, I'm glad you're tuned in because you're about to see a lot. I'll recap in just a second. This is sold to Mike Owen for $145. I've got more if anybody else wants one. The one on top is Ronnie and the Daytona's Bucket T, $6.99. Gary Moore has one bid for $10. It is VG Plus, conservatively graded by Seth. He may be the most pickiest person in the world. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to lay this on top of the Aussie. Okay? I'm going to lay this on top of the Aussie autograph. Crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of people. Okay, and Ronnie Daytona sold to Wolverine. We're in a half-off crate. Josh Brown wants on the waiting list for ZZ Top Rhino debut self-titled album. January time. First time from Memphis. A 1969 promo, Terre Haute, $17.50 on that. This is a half-off crate. Possibly the last crate of vinyl before we do nothing but 45s and CDs. Cliff Jackson, $5 on Cliff Jackson. And Bonnie Tyler, Diamond Cut. Bonnie Tyler, $5. Levi, you've been outbid on Gary Moore. Here comes some more singles for $6.99. The T-Bones, No Matter What Shape. Candle in the Wind, Elton John. Billy J. Kramer, From a Window. I Can't Explain, The Who. The Ventures, Rambunctious. Dr. John, Right Place, Wrong Time. and Elvis Presley, Mystery Train. Elvis Presley, Mystery Train. And the flip on that is I forgot to remember to forget. $6.99. How much was the chess comp? $39.99. I have one left. Wolverine has almost cleared house here. First is Wolverine on TB for T-Bone, $6.99. Wolverine on Bio, but he meant Who for $6.99. He also got Ben, and he meant Ven for Ventures. And then Samuel Kopech on Billy J. Kramer for $6.99. Fred Knoop on Dr. John. So the only one that didn't get sold is Elton John, Candle the Wind, and sorry seems to be the hardest word, and Elvis Presley, which is sold to Susie Breedlove. Okay? That just leaves Elton John. So Wolverine got T-Bones, The Who, The Ventures, and Bio was for Billy J. Kramer. Okay? He also got Billy J. Kramer. Okay. My bad. His bio was autocorrected to Billy J. Kramer. So let's redo that. The T-Bone sold to Wolverine. The Who sold to Wolverine. The Ventures sold to Wolverine. Billy J. Kramer sold to Wolverine. Fred Knoop got Dr. John. Danny was next, and Susie got Elvis. Joe DeGaldo got Elton John. Gary Morris sold for $15 to Travis Woods. The Eurythmics is a buy it now for $10. Susie said she wants to pay for Elvis, but send it to Regina. Okay? And then Grumpy wants the last chess comp. Let me dig it out. Okay, which should be right here. We are sold out of the chess comps, which means every new LP that has come in this week so far, from yesterday mostly, there's nothing left. We've sold everything. That is sold to Joe DeGaldo. There's no new vinyl left from this week. Maybe we can keep that trend going when like 100 boxes show up tomorrow. Jason Fortnerack gets the Eurythmics for 10. Let's keep going through this half-off crate. Lynn's Farn, Dance Your Life Away. $10 on Lynn's Farn. Doc and Merle Watson down south. Doc and Merle Watson, $10. Flat and Scruggs with Doc Watson. Strictly Instrumental, $7.50. And Hubert Laws, the Chicago theme. Hubert Laws is $10. And Los Verdes Quebrados Fictions. 1997 Belgium, half off of $36.99 is $18.50. And then over here, Ringo is $12.50. Grumpy Moose Game. Did I say Joe DeGaldo? My bad. Grumpy Moose Gaming on the chess comp. My bad. Grumpy Moose Gaming, not Joe DeGaldo. And the Eurythmics is sold to Jason Fortnerack for 10. All right, let's do another handful of singles here. These are all $6.99. Man, there's some cool ones coming up. All right, everybody have your fingers ready. The Dartales Hot Pastrami dot in the sleeve. The Del Vikings Whispering Bells in the dot sleeve. The Birds My Back Pages in the sleeve. Steely Dan Reeling in the Years and Only a Fool Would Say That. My Love Is Alive by Gary Wright. Queen Need Your Lovin' Tonight. And Orange Blossom Special All of God's Children Ain't Free, Johnny Cash. Okay? This is a great Ringo, by the way. You're 16, Photograph, It Don't Come Easy, Back Off Booga Blue, I'm the Greatest. So that's essentially his solo hits comp. $12.50 on that. Dale Vikings is sold to Wolverine. Dale Vikings sold to Wolverine. Samuel Kopech on The Birds. Wolverine on Johnny Cash. Samuel Kopech next on Cash. And Joe DeGaldo on Steely Dan, which was definitely at a radio station at one point. Maybe. And that left The Hot Pastrami by the Dartales, My Love Is Alive, Gary Wright, and Queen, Need Your Lovin'. Okay? Tony Freeman wants Ringo Starr out of the crate. I think we're about to hit a batch of Beatles stuff, like solo albums. Yep, there's Paul McCartney, what I call the Russian album. He's it's live in the CCP, so live in Russia, but it's actually like in the studio. It's like a live studio cut. Very cool for $10. Over here, Paul McCartney Tug of War, an 82 German press. A German press for $10. Nice. And then Wings, $12.50. Let Them In. And Silly Love Songs is on that one. Awesome. Okay, let's do another handful of 45s. That's what's hot right now. Hot, 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 hot. Got a couple to auction. All right, we got Elvis Presley, Moody Blue, and She Thinks I Still Care. The Tornadoes, Telstar. Jefferson Starship, Jane, and Freedom at Point Zero. Nielsen, I Guess the Lord Must Be in New York City. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, We'll Go Fishing in the Dark. I bet that's a great price on that. George Jones, Same Old Me. And George Jones, Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? Okay. We'll pause right there quickly. And we're going to tag Rick Magers with Paul McCartney. John Cassidy second. John Cassidy well, hold on a minute. Let me clarify. Rick Magers, do you want Paul McCartney Tug of War or do you want Paul McCartney Russian? And then John Cassidy is next. He wants the Russian album. We'll see what Rick Magers wants first. Jeff Church on Jefferson Starship for $6.99. Danny Thomason on E for Elvis. Okay. Joe next on Jefferson Starship. Michael Ruttman on Fishing in the Dark. Danny Thomason second. Danny Thomason first on George Jones. Do you want Same Old Me? Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? And the flips are Together Alone and A Whole Lot of Trouble for You. You got dibs on both. And that leaves the Tornadoes, Nielsen. And so Rick gets Tug of War. That works out good. John Cassidy gets the Russian. And then over here we have George Harrison, Extra Texture with the die-cut lettering. That's now just $15. A 75 Winchester. Plastic Ono Band. That is John Lennon on the Black Capel label. $15 on that. And then Mark Weiss gets Wings. Joe DeGatto, You Were Second. And Venus and Mars with both posters. Venus and Mars is all right tonight. George Jones wants Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? So did Danny Thomason. Okay? Here comes some more singles while we're working those out. And then I've got two to auction. But first, these are buy it nows. The Supremes, Love Is Like an Itching in My Heart. Auction. 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 Cheech and Chong. Sister Mary Elephant and Wink Dinkerson. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, Elton John and Elvis Presley, My Boy. And the flip to My Boy is I'm Thinking About You. That's PB 10191. Okay? And Wolverine first on the Supremes. So all of a sudden, another batch of Beatles. George Harrison, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, John Lennon again, Double Fantasy, $10. The McCartney Interview, $12.50. George Thorogood Maverick, $10. And Led Zeppelin Coda, $20. Led Zeppelin Coda can be picked up for just $20. Wow. Cheech and Chong sold to Danny for $6.99. Wolverine got Elvis for $6.99. And Danny got Elton John for $6.99. I think this McCartney interview was a pretty big deal when this came out because, as y'all know, they were unreachable for 5 years as the Beatles. And then when they broke up, you know, he went pretty much in exile. And then in the 70s, when Wings hit big, he still didn't really talk much. So I think when this came out in 1980, it was a pretty big deal. He was starting to promote his solo stuff, and I think he finally started talking to the press. So I think that's why this was such a big deal. But, you know, as I say every night, almost, because we see so much Beatles stuff, probably one of the most private, one of the most famous people that ever lived, but also very private because he's just been swarmed his whole life. Rick Magers on Coda. Nice pickup there. So I think this was like literally sold in stores. It was such a big deal for him to be like interviewed. I mean, I'm sure he did some stuff in the 70s, but I mean, there's stuff out there, but it's, yeah, you know, Paul kind of talks here. So, and he got some pot. He had some pot over in Japan, didn't he? Paul liked smoking the grass. No secret about that. He liked the grass, and well, from what I hear, he still does. I heard him and Paul Simon literally just like was firing up the other night after it was when was on Saturday Night Live. The rumor was him and Paul Simon was like back out. They left Saturday Night Live and was like firing up in the SUV after Saturday Night Live. I was like, that wouldn't surprise me. Okay, here's some more 6.99s. Boy, these are some good ones. Over here, we got Vincent, Don McLean. Vincent is $6.99. Starry, Starry Night. That's a cool picture sleeve. Crying Time, Ray Charles. Moni Moni, Tommy James, and Crystal Blue Persuasion. That's the Golden Goodies, double-sided hits. Whip It by Devo. Big Girls Don't Cry, The Four Seasons, and the Beach Boys, 409 and Surfing Safari. How cool is those? Some good singles there, $6.99. You should buy that one. You talking to me, Danny? I already have this. I have that. I think I have McCartney's discography on vinyl. I think I have everything, even those rare 90s ones. I should bring it one night and just show it off. It probably, McCartney and Beatles stuff, oh my gosh, I'd have to haul it here in a truck. Okay, first, RC, Wolverine on Ray Charles, sold for $6.99. Wolverine on RJ, he meant TJ for Tommy James, right? That sold for him for $6.99. And then FS, and that's for Four Seasons for $6.99. He also gets Beach Boys for $6.99. Joe DeGaldo got Devo. Danny Thomason next. Jason next on Crystal Blue Persuasion. So nobody on Don McLean. Samuel next on Beach Boys. And George Thorogood sold. And the other George Thorogood sold back here. Did I get Venus and Mars? No, that little batch there, nobody claimed any of these. All these are still available. I'll give it to you right now. Mark Weiss gets Venus and Mars. I just listened. There's some great. Love in a Song, great song. Letting Go, he plays that one live, great song. Rock Show, You Gave Me the Answer. Listen to What the Man Said, great album. $15 sold to Mark Weiss. So we still got Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon, $15. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $15. And John Lennon, this has got some great songs on it. Just Like Starting Over, Beautiful Boy, Watching the Wheels, $10. And Woman. And that was the last album before he died. And then McCartney Interview, $12.50. Photographs by Linda McCartney. All right, let's grab another handful of singles. I think I was in line with some fellow Beatles fans, and we pretty much agreed it would have to be either a member of the Grateful Dead, like Bob Weir, is what my friend Landon said. And I was trying to say who has played the most concerts ever in their life. And McCartney would have to be up there. He's been pretty much touring. He toured from the mid-late 50s all the way through the mid-60s. He took about a 5 or 6 year break through the Beatles breakup. But then since Wings in the earlier 70s, he has pretty much toured nonstop for 50 years. And over in Hamburg, he played like 500 concerts in 1 year. So I think between him or like maybe Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead was a good suggestion. Willie's got to be up there. He's probably played a lot of concerts. You could probably come up with a top 10 list. I think it would make a great discussion for our group one day. Who has played the most live concerts? I mean, they've literally got up on stage, they played a set, and they left. It's got to be somebody that's still in their 80s or 90s still touring. McCartney would make that list for sure. I mean, he's been playing concerts. He's still alive. He played one last night in Pittsburgh, and he's 84, 83, and he's still going. So it's got to be up there. But I forgot about Bob Weir. Like, he's been playing for, I mean, and they didn't stop all those Grateful Dead shows, and he's one of those, I guess, original lineup people that's been with them since the beginning. All right, and I think I've shown this record enough. John Cassidy's like, for the love of God, sell me that record, Chad. That's so to John Cassidy. Thank you on that. Okay, we got Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $6.99. Bad, Bad, Leroy Brown. Also, hey, there he is. Willie Nelson, Mountain Dew on red vinyl, a promo. That's pretty bizarre. $6.99 on that. Let's skip that one. Let's skip that one. The Toys, A Lover's Concerto, My Baby Does the Hanky Panky, and I Think We're Alone Now. That's another double-decker from Tommy James and the Shondells, $6.99. Dylan, yeah, we mentioned Dylan too. Bob Dylan has been playing literally like McCartney since the 50s. So, pretty amazing. But also, how many, the other question is like, how many people have they played in front of? So think about how many stadiums some of these big acts like McCartney, he's played in, you know, festivals and some of these huge, it'd be up there for the most shows and the most people played in front of, and then the Dead people, whoever still live. I guess Bob Weir, my Dead history's a little weak. I think Bob Weir was from the beginning, but even he still toured with like Kingfish, a solo artist, and then back with Dead and Company and still with all that. So I think he's been like pretty much nonstop forever. Okay. Blues people would make a good argument. Elton. But you see, like Ozzy and Elton, they were, people like Paul, they started 10 years before they did. So he's got like a 10-year jump on them. Frankie Valli has played a lot. He's been playing just as long as Paul has. Wolverine on JC, and that was for Jim Croce. Wolverine also got the Toys. Danny got Willie Nelson. Tyson was next. Samuel got Tommy James and the Shondells. And I Love Rock and Roll is still available. I Love Rock and Roll is still available. Okay, let's do some more 45s. Here we go. Love is a Battlefield, Pat Benatar. Conway Twitty, The Clown, that's a picture sleeve. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show, Life Ain't Easy. Chase, Get It On. Dino, Desi, and Billy, I'm a Fool. Salt and Pepper, Push It. And the Monkees, A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You, and The Girl I Knew Somewhere. And we have another copy of that, $6.99. $6.99. Some good singles there. The Monkees sold to Wolverine, Salt and Pepper, Dino, Desi, and Billy, Chase, Dr. Hook, Conway Twitty, and Pat Benatar, Love is a Battlefield. Danny Thomason on SP for Salt and Pepper. Pretty tough to find their vinyl, 12-inch especially. Theme from Shaft, Isaac Hayes. Asia, It Was the Heat of the Moment, picture sleeve. Nancy Sinatra, Sugartown. From Less Than Zero, Joan Jett and the Bangles. From the Less Than Zero, Joan Jett and the Bangles. Look at this, Willie Nelson. Early on Liberty, a promo audition record. There'll be no teardrops tonight. And here is a bone. I'm throwing y'all a bone. I'm throwing y'all a bone. Keith Whitley, Heartbreak Tonight. And It Ain't Nothing. Keith Whitley for $6.99. And another Dr. Hook, a little bit more. ZZ Top. What artist has played the most headlined concerts? I guess we could narrow this discussion down. the most headlined concerts where they were the headliner. But if you say that, then McCartney loses all of his Beatles gigs off his that, or they were part of the headlining act, I guess. Okay, sorry. First thing we have is Isaac Hayes is sold to Wolverine. Mike Owen on Asia. Amanda Darby got less than 0. Wolverine first on Willie. Danny next on less than 0. Tyson next on Willie. Danny next on Willie. Danny first, though, on Keith Whitley. Tony next on less than 0. And we have Nancy Sinatra and Dr. Hook left for $6.99. Okay. And then right over here. Let's grab from right here. Y'all ready? Frankenstein, Edgar Winter Group. Mouth and McNeil, How Do You Do? Mouth and McNeil. Nights in White Satin, the Moody Blues. A Groovy Kind of Love, the Mindbenders. Dean Martin, a 4-track EP. Back-to-back Dean Martin EPs, cardboard EPs. Dead Skunk, Loudon Wainwright III. And let's do We Won't Get Fooled Again, The Who. Those are all $6.99. Cool singles there. $6.99. Okay. Wolverine got Moody Blues. Nights in White Satin. And then Joe Delgado second. Danny put W. And W was... He might have just messed up there. But if you do want the Who, Danny, it's yours. And then Danny tried to get Moody Blues, but you were third. And then Wolverine on. So his W was for the Who. Okay, so Danny gets the Who. And then John Griffin next on Moody Blues. So that left Dead Skunk, Loudon Wainwright III, Dean Martin, the Mindbenders, Mouth and McNeil, and Frankenstein, Edgar Winter. And don't forget, I got to recap the bottom half of that stack. I got to... the bottom half of that stack, I got to recap because most of the 45 buyers right now didn't get to see that first stack. Samuel wants Let, which was Loudon, maybe. London. Yeah, so does Samuel Kopich. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to go to this little handful right here. Here's another... I'm going to start a new stack back here. Here's another Moody Blues question. Another Fontana, The Game of Love by Wayne Fontana. The Walker Brothers, The Sun Ain't Gonna Shine. Another Edgar Winter, this time Animal. The Wonders, That Thing You Do. That is something I really don't know what it is. Gary Wright, Love Is Alive, and Gary Wright, Dreamweaver. And two more. Back-to-back George. Wearing My Heart Away and I'm a People. And the flip on those is Things Have Gone to Pieces and I Woke Up from Dreaming. In the original Music Core sleeves, George Jones. First is Amanda Darby on WB, and that was Walker Brothers, and then Wolverine, and then Samuel Kopich. So Question's a great song by the Moody Blues. Wayne Fontana, Edgar Winter again, Gary Wright, Mark Weiss wants both. Joe Delgado on DW. If that was for GW, you were second. And The Wonders is sold to Vladarchik. Okay, that left George Jones, Edgar Winter, Wayne Fontana, and the Moody Blues. Okay. And Donovan, Sunshine Superman. Donovan, They Call Me Mellow Yellow. Those are all $6.99. I also have, coming up right now, these are $6.99. I have Wanda Jackson, In the Middle of a Heartache. Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. Another George Jones, Ship of Love, or another George Jones, that one's called Ship of Love. George Jones, I'm a Fool to Care. Nice. Otis Redding, Shake in the Volt sleeve, or in the Volt label in the Atlantic matching sleeve. Otis Redding, Merry Christmas Baby, back-to-back Otises. And Tanya Tucker, The Man That Turned My Mama On. Wow. $6.99. Bob Weir, played 250 shows for years. Yeah, that was the fact that was brought up during our discussion while we was waiting in line at McCartney. Bob Weir, they played like 250 shows for years, every year. That adds up to a lot. We are live selling records right now. $8 in limited shipping, unless you're a veteran. If you didn't hear our announcement, send in proof. Free shipping this week to all of our veterans that served our great country. Okay? Smokey Robinson. The most years touring. Most years touring or the most shows played? Okay, anybody out of this stack? I guess not. Tanya Tucker, Otis Redding, George Jones, Olivia Newton-John, Wanda Jackson, Donovan, and Donovan. Probably going to start, well, I don't know. We still got to knock out the CDs, but I'm liking these 45s right now, but we'll get started with those in just a second. Is CD People still here? Convoy, C.W. McCall, Wanda Jackson, Because It's You, Jan and Dean from All Over the World. That is the theme from the TAMI show. The Turtle, She's My Girl. Quincy Jones, Summer in the City. Quincy Jones, Cry Baby. The Impressions, It's All Right. And Billy Walker, A Million and One. Those are all $6.99, folks. How much did you say, Chad? $6.99. You've got to be joking. I'm not joking. These are just $6.99. We do have 45 buyers here, though, right? Or CD buyers. Yes, no, maybe. Groovy Kind of Love. All right, and then oh, that was a fantastic neck adjustment. Convoy, that should be right here. So did Danny Thomason, and Groovy Kind of Love. I got that song stuck in my head now. Can't believe no one bought that. All right. Go. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. All right, Rhinoceros, Backdoor. Frank Sinatra Jr., Calendar Girl, promo. Ronnie Millsap, Any Day Now. Orange RCA label, blue vinyl promo. Tom Jones, What's New, Pussycat? And Once Upon a Time. The Walker Brothers, Baby, You Don't Have to Tell Me. I'm Free by The Who. Jingle Bells, Chet Atkins. And Lou Monte, All Because It's Christmas. Those are all $6.99. Let's say we'll start CDs in 11 minutes. Okay? $11 minutes on the CDs. And we'll do them for probably a solid hour till we finish that box. Joe DeGaldo on the Ronnie Millsap promo. Samuel Kopich on Tom Jones, What's New, Pussycat? All right. Lou Monte, Chet Atkins, The Who, The Walker Brothers, Frank Sinatra, and Rhinoceros. Anybody news watching? We sell, we're right now doing 45. I forgot about this box over here. I'm trying to find a fresh box that John stockpiled some good stuff in. Here we go. And not that those other ones hadn't been good, but occasionally we get into some deep cuts. This is pretty interesting. This is a Japanese Marty Robbins from The Hanging Tree. How bizarre is that? Here's Joan Jett's cover of Crimson and Clover. The Power Station, Communication. Patty Duke, Don't Just Stand There, her very first record, Patty Duke. Sawyer Brown, Used to Blue. And Alvin for President. Wow. David Seville and the Chipmunks. How cool is that? Never seen that before. Bryan Adams, Everything I Do It For You. Produced by Robert John Mutt Lange. And that's Bryan Adams from 1991. And 8675309. Those are all $6.99. Wow, there's some cool stuff coming up. All right, we'll do all those in just a second. I still got a stack over here for auctions, possibly for tomorrow or tonight. Probably tomorrow. I think we're retired from auctions tonight. Danny on MR for Marty Robbins for $6.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Chipmunks for $6.99. Danny got Joan Jett for $6.99. Danny Thomason on A. You were second on the Chipmunks. Joe Delgado first on Bryan Adams. So that left Tommy Two-Tone, 8675309. That left Sawyer Brown, Patty Duke, and Power Station, okay? Queen, Flash, Aha, Defender of the Universe. Stevie Wonder, Master Blaster, Jammin'. Promo from Tomlin Motown. Sam Cooke, You Understand Me. In the picture sleeve, but it's pretty damaged. But still, that's tough to get. Diodato, speaking of Elvis, also Sprock Zathrusa. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to say it well. That is the Space Odyssey theme, the Elvis Presley theme, the Ric Flair theme. Peggy Sue by Buddy Holly. Cheech and Chong, Basketball Jones featuring Tyrone Shoelace. And the Castaways, Liar, Liar. The Sawyer Brown track was Used to Blue, Sawyer Brown. Queen is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Danny on Sam Cooke. Buddy Holly sold to Joe Delgado. And that left the Castaways, Liar, Liar. Cheech and Chong, Basketball Jones. Diodato and Stevie Wonder. And Cheech and Chong sold to Danny Thomason. Okay. Boom. Where's my monster at? Maybe hit a little energy all of a sudden. I'm eating healthy tonight post-show. I'm excited. I got carrots and dip. I got apples and dip. And I got a parfait. I know that might not sound the most appealing, but I honestly enjoy eating that stuff. When I get done, I don't feel like I'm about to die. Or my gut is like rotting. All right. CDs happening in 7 minutes. Shadows of Night, Gloria. Speaking of the Dead, Jerry Garcia, Sugary. Tulsa Time, Clapton. You're the Inspiration, Chicago. Some hits here. A Crazy Little Thing Called Love, Queen. The Stripper, David Rose. Hank Williams Jr., The American Way. Johnny and June, Old Time Feeling. The Marcells, Blue Moon. These are all $6.99. Garcia, Grabbed Up Immediately by Robert Warner. So to Robert, Kelly Vlodarchek on Queen. Was there two? Nope. And then Johnny Cash, also sold to Vlodarchek. The Marcells sold to Wolverine. Hank Williams Jr. sold to Danny. And that left David Rose, Chicago, Clapton, and Gloria, Shadows of the Night. And I need to recap the bottom half of that other stack. I need to do that in just a second. But I found a pretty good batch here of hit singles, so let's keep going with these. All right, folks, we got I Heard It Through the Grapevine by the California Raisins. Nancy and Frank, Something Stupid, and The World We Knew, back-to-back hits. Mashed Potato Time, D.D. Sharp. Feeling Stronger Every Day, Chicago. The Box Tops, Choo Choo Train, and Fields of Clover. ABC Poison Arrow, another great one by the Box Tops, Cry Like a Baby. And Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue. Now, Danny, you also put JJ earlier after Hank Williams Jr. Was that a miscue, or did you want something called JJ? Because I didn't get that if you did. D.D. Sharp is sold to Wolverine. Danny on CR for California Raisins. Wolverine on box tops. There's actually 2 to pick from. Choo Choo Train and Cry Like a Baby. Or you can take both. Kelly Vlodderchek on Neil Diamond. Wolverine next on Neil Diamond. So we still got ABC, Chicago, and Frank and Nancy Sinatra. Boy, I go through these fast. Let me just bring this box. What is this box here? Oh, this is Christmas ones. Oh, wow. Golly, John's brought me a lot of stuff. I got a whole box of Christmas singles, too, that's never been gone through before. Oh, boy. Gosh. And I asked him the other day, I said, have we made a dent in our 45s? He said, not even close. I said, how could you say not even close? We've sold like 40,000 45s. Wolverine got both box tops. Okay, thank you on that. All right, from Deliverance, Dueling Banjos. The Rolling Stones, Ain't Too Proud to Beg, a promo. The Hondales, Little Honda. The Leaves, Hey Joe. Crazy Elephant, Gimme Gimme Good Lovin'. The Association, Looking Glass. The Human Beings, No, Nobody But Me. And Shades of Blue, Oh How Happy. Shades of Blue, Oh How Happy. Wolverine got the Rolling Stones. No, I'm gonna leave you, I fuse to let you go. So to Wolverine. Dueling Banjos. So to Danny Thomason. If you're ever in the hills of Tennessee and you start hearing that playing, you might want to get out. We have Shades of Blue, Human Beings, The Association, Crazy Elephant, The Leaves, and the Hondales. Okay, and then we had Neil Diamond, Holy Holly, Holly Holy. The Cow Seals, The Rain, the Park, and Other Things. I saw the flowers in her hair and raindrops falling on her. The Raspberries, I Want to Be With You. Strawberry Alarm Clock, Tomorrow, and Birds in My Tree. ABBA, I Do, I Do, I Do, I Do, I Do. Nice, Band of Gold, Frida Payne. Devil Woman, Marty Robbins. Hokey Pokey, Ray Anthony. Alabama, She and I. And Pretty Poison, Catch Me, I'm Falling. She didn't seem to care. She sat there and smiled at me. But I knew she could make me happy. Flowers in her hair. Flowers everywhere. I love Kelly Vlodderchek on Neil Diamond. That is so to Kelly Vlodderchek. Wolverine was second. Wolverine first, though, to S.A. Strawberry Alarm Clock. Joe DeGaldo second on Strawberry Alarm Clock. Wolverine on F.P. And that's for Frida Payne. And then Kelly Vlodderchek on H.P. And I bet that was for Hokey Pokey. And then Amanda Darby on Pretty Poison. And then Danny Thomason on Marty Robbins. And then Danny Thomason on Alabama. And Kelly Vlodderchek wants the flower song that I'm singing. That's this right here. The Rain, the Park, and Other Things. That's what I'm singing right now. Flowers in her hair. Flowers everywhere. I love the flower girl. She's so sweet and kind. She simply blew my mind. That's a 60s classic. And then Vlodderchek on ABBA. And that just leaves the Raspberries, I Want to Be With You. Oh So Adventure said, Chad, hit me. Boom. I hit you. Oh, I didn't finish that. With a Chevy Chase movie poster autograph. Okay, well, if you drive over from California, I will slap you as hard as you want me to with this poster. So to Oh So Adventure, $145 start. Does anybody else want a Chevy Chase signed, JSA authenticated? $145, sold to Oso. She seemed so sweet and kind. She crept into my mind. I love the flower girl. All right, y'all ready? A Boy Named Sue, Johnny Cash. Waterloo, ABBA. Leave a Light On, Belinda Carlisle. I Wish They All Could Be, California Girls. Porter and Dolly, Sounds of Nature. Magic Man, Heart. Living in the Past, Jethro Tull. No One Knows What It's Like, Behind Blue Eyes, The Who. House of the Rising Sun, Frigid Pink. Judy in Disguise, With Glasses, John Fred and his Playboy Band. These are all $6.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk, First on Johnny Cash. ABBA, Soda Wlodarczyk. JT, Jethro Tull, Promo, sold to Wolverine. Danny next on Johnny Cash. Danny first on Beach Boys. That left Belinda Carlisle, Porter and Dolly, Magic Man by Heart. The Who is sold to Danny. Hesson wants T.O., which was for something. And then John Fred and Frigid Pink. We was just talking about that when we had the album tonight. House of the Rising Sun, Frigid Pink. So John Fred, Frigid Pink, Hart, Porter, and Belinda Carlisle. Man, these just keep coming. Running Down a Dream. Tom Petty, Running Down a Dream from Full Moon Fever. Batman, Jan and Dean. Wow. The Time, Jerk Out. I Can't Get No, Ra-Dun-Dun, Satisfaction, Stones. The Ode to Billy Joe, Bobby Gentry. Rosanna, Rosanna, Toto. Fiona Apple, wow. 1996, $6.99. It's Criminal. And, okay, y'all ready for a late night bone? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Ramones, Needles and Pens, a promo copy. Do what? $6.99. One more. Johnny Cash, What Is Truth? And Sing a Traveling Song. Okay, so up at the top, Hesson got Frigid Pink, House of Rising Sun. Joe DeGaldo got Tom Petty. Wolverine got Jan and Dean. Kelly Wlodarczyk got Time. Joe DeGaldo was next on Time. Wolverine first on Rolling Stones. Danny next on Tom Petty. Wolverine on BJ. He might have meant BG for Bobby Gentry. We'll wait and see for sure. Fiona Apple was sold to Amanda. Danny next on Stones. Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Ramones. Then Eric Van Leuven. Then Hesson Session. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Johnny Cash. And he does want Bobby Gentry. Danny next on the Ramones. Danny next on Johnny Cash. That just leaves Toto, Rosanna. Wow, y'all obliterated that pile. Holy moly. Okay. I think this is a pretty pricey record because we've had them before. Tub Thumping, Chawamba Wamba. Hold Your Head Up, Argent. Tubular Bells from The Exorcist. Uh-oh. Mike Oldfield. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. Van Halen, Panama. And the flip is Drop Dead Legs. I Am a Rock. And Scarborough Fair, 2 bangers from Simon and Garfunkel. Billy Joe, Piano Man. Working at the Car Wash Blues, Jim Croce, a promo. And Porter and Dolly, Say Forever You'll Be Mine. $6.99. Okay? First thing is this. Wolverine on BG. And that was for... Oh, that was Bobby Gentry. My bad. That was from the last stack. Okay, Jim B on Tub Thumping. If y'all want to buy this later, Jim B will have it on Discogs for $49.99 or best offer, okay? That's sold to Jim B for $6.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Simon and Garfunkel. Danny Thomason on E, and that's for Exorcist. Wolverine first on JC for Jim Croce. Danny Thomason on BJ for Billy Joel. Tony Freeman next on Simon and Garfunkel. So that left Porter and Dolly, Van Halen, Panama, Joe Jackson, I'm the Man, and Argent, Hold Your Head Up. Man, this little batch here is amazing. Neil Diamond, Play Me, on the Uni label. Devo, Working in the Coal Mine, and I think that's from the heavy metal movie. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, Golden Years. David Bowie, Box Tops, The Letter, on Sphere Sound. Is that the first label? That might be the first label that was on. Nice. Lay Lady Lay. Holy crap. Reeling in the Years, Steely Dan on the original label. Oh, wow. I want to keep this one. I've been looking for this. I'm glad I didn't read it too fast. I'm going to keep this one. And Then He Kissed Me by the Crystals. Oh, finally. I knew John would find one eventually. That's going in my stack. I've bought 245s this week. I have bought Donovan, Hurdy Gurdy promo, and I've bought the Crystals, And Then He Kissed Me. I finally got one. Whew. I was afraid I was having to revert to online. Okay, where are we at? I probably need to pause right there. Let's do the Cars, Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight. The Crystals, And Then He Kissed Me is in Goodfellas. That incredible Martin Scorsese scene when Henry Hill is walking through that restaurant. You know, they go through the back door. That song is playing in the background. The Crystals, And Then He Kissed Me. It's an incredible cinematic piece and an amazing song. The Crystals. Y'all probably know what I'm talking about. He parks. They go through the back door. They pass everybody in line. It's an amazing scene in the Goodfellas. That's the song playing. And Then He Kissed Me. Okay, so Joe DeGaldo got Argent, Hold Your Head Up. Wolverine on Neil Diamond. Kelly Vlodderchek on David Bowie. Wolverine was next on David Bowie. Wolverine first on the Box Tops. Wolverine first on Bob Dylan. Wolverine first on Steely Dan. Samuel next on Dylan. And Joe DeGaldo first on the Cars. Okay? That leaves Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, and Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. Next is Dolly and Friends, Romeo and High and Mighty. Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, and You're My Best Friend, double-sided hit. Aerosmith, Chip Away the Stone, and SOS. Jefferson Airplane, How Do You Feel, and My Best Friend. And Wayne Fontana, The Game of Love. Those are all $6.99. Moving on. A few more to start a new stack. The Kinks, A Well-Respected Man. Wow, I've never seen this on single. Forever Autumn, and that's from Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds, featuring Justin Hayward from the Moody Blues. That's from War of the Worlds. And Canned Heat promo, On the Road Again. One of their bigger songs, and it's a promo copy. All right, so first is Kelly Vlodderchek on Q for Queen. That was this one. Amanda Darby on Dolly. That was this one. Tony next on Queen. Wolverine on WF. Wayne Fontana. Danny on A for Aerosmith. Wolverine on Kink for Kinks. And then over here is Canned Heat on Wolverine. And then Forever Autumn is still available, and Jefferson Airplane. The flip on that is The Fighting Machine from Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds and Jefferson Airplane. That's definitely a 60s one. Gotta love the pause for Cars. Yeah. Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight? That's Benjamin Orr. Amazing vocalist. Benjamin Orr. Are you kidding me? All right. We got They're Coming to Take Me Away. Ha Ha. Napoleon, the 14th, I think. Monkeys, I'm a Believer, and Pleasant Valley Sunday, double hit side. Rod Stewart, You Wear It Well promo, and True Blue. That's from 72. That's from Every Picture Tells a Story, or Never a Dull Moment. Never a Dull Moment. Neil Diamond, Holy Holly, Holly Holy. Wow, Garth Brooks, Rollin'. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Garth Brooks, The Dixie Cups, Chapel of Love, and Santo and Johnny, Sleepwalk. I'm going to need some water soon. Okay, over here, Kelly Vladicek on Napoleon. They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. Wolverine was second. Joe Delgado first on the Monkeys. Wolverine on Rod Stewart. Wolverine on Neil Diamond. Tim Graham next on They're Coming to Take Me Away. And then Dixie Cup, so to Wolverine. Garth Brooks, Keep Rolling, Rolling, Rolling. And the flip is Long Neck Bottle. That is obviously not him covering Limp Bizkit. And Santo and Johnny Sleepwalk. Those two are still available. Moving on. I'm cutting into CD time, but this has been amazing. Don't y'all agree? Jethro Tull, A Christmas Song. That's pretty cool. And Living in the Past. Jethro Tull. Freddie Cannon, Action. And the flip on that one's Beechwood City. The Kingsmen, It's Only the Dog. And you've got the Gamaguchi. T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On, and then The Letter, Neon, the box tops from The Letter, or The Letter by Box Tops. That's like the third copy. And we have The Babies, Isn't It Time? Yeah, we need to take this stack to the back. This stack, this is incredible. Look at all that. They're going to have a fun time tagging all that. Holy moly. All these are sold. Let's go take them in here before so we can avert disaster. Goodness. A lot of crazy singles there sold. All right, and we still got more. Time to crack our knuckles, our backs, and I'll let you finish the rest of the rhyme. Wolverine put DC, and DC was for, we've already tagged that. He was first to Jethro Tull. Wolverine first on Kingsmen. That was right here. And then Eric Van Leuven on BT, and that was for Box Tops. Wolverine was next. Tony Freeman third, and Joe Delgado on T-Rex, Bang a Gong. That leaves Freddie Cannon and the Babies. Okay? Is that box exhausted? As in empty? Almost, it looks like. Let's see what we got right over here. Let me take a peek in here, and let me take a peek in here. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. Heart, Magic Man. Crow, Yellow Dog, spelt D-A-W-G. Richard Berry and the Pharaohs, Have Love Will Travel. The Cow Seals, We Can Fly, A Time for Remembrance. Sam the Sham of the Pharaohs, Black Sheep, and My Days Are Gonna Come. The Moody Blues, Ride My Seesaw. And Steve Miller, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. And one more, Let's Dance, David Bowie, and Cat People. Wow, that's a great one. Putting Out Fire with Gasoline, Cat People. Let's dance under the moonlight, serious moon. Next is, we did those, T-Rex. Tony Freeman got The Babies. Kelly Vladicek on J for Journey, then Wolverine, then Tim Graham, then Danny Thomason. Danny first on H for Heart, Wolverine on Moody Blues, which was Ride My Seesaw. Sam is sold to Samuel, which was Sam the Sham. Tim Graham on David Bowie. And Steve Miller sold to Danny Thomason. That left the Cow Seals, Richard Berry and the Pharaohs, and Crow, Yellow Dog. Interesting. Okay, and then, all right, I'm going to do back-to-back journeys here. I'll Be All Right Without You and Open Arms, both in picture sleeves. Huey Lewis, Do You Believe in Love? Is It Me? Stepping Out, Neil Sedaka. Chris Montez, Let's Dance. And The Fenderman, Mule Skinner Blues. That's like a double hit. Simon and Garfunkel, Mrs. Robinson, and Old Friends Bookends. Back-to-back hits on that one. The cover of the Rolling Stone, Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show. Kenny Rogers with Dolly, Islands in the Stream. That was kind of a big deal. And then Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Bluesberry Hill from 1989. Bluesberry Hill. Those are all $6.99. So first is Wolverine on NS. And NS was Neil Sedaka. Kelly got Simon and Garfunkel. Journey Open Arms is sold to Tony Freeman. Tim Graham got Roger, Kenny Rogers and Dolly, and then Amanda was next. So that leaves Journey, I'll Be All Right Without You, Huey Lewis, Chris Montez, The Fenderman, Dr. Hook, and Nitty Gritty Dirt Band in that stack. Over here, we got Ernest Tubb, Walking the Floor Over You, and Waltz Across Texas. John Denver, Take Me Home, Country Roads. I'd Wait a Million Years to Grassroots. That's a good one. Opens with the keyboards. Jungle Love by Steve Miller and Abracadabra by Steve Miller. Keeper of the Castle, the Four Tops, and Barry Manilow, I Wrote the Songs. Those are all $6.99. If you hadn't guessed that by now, that's the price. Excuse me. Okay, and then over here we have Ernest Tubbs sold to Tim Graham. Wolverine on GR, and GR was for the Grassroots. Kelly Vladicek wants Jungle Love by Steve Miller. Joe DeGaldo, you're next on Steve Miller. The only one left is Abracadabra. And then FT, Four Tops, is sold to Wolverine. Danny, second on Ernest Tubb. Joe wants Jungle Love, so Abracadabra is still available. So is Barry Manilow and John Denver. The Richard Berry again. This is called Happy Tiger Era Records, Golden Era Series, Richard Berry and the Pharaohs, Have Love Will Travel, and No Room. I thought it was an acetate at first. It almost smells like one. Okay, and then Abracadabra sold to James Chilcott, and Tim Graham got Barry Manilow. Graham Nash, Military Madness, and Sleep Song, Graham Nash. Ernie Mascara, Shout, Shout, Knock Yourself Out. The New Beats, Run, Baby, Run. Johnny Nash, Stir It Up. I Can See Clearly Now, another Johnny Nash. Johnny Nash, Hold Me Tight. The Casinos, Then You Can Tell Me Goodbye. Donna Summer, Bad Girls, and Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Those are all $6.99. All right, so first is Graham Nash sold to Wolverine. Wolverine also on Ernie Mascara. Kelly Vladicek wants I Can See Clearly Now, The Rain Is Gone. Wolverine was second, and that leaves two other, and then he also gets DES for Donna Summer. Okay, so that left Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. The Casinos, Then You Can Tell Me Goodbye. Johnny Nash, Stir It Up and Hold Me Tight. And the New Beats, Run, Baby, Run. Tim Graham wants Heartache, and that's Bonnie Tyler, so to Tim Graham. Okay, and then, let's see here. Let's grab from right here. Ooh, I see something on VJ. Cool. All right. Cat Scratch Fever, Ted Nugent. You Left Me by the Duke of Earl. Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, Lady of the Valley. The Music Explosion, Sunshine Games, and Can't Stop Now. Silver Connection, Fly, Robin, Fly. Quincy Jones, Sanford and Son Theme Song. Wow. Never seen that before. The Impressions, Something Mighty, Mighty Wrong. And Gary Lewis, Paint Me a Picture. Those are all $6.99. Kelly Vladicek, hold on a second. Heartache. Wolverine on JN for Johnny Nash. Which two did you want, Wolverine? So there's Hold Me Tight and Stir It Up. It looks like Kelly's possibly next on Stir It Up. Denise does want the Richard Berry, which was right here. That's so to Denise. The yellow label here, Richard Berry. Okay, and then Wolverine on Duke of Earl. Wolverine on SG, which was so let me read through these again. So I had Gary Lewis, The Impressions, Quincy Jones, Silver Connection, Music Explosion, Michael Nesbitt, and Ted Nugent. So Wolverine's next two comments are SG and ME, and then QJ. So DE, SG, and ME, and then QJ. Did you get auto-corrected that bad? Okay, so Music Explosion. Okay, so that is ME, Music Explosion. Okay, so to Wolverine, DE, SG, ME. So that's so to him without a doubt. Danny was first on Ted Nugent. And then Wolverine was first on Quincy Jones, the Sanford and Son theme. Hessen on AN. And AN was for, he said, Disregard. Okay, I'm glad I just now seen that. Next is Wolverine on GL for Gary Lewis. James Chilcott next on Ted Nugent. Danny next on Sanford and Son, a.k.a. Quincy Jones. Jim B next on Quincy Jones. Wolverine's going to get those last two, Johnny Nash. And then that leaves Michael Nesbitt, The Silver Connection, and The Impressions. Wow. Okay. And let's keep going right here. We have The Rascals, Real Thing, and Carry Me Back. The First Edition, Kenny Rogers, But You Know I Love You, and Homemade Lies. The Manhattan Transfer, Route 66 promo. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Runner, and that's a double-sided promo. The Fendermen, Mule Skinner Blues, and Little Pretty Bitty One, which is Bobby Day on that version. Bebopalua, Gene Vincent. Tommy, Overture from Tommy, and See Me Feel Me from The Who in the picture sleeve. Hermits. Uh-oh. There they are. Listen, People, Hermits. And Mel and Tim, Backfield in Motion on Bamboo. Okay? And then over here, I've got Wolverine on The Rascals. That's sold to Wolverine. Tim Graham on First Editions. And then Wolverine on JV for Gene Vincent. And we have Wolverine on The Who. And then over here, we got H on Hermits for Wolverine. Samuel Kopitz next on Gene Vincent. Kelly Vladicek next on The Hermits. Wolverine on MT for Manhattan Transfer. And then Tony Freeman on GH, which I think was HH, which was Hermits, and Alani G next on The Who. Mike Ospaul is very curious on when the CDs are going. I'm 22 minutes over schedule, aren't I? This is actually the last handful in this box. The Impressions, Love Me. John and Ernest, Superfly meets Shaft. The Impressions, It's All Right. The Capitals, Tired Running From You. Bobby Smith and the Poor Souls, Belly Roll Me. Merle Haggard, Heaven Was a Drink of Wine. And the Manhattan Transfer, Twilight Zone. Okay. M&T was for Mel and Tim, not Manhattan Transfer. Okay. So Mel and Tim is sold to Wolverine. Got it. Yes, we got to pause 45s in a second. We have actually, okay, so what we've done, we've finished 2 whole boxes, 3 whole boxes. That box is empty, this box is empty, and there's another one over here. I really don't have, I can't start another one. I have another half box over here, unless we do it literally after we knock out some more CDs. If some people, because there's been some people literally waiting for CDs. So, and then I didn't recap the bottom half of that stack over there. The bottom half of the stack I hadn't recapped, and I'm just going to do about half of it. Denise on cap. So we had Manhattan Transfer, Merle Haggard, Bobby Smith, The Capitol, so did Denise, The Impressions, John and Ernest, Impressions. Okay, let me just knock out the bottom half of that stack, and then I'm literally going to like go right into CDs. The feed doesn't end till 2 a.m. almost, so we got plenty of time. But I know some people's like literally waiting for those. So, all right, let's knock out some of these. Houdini, One Love. John, the DeFranco Family, Heartbeat is a Love Beat. Madness, Our House. Naz, Open My Eyes. David Ackles, That's No Reason to Cry. The Platters, I'm Sorry. Garden Party, Rick Nelson. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, The Love I Lost, Part 1. These are also all $6.99. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Rick Nelson, The Platters, Naz, David Ackles, Madness, the Franco Family, and Houdini. So first on the Madness, Our House is a very fine house. That is in the middle of the street, or however that song goes. That's so to Joe Delgado. Kelly second, then Kim Graham. The Platters is so to Wolverine, and then H.M. Howard Melvin so to Wolverine. So we still got Rick Nelson, David Ackles, Naz, DeFranco, and Houdini. Moving along. Fast pace. Archie Bell and the Drells, Get It From the Bottom. Donna Ross and Supremes, I Guess I'll Always Love You. Donna Ross and the Supremes and the Temptations, The Way You Do the Things You Do. Conway Twitty, Walk On By. Jim B said this was a $50 record. Somebody needs to buy it then. Don Williams, I'll Forgive You, But I'll Never Forget. And then Doc Watson, Newborn King. Doc and Merle Watson, Bottle of Wine. These are all $6.99. Wolverine on AB, Archie Bell, sold. Wolverine on the Supremes. I'm going to give you both of them unless you say otherwise. Conway Twitty also sold to Wolverine. And that leaves Doc and Merle Watson, Doc Watson, and Don Williams. Also, the Moody Blues, Go Now, one of their first big hit singles. The Chiffons, One Fine Day. Four Tops, It's the Same Old Song. Twist Twist Senora, Gary U.S. Bonds. You're My Inspiration, Solo Inspiration, The Righteous Brothers. Frank Sinatra, Young at Heart, 4-track EP. Trini Lopez sings his greatest hits. Buck and Buddy, as in Buck Owens and Bobby Lewis, Tossing and Turning. These are all $6.99. First thing is CH and CH. MB, okay, MB was the first one. That was Moody Blues, Soda Wolverine for $6.99. CH was Chiffon Soda Wolverine for $6.99. The Four Top Soda Wolverine for $6.99. Gus sold for $6.99, which was Righteous Brothers, I bet. $6.99. Wolverine also on Frank Sinatra for $6.99. And Bobby Lewis to Wolverine for $6.99. He has the full board right now, okay? Wolverine has the full board right now. That just left Buck and Buddy, Trini Lopez, and Gary U.S. Bonds. I got you down for everything else. Unless Gus was Gary U.S., okay. Not Righteous, Gus. So let's swap out Righteous with Gary U.S. Got it. Okay. Where's the stack at? What am I doing here? What did I do with the stack? Is this it? Okay, I set it over here, didn't I? This is it, right? Yeah. I'm pulling from the bottom of this. Okay, here we go. We have Culture Club, Time, Tick of the Heart, The Eurythmics, Would I Lie to You, Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue, Charlie Ryan, Hot Rod Lincoln, Rockin' with U-Haul, Bob Carter, Orange Vinyl, Chicago, Chasing the Wind, Climax Blues Band, I Love You, and Elton John, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Let's pause right there. That's Elton John, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Climax Blues Band, I Love You, Chasing the Wind, Chicago, Rockin' with U-Haul, Bob Carter, Hot Rod Lincoln, Charlie Ryan, and then Neil Diamond and Soda Wolverine, The Eurythmics, and Culture Club. I forgot where I left my stacks earlier. I'll take the journey. I'll be all right without you. I think it's right here. That is sold to James Chilcott. Okay. Next, Whitney, How Will I Know? Wham, I'm Your Man. Dolly, Real Love with Kenny Rogers, and Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me. All right, and let's see here. Hill Street Blues, Mike Post, Kenny and Nikki Ryder, The Pride is Back. The Crystals, He's Sure the Boy I Love, and Walking Along, La La La. That's the same Crystals that I kept over there, just a different song. The Cadillacs, Speedo and Let Me Explain. Ronnie Millsap, Cowboys and Clowns. Righteous Brothers, For Sentimental Reasons. Brenda Lee, Christmas Will Be Just Another Lonely Day. Bruce Hornsby in the Range, That's Just the Way It Is. The Monkees, A Little Bit Me, You. Tuesday Afternoon, The Moody Blues, and Force MD's Tender Love. All right, next is Stevie Nicks is sold to Tony Freeman for $6.99. Next is Wolverine Cry and Cadillacs. Okay, he wants Crystals, that was Cry, and then Cadillacs sold to Wolverine, and then also BL, Mon, and MB. BL was Brenda Lee, and then Mon was Monkees, and Moody Blues was Moody Blues. Okay, that left Force MDs, Bruce Hornsby, Righteous Brothers, Ronnie Millsap, Kenny, and Nikki Ryder, Hill Street Blues, Dolly, Wham, and Whitney Houston. And then over here we had, let's see here, let's start right here. We had Nielsen, I guess the Lord Must Be in New York City, The Tornadoes, Telstar, Queen, Need Your Lovin' Tonight, Gary Wright, Love Is Alive, Hot Pastrami, The Dartales, D.W. Washburn, The Monkees, and It's Nice to Be With You. John Lennon, Every Man Has a Woman Who Loves Him. The Animals, Boom Boom. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, early one there, Candyman, and Billy Bland, and The Solitaires, The Angels Sang, and Let the Little Girl Dance. And I think we're about where we were, but there's only like one more handful left. So Kelly Vlodarchik first on Queen, and then The Dot, which he's talking about dot cover. So collectibles. He's wanting this right here. He's wanting Pastrami. That's sold to Wolverine, okay? And then we had Raspberries, I Want to Be With You. ABC Poison Arrow, Chicago Feeling Stronger Every Day, Nancy and Frank Something Stupid, Dr. Hook A Little Bit More, Nancy Sinatra Sugar Town, Pat Benatar Love is a Battlefield, Conway Twitty the Clown, Dr. Hook Life Ain't Easy, Chase Get It On, Dino Desi and Billy I'm a Fool, I Love Rock and Roll John Jett, Don McLean Vincent, and George Jones Same Old Me. We're done. 45s have been recapped. How much is left? Another full box here I've never gone through, a whole box of Christmas I've never gone through, and another half box. So I've got a whole box we've never gone through of like pop. No, that's already been gone. That's the leftovers from last night. Okay, this is the leftovers from last night. So yeah, about a half box and then a whole box of Christmas that's never been gone through. So thanks everybody for hanging with me. And there's still some really good stuff in here. I set about 20 off to the side to auction tomorrow. So there's that. And I'm going to condense all this together. And let's get right into the CDs, okay? Come back tomorrow to see the rest. And I've got some people waiting for CDs. So we better do those right now. I'm going to have some angry people. My bad. Sometimes these things get hot, and I just got to keep going with the flow, like Happy Gilmore. Okay, I got to go with the flow. I got to go with the flow. And sometimes it's hard to stop showing these things when we're selling them like that. All right. Let me put a sticky note so I know what I've gone through. Yep, and there's some good stuff in here. So tomorrow there's more 60s, picture sleeves, Leslie Gore, Chubby Checker, picture sleeves. Yeah, Chad and Jeremy. Or, I mean, it won't take me too long. I'm going to stop the show at midnight or 2 a.m. regardless. So if we knock out these last box of CDs, which there's a lot here, if we still got some time, if some of y'all hardcore buyers are still watching, we'll go ahead and knock these out. But let's get going on these. Holy crap. And this is the last box from this collection until we can dig up more. Okay, until we can dig up more. Michael Manning is itching for some Christmas singles. Coming soon. I know you'll be here tomorrow, Mike. You don't have anything else to do. You're going to be here. I know it. You're going to be here, buddy. If not, I'm going to be disappointed. I might even cry. Just like when I saw you at the Paul McCartney concert. I said, Michael. But it's too late. You was getting on the elevator. All right. All these CDs are $6.99. Off to the races. AC/DC Iron Man 2, AC/DC Highway to Hell, AC/DC Back in Black, Avril Lavigne Under My Skin, Kid Rock Rock and Roll Jesus, Limp Bizkit New Old Songs, Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish, REM Out of Time, REM Up. Those are all $6.99. How much, Chad? Yeah, those are $6.99. You're kidding. Nope. They're only $6.99. We have Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, Lady Gaga The Fame, Aerosmith 9 Lives, and Ace Frehley Trouble Walking. These are all $6.99. Hey, Chad, have you seen the cool Ozzy and Black Sabbath goblet mugs? I was wondering if you could get those. I have not seen those, but I can definitely look into it. I'm taking this other stack of crazy sold 45s right around the corner. Y'all have almost got me out of breath. Where's my chapstick at? Limp Bizkit. Mike, thanks for sticking around, first of all. And next question is, do you want old new songs or do you want Chocolate Starfish? We'll keep rolling, rolling, rolling. He says he wants both. Okay, good. All right, there we go. Let me put some chapstick on. I have not had any water tonight. And I had a Monster of my meal. I've had a Monster during the sale. And I'm going to have to, after all that, have a little bit of sip of water. Okay. Sorry. It's hard to keep an agenda here. It's all with the flow. Thanks, everybody, for buying all those 45s. That's going to blow John's mind. He'll be motivated to dig out more. One night, we're going to do 78s, right, Michael? We're going to do 78s one night. Those take a little bit longer to get ready. Plus, they're kind of, you got to research them. 45s, we know enough to be dangerous. We set some aside to look up, you know, top 40 stuff and hits. We could mark some 5, we could mark some 10. So we just agree on $6.99 and let them go. And it'll average out, you know, as y'all as a buyer and us as a seller, it averages out typically. Limp Basket. How about Limp Biscuit? So to Mike Ospaw, both of them. Tyson Morgan got Ace Frehley. Stanley, you were next. And Eric Van Leuven on Lauryn Hill. So we have Errol Smith, Lady Gaga, REM, Kid Rock, Avril Lavigne, AC/DC, AC/DC, and AC/DC. All right, there's that first stack, and those are all available. Moving right along, these are $6.99. Some of this stuff here is not available on vinyl. This is Blues Traveler, Save His Soul. Blues Traveler, Travelers and Thieves. Bluestical, On Flame with Rock and Roll. That is Adele 25. That's Alice Cooper Classics. That's Allman Brothers, A Decade of Hits. Greg Allman, Take Two. Allman Brothers Band and Greg Allman Band. What is this exactly? Looks just like a compilation. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Uplift, Mofield Party Plan. Nice. The best of REM, kind of in the slipcase here. And, of course, that's not cheap at all on vinyl. And then Everybody Hurts, REM. Is that a single? That's like a 4-track from some movie. What movie is, or no, maybe not. I'm not for sure. REM, $6.99. So that left Mike Ospaw, your dibs on REM. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greg Allman, Allman Brothers, Alice Cooper, Adele, Bluestical, Blues Traveler, and Blues Traveler. Those are all available for $6.99. Burt Jordan wants both Allman Brothers and Greg Allman kind of deal. Let's go ahead and tag him for both of those, $6.99, $6.99. And then moving right along here, these more for $6.99. We got the Essential, Bob Dylan, Limp Bizkit. Why does that look backwards? Significant Other. Let me check that one first. Results may vary. That's not available on vinyl. Limp Bizkit, Little Kim, Gold Stamp Promo, Inokium, a tribute to Led Zeppelin. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan, Time Out of Mind. Bob Marley, Forever Gold, and that's Blues Traveler. What's this one called? Self-titled. That might just be self-titled, okay? So Mike Ospaw on the best of REM. The Alice Cooper we have is Classics, CLASSICKS. The best of REM is sold to Mike Ospaw, and then Limp Bizkit. So let me check on Significant Other here. I'm not for sure. It looks like the case is backwards. So first of all, the case is broken. Yeah, the artwork's been reprinted too. Somebody like reprinted artwork with iTunes. I don't know how they did that. Well, I mean, obviously with iTunes, but and this case is broken. This needs a new case. So FY on that one, and then this one here, results may vary. Your pick, Mike, and then MIT wants the Essential Dylan. You got it. So Blues Traveler, Bob Marley, Bob Dylan, Tribute to Zeppelin, and Little Kim. Those are all still available. Okay, Mike is going to pass on these two. Both Limp Bizkits are still available. All right, and moving right along. Let's grab this handful, and let's grab this handful. How much are these, Chad? They're just $6.99. You've got to be kidding. I'm not. They're just $6.99. Wow, I know. Interpol, Turn On Bright Lights, Greatest Kiss, Korn, Greatest Hits Volume 1, Eminem, Recovery, Cinderella, Once Upon a, Robert Plant, 66 to Timbuktu. Wow, I've never seen that. I mean, I know it came out, but I think this is the first time I've seen a physical format of this. Interesting. Dire Straits, Communique. Dire Straits, The Very Best Of. I think this might be a disc 1, disc 2. No, it's just 2 copies of it. Okay, and then there's another communique. There's Dire Straits on Every Street, and then there's first album. Wow. Okay, Unknown Rock Soldier wants Alice Cooper Classics. That's from over here. That's sold to Unknown Rock Soldier. And then Topographic first on Robert Plant. That's sold to Topographic. And then Mike Ospaw on Cinderella, which is like a hits comp, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, that's like a hits comp. So to Mike Ospaw. Susie next on Robert Plant. Tony Freeman next on Robert Plant. And then Topographic on The Best of Dire Straits, which is this right here, okay? That left Dire Straits self-titled, Dire Straits on Every Street, Dire Straits Communique, 2 copies, One looks like a copy. One looks like the original. Another Very Best of Dire Straits, Eminem Recovery, The Greatest Hits of Korn, Greatest Kiss, and Interpol. Wow, a Kiss CD went unclaimed. Kiss Army must be sleeping. Okay. Get ready to get the lead out. Y'all ready? Led Zeppelin Coda, Led Zeppelin Into the Outdoor, House of the Holy, Led Zeppelin 4, Smash Mouth, and that one's called Fu You Mang, Melancholy Double Pack, Smashing Pumpkins, REM Monster, and Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. Okay, no more vinyl tonight. No, we was done with vinyl actually almost a couple hours ago. We've been doing 45s. We're going to knock out this gigantic box of CDs. And then if we take a poll at the end of this box, if we have time, I'll do a few more handfuls of CDs. But we are on CDs right now galore. All right, Michael Ruttman wants another Best of Dire Straits, so make sure he gets one as well. Now, Topographic is passing on the Zeppelins. So no claims on Zeppelins. Wow. Levi Hilton on M. Now, Levi, that's probably for Melancholy or Monster. And then Joe DeGaldo's next on SP, and then Eric Van Leuven. So that still leaves Dire Straits, Smash Mouth, Zeppelin 4, Zeppelin Houses, Zeppelin Into the Outdoor, and Zeppelin Coda. If anybody wants any of those, they're still available. We'll put them right there. Levi wants M for Melancholy. Okay, so REM Monster, it looks like it's still available. Rest of these are $6.99. Chad, I'm not for sure if I'm hearing you correctly. My volume's going in and out. Can you tell me one more time how much these CDs are? Sure thing. All these CDs are $6.99. Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to make sure you are saying that correctly. Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Lenny Kravitz, Circle. Lenny Kravitz, 5. REM, Eponymous. Creed, Human Clay. Hootie and the Blowfish, The Best of, 93, 2003. Sugar Cult, Lights Out. Talking Heads, The Best of. Soul Asylum, Let Your Light Shine. REM, Automatic for the People. Red Hot Chili Peppers, What's Hits. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, Out in L.A. So over here on Zeppelin, MIT Lab gets all Zeppelins. 1 Zeppelin, 2 Zeppelin, 3 Zeppelin, 4 Zeppelin. Also to MIT Lab. Jeff Church next on Led Zeppelin Houses. Burt next on Led Zeppelin Coda. MIT Lab beat you to it. So this stack had Chili Peppers, REM, Soul Asylum, Talking Heads, Sugar Cult, Hootie, Creed, REM, Lenny, and Lenny. Those are all $6.99. Lenny Kravitz 5 is sold to Susie Breedlove. Down, 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 down. Are you gonna go my way? Big Fat Jam. Big Head Todd and the Monsters. Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Another Mayberry. Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Sister Sweetly. Black Crowes, Southern Harmony. Blind Melon, Self-Titled. The Best of Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray, Floored. Sugar Ray, 1459. Moondance, Van Morrison. Van Morrison, The Healing Game. And Talking Heads, Special New Edition, Stop Making Sense. I'm just logging on. How much are these CDs? I'm glad you asked. These CDs are $6.99. No more and no less. $6.99. Okay? So that left Talking Heads, Van Morrison, Sugar Ray, Blind Melon, Black Crowes, Big Head Todd, and Big Fat Jam. $6.99. Down, 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 down. Are you gonna go my way? Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Second copy. Led Zeppelin's 4 retrospectives. CD and book set. I think this is some kind of biographical thing. Led Zeppelin 3, but I think it's been copied. Yeah. Disregard that. Lenny Kravitz, Mama Said. Lenny Kravitz, Let Love Rule. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. Better Than Ezra. Babes in Toyland, Painkillers. Cosmic Thing, B-52s. Love Shack Baby. The B-52s, Good Stuff. Avril Lavigne, Let Go. And Alanis Morissette, Supposed Former Infatuation Junkie. And topographic on Led Zeppelin. So yeah, I'm assuming this is... Man, I don't know, but you get a cool book with it. I'm going to tag that for topographic unless he says otherwise. And then next is Mike Oswald, then topographic, or Susie, I mean. So we have Alanis Morissette, Avril Lavigne, B-52s, Babes in Toyland, Better Than Ezra, Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, Lenny Kravitz, and Lenny Kravitz. Okay? Down, 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 down. All right. About 2 more handfuls, and we're at the halfway point. Puddle of Mud, Life on Display. Primitive Radio Gods, Rocket. Adam Sandler, What's Your Name? Adam Sandler, They're All Gonna Laugh at You. Adele, live at Royal Albert Hall. Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts. Aerosmith, A Little South of Sanity. Ultimate Alan Parsons Project. Alan Parsons Project, Pyramid. Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Intellectual Intercourse, Alanis Morissette. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Intellectual Intercourse? It's a concert bootleg. Memphis, Tennessee, that's why. Memphis, Tennessee, 1995, and Shank Hall, Milwaukee, 95. Alanis Morissette, what appears to be a bootleg. Okay, and then over here we have topographic on Alan Parsons. You have Pyramid and Ultimate, okay? Topographic. Burt Jordan gets both Aerosmiths. And then Mike Oswald on the classic Jagged Little Pill. So we have Alanis Morissette live, Adele, Adam Sandler, Primitive Radio Gods, Rocket, and Puddle of Mud. Okay. And then pending on 2 Alan Parsons. He wants Ultimate. I had a feeling. I've got a feeling. Everybody had a hard year. Everybody had a good time. That's a Beatles song. All right, here we go. $6.99 CDs. Stone Temple Pilots, Purple. The Strokes, that is This It? Evil Empire, Rage Against the Machine, Rally Around the Family, Radiohead, Kid A, Puddle of Mud, Life on Display, another one. Avril Lavigne, Goodbye Lullaby. Blues Traveler, Live from the Fall. Blues Traveler 4, very desirable on vinyl. Alison Krauss and Union Station. Alison Krauss, 100 Miles and More, a collection. Alison Krauss and Union Station, So Long, So Wrong. Obsidian, Human Distortion. And Iggy Pop and James Williamson, Kill City. That's interesting. Iggy Pop and James Wilson. Pyramid by Alan Parsons and So Delaney G. Brian Frenfrock on Puddle of Mud. So I had Iggy Pop, James Williamson, Obsidian, Alison Krauss, Blues Traveler, Avril Lavigne, Puddle of Mud, Life on Display. That is sold to Brian Frenfrock. And then Radiohead, Rage, Strokes, and Stone Temple Pilots 4. Rally Around the Family. Shells. My Life with a Thrill Kill Cult. Muddy Waters, King of the Electric Blues. That looks familiar. Interpol. Our Love to Admire. Imagine Dragons, Night Visions. Radioactive. Incubus. Make Yourself. Pardon Me. That's a good song. Incubus, Pardon Me, or Make Yourself's the name of the album. Creed, My Own Prison. Court is in session. The verdict is in. The Cult Electric, and this is, well, you might want it. The artwork's been recopied, but it's the original disc. The Cult Sonic Temple. That one's been copied artwork. Probably somebody lost the artwork and then they recopied it. Court is in session. Verdict is in. No appeal on the docket today. All right, we're in the bottom layer of this box. Should have been. We're going to have so many great CDs left over. I started these way too late, but we also sold a bazillion 45s instead. So, REM, New Adventures in Hi-Fi, Allman Brothers Anthology, Cranberries, No Need to Argue. That's the Cranberries, Bury the Hatchet. Tom Waits, Rain Dogs, got some cracks in the jewel case. Howlin' Wolf, The Real Folk Blues. Husker Du, New Day Rising. Black Label Society, The Blessed Hell Ride. REM Document, and REM Reveal. Court is in session. A verdict is in. Burt Jordan on the Allman Brothers. That's so to Burt Jordan. Robert Warner on Husker Du. And we got REM, Black Label, Howlin' Wolf, Tom Waits, Cranberries, and REM there. No appeal on the docket today. $6.99. Piece of Crap. Neil Young and Crazy Horse. That's an import German CD single. Pink Floyd. Is this how this came? Wait a second. This looks weird. I don't think this is the case for this. It's supposed to be a 2 CD. Well, it's Pink Floyd, but it's in a purple case. I don't think that's how that came, because it's obviously not stored right. And there's like cocaine all over it. Some kind of white powder. It probably is. We have Death to the Pixies, Def Leppard, Vault of Hits, Def Leppard Yeah, Def Leppard Hysteria, Def Leppard Adrenalize, Def Leppard Euphoria, Red Hot Chili Peppers Californications, and Dave Matthews Band live at Luther College, Tim Reynolds. I was about to say, the jewel case looks cracked. It is. Okay, so first thing is Danny on HW. HW. Howlin' Wolf, Danny. Is that from the last stack? Okay, and then Robert on Neil Young. I'm assuming on that single. Burt Jordan gets the Pink Floyd. And then Michael, your dibs on Def Leppard. So we have Dave Matthews, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Def Leppard Euphoria, Def Leppard Adrenalize, Def Leppard Hysteria, Def Leppard Yeah, or Vault of Hits. And then we still got Pixies, which I think is a compilation. Photograph, I don't want ya. Photograph. Okay. We got Dave Matthews Band, Before This Crowded Streets, Dave Matthews Band, Some Devil, Dave Matthews Band, Busted Stuff, Dave Matthews Band, Live in Chicago, Pearl Jam Versus, Pearl Jam Vitology, Pearl Jam No Code, Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, A Loose Disc, and Linkin Park 1,000 Suns. All Def Leppard, so to Michael Ruttman. Boy, I hadn't seen that word all night tonight. All. One of my favorite CD words, all. Court is in session. Verdict is in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stack this over here in the sold table before we get too tall Jones. Should have been dead. No time. All right. So that stack had Linkin Park, Pearl Jam, Dave Matthews. What did I just say? I don't even know. There's those, though. Let's move those. Vitology's a weird case. It's different sized. Weird case they put that one in. The vinyl jacket's weird, too. It's like the thickest spine you'll ever see on an album jacket if you buy a new one. Okay. This is Panic at the Disco, Papa Roach, Metamorphosis, The Cult, Beyond Good and Evil, David Bowie, definitely a bootleg, Demos and Alternate Versions, David Bowie, interesting. It's called Vampires of Human Flesh. David Bowie, Dead Man Walking, that's a single. It's got to be, yeah. David Bowie, Heathen, David Bowie, Black Tie, White Noise, David Gilmour, About Face, Nickelback, Silver Side Up, Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Maxi single. Wow. I bet that's pretty good. And then Nirvana, the Black Album. Cool stuff right in there. Some Bowie bootlegs, some Nirvana singles. Come on. Come on. This is why y'all stay awake. This is why y'all are tuned in for CDs right now at literally 1 a.m. First, Robert, you got dibs on David Bowie. Let me know if you want Black Tie, Heathen, Dead Man Walking, or the bootleg. Your dibs on those. And then Hessen Session on Nirvana. There was only one, and that's so the Hessen Session. No, there is another Nirvana. So Hessen, let me know if you want Smells Like or the Black Album. And then Bert will get whatever you don't. And then Nickelback, David Gilmour, The Cult, Papa Roach, and Pretty Panic at the Disco is still available. I had a feeling Robert wanted the David Bowie boot. He got it. So the other 3 David Bowies are still available. And we'll see which of the 2 Hessen Session wants out of Nirvana. Here we go. Coming at you are some $6.99 CDs. Hope everybody's ready. 67 to 70, Anthology Volume 2, Beatles and Beatles, Power Man 5000, Foo Fighters, Echo, Silence, Patience, and Grace, Lupe Fiasco, Lupe Fiasco's The Cool, Skinner, Nothing Fancy, Sade, Diamond Life, and Savage Garden. So Hessen, let me know if you want the Nirvana single or the Black Album. And then Topographic first on B for Beatles. So let me know if you want 67 to 70 or Anthology Volume 2. We still got Savage Garden, Sade, Leonard Skinner, Lupe Fiasco, Foo Fighters, and Power Man 5000. And then Skinner is sold to Burt Jordan. Okay. And here comes another handful. When? Right now. Give both to Bert. Okay, both Nirvanas are sold to Burt Jordan. Joe Sontag on Sade. Thank you, Sade. Look, Sade. They actually put it on the side. Sade. That's sold to Joe Sontag. And he wants Anthology Volume 2, Topographic. That means give 67 to 70 to Bert. Scorpions, Face the Heat, Semisonic. Now, that's not available on vinyl. That has, or it's not to me. I think it's a UK import. Closing Time. Closing Time. That's on that one. Silverchair Neon Ballroom. Britney Spears, Oops, I Did It Again. Keep It Simple, Van Morrison. Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision. Van Morrison, his band in the Street Choir. And Dave Matthews Band, Stand Up. Dave Matthews Band, Van Morrison, Van Morrison, Van Morrison, Britney Spears, Silverchair, Semisonic, and Scorpions. Scott SS, I'm assuming is for Semisonic, right? That's so to Scott O-Man. Next handful of CDs are going up right now. We have Everclear, Sparkle and Fade, Evanescence Fallen. We have Everlast, Eat It Whitney's. Bob Dylan, Interactive Music CD-ROM. Highway 61 Interactive, an interactive experience in the virtual world of legendary singer, songwriter, poet, and culture shaker Bob Dylan. Some kind of CD-ROM interactive deal. Interesting. You just never know, do you? Jack Johnson, On and On. Jack Johnson, Thank You, Good Night. Jack Johnson, Curious George. That's got that really good song on it. Upside Down. Panic at the Disco, A Fever You Can't Sweat Out, and Lady Gaga, Born This Way. Brian Frenfrock on the Scorpions. That should be right here. That's so to Brian Frenfrock, the Scorpions. And Lady Gaga, Panic at the Disco, Jack Johnson, Dylan, Everlast, Evanescence, and Everclear. Okay. Closing Time. EC for Scott O-Man. EC was for Everclear, Sparkle and Fade, which is like a $60 new LP. I'll say that one for just $6.99. Here we go, more $6.99. There's about 3, maybe 4 handfuls left. We got Aerosmith Big Ones. That looks copied. It's the original it's the original disc, but reprinted artwork. LA Guns, reprint artwork. Veruca Salt, and that is 8 Arms to Hold You. The Best of Van Halen. Velvet Revolver, Contraband, Vertical Horizon, Everything You Want. Scorpions, Wind of Change. Scorpions, Best of Rockers and Ballads. And Scorpions, Bad for Good, the very best of Scorpions. I need to refresh over here. Hold on 1 second. 7 hours and 1 minute, 96 viewers, okay? First is Bert on Van Halen. Ain't Talking About Love. That leaves Scorpions, 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 Vertical Horizon, Velvet Revolver, Veruca Salt, LA Guns, and Aerosmith 15 Big Ones. And then Scott O'Man on VR for Velvet Revolver. Probably. Is this sealed? No. So does Scott O'Man. Okay. Right here. Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Breaking Benjamin, We Are Not Alone. David Bowie, Station to Station. David Bowie, Hours. Van Morrison, Pay the Devil. Van Morrison, Back on Top. Cranberries, Everybody's Doing It, So Why Can't We? And the Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. So Cranberries, Cranberries, Van Morrison, David Bowie, Breaking Benjamin, and Purple Rain by Prince. Two more handfuls. Two more handfuls. The Clash, London Calling. Rush, Roll the Bones. Sam Cooke's Night Beat. Saigon Kick, The Best Of. Sammy Hagar, The Essential Red Collection, The Best of Sammy Hagar. Savage Garden, Affirmation. Savage Garden, I Knew I Loved You. David Bowie, Outside. And the Cranberries, No Need to Argue. All right. Mike Ospaw on C. And C was for Clash. If that's not right, let me know. Hessen Session on R for Rush. Mike Ospaw on SK for Saigon Kick. And Burt Jordan next on Rush. That leaves Cranberries, David Bowie, Savage Garden, Sammy Hagar, and Sam Cooke. Okay? And here is the last handful. And then we're going to do a hard stop. I am starving. And it's getting that time of the night for me to exercise my bladder. Chawamba, Tum Thumper. The Best of Van Morrison. Crow, City of Angels soundtrack. Crowded House. Indigo Girls, Come On Now Social. And Everlast, Forever Everlasting. That is the end of this box, and that's the end of that collection, at least for tonight. I don't know where any more is, but every time they open up a tub back here, you honestly don't know what they're about to find. And I'm about to toss that box in our cardboard pile. We got a good cardboard pile going back here for recycle. What a night. I'm assuming all the 45 buyers went to bed. I have a feeling that they are all asleep. And the last two is Mike Ospawn CH for Crowded House or The Crow. I bet that's Crowded House, right? Scott on my next. Blind Melon and Sammy Hagar. Levi Hilton, okay? So this is Sammy Hagar. Oh boy, where's that Blind Melon at? Jim B on Everlast. Sammy, okay, and then Blind Melon. I hadn't shown that in a while, have I? Blind Melon. Let's see here. Anybody need anything else? I've got these stacked where I can look at them pretty dang good right now. Right there's Blind Melon. Right there. So I'm going to pop these out. Play some Jenga here. A little bit of physics. There we go. Sell that to Levi. Not bad for $6.99. Vinyl is $40. Music on vinyl press. Oh. Anybody else? Thank y'all for sticking with me. Now, the shows are supposed to start at 5, and I'm supposed to end at 1. So one or two things. If I start at 6, sometimes I go to 2, but usually no later than 8 hours. Sometimes if I start at 6 and it's 1, and most people tend to get off at 1, I usually have some people watching after 1 if it's Friday and Saturday. But a lot of people have to work tomorrow, so East Coast people are long asleep. I mean, it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 1 a.m. here in Tennessee. But people watch it out on West Coast. It's still not really all that late. So thank y'all for sticking with me. We just sold a ton of stuff again tonight. Off to a great start for this week. We're hitting hump day tomorrow. Looks like Laura's got some great auctions. I'm definitely going to add to it. We've got 5 crates from John tonight. Everything left was in 2. Laura's 2 crates. There's like 5 records left, maybe 8. I don't know. It's all metal and there's not much left. And I'm about to go make these videos and eat and get ready for another sale tomorrow. Midnight at the High Desert. Yeah. Jim B's on the East Coast, but he's ready for 2 more hours. Yep. Well, if you could find me, if you can get my viewership up to like 180 or about 280 people still watching at 1 a.m. Central Time, if there was more people watching, like, and it was worth the time, I would honestly probably never stop. There are people have to be dragging me. But there's a certain point where the time gets outpaced with viewership, and I have to go do other efficient stuff, even though selling CDs right here is pretty dang efficient. This is a pretty dang efficient thing we do here. But GMB, if you can get me about another 200 buyers, and we can get a lot more people watching at 1 a.m., some nighttime people, you might not be able to get me ever off here. I'll just keep going and keep going. If we were selling stuff right now like we were at 7 o'clock, auctioning and stuff, oh man. So I would never get off here. They'd have to drag me out of here. And I've always wondered if I start at 3 or 4, how much busier it would be like at 5 and 6. I think there'd be a lot of people watching. Yeah, and going to pee, which is what I'm about to do. I'm about to wash my hands off the dust and the grime from everything I've handled for the last 7 hours. And I'm about to go eat my snacks, and I'm going to get ready for tomorrow. So thank y'all as always. See y'all later. I'm ending the feed. Y'all are amazing. And come back tomorrow. I'll be starting about 5:30, 6. Probably 5:30-ish to 6, somewhere between those two. I'll always post and let y'all know exactly. Thank you. See y'all tomorrow. Good night and happy Christmas Eve times